them. Accordingly Shimas went from him, and returning to the folk, told them that the king had accepted his advice and promised to come out unto them on the morrow. But when the favourite heard his saying reported of Shimas, and was certified that needs must the king go forth to his subjects, she betook herself to him in haste, and said to him, "How great is my wonder at thy submissiveness and thine obedience to thy slaves! Knowest thou not that these wazirs are thy thralls? Why then dost thou exalt them to this highmost pitch of importance, that they imagine them it was they gave thee this kingship and advanced thee to this rank, and that it is they who confer favours on thee, albeit they have no power to do thee the least damage? Indeed, 'tis not thou who owest submission to them, but on the contrary they owe it to thee, and it is their duty to carry out thine orders. How cometh it then, that thou art so mightily frighted at them? It is said, unless thy heart be like iron, thou art not fit to be a sovereign. But thy mildness hath deluded these men, so that they presume upon thee and cast off their allegiance, although it behoveth that they be constrained unto thy obedience and enforced to thy submission. Therefore and thou hasten to accept their words and leave them as they now are, and vouchsafe to them the least thing against thy will. They will weigh heavily upon thee and require the concessions of thee, and this will become their habit. But, and thou hearken to me, thou wilt not advance any one of them to power, neither wilt thou accept his word nor encourage him to presume upon thee, else wilt thou fare with them as did the shepherd with the rogue." Asked the king, "How was that?" And she answered, "They relate this adventure of the shepherd and the rogue." FN number 159. There was once a shepherd, who fed a flock of sheep in the wold and kept over them straight watch. One night, there came to him a rogue thinking to steal some of his charges, and, finding him assiduous in guarding them, sleeping not by night nor neglecting them by day, prowled about him all the livelong night, but could plunder nothing from him. So, when he was weary of striving, he betook himself to another part of the waste, and trapping a lion, skinned him and stuffed his hide with bruised straw. FN number 160, after which he sat it up on a high place in the desert, where the shepherd might see it and be assured thereof. Then he accosted the shepherd and said to him, "Yonder lion hath sent me to demand his supper of these sheep." The shepherd asked, "Where is the lion?" And the rogue answered, "Lift thine eyes, there he standeth." So the shepherd raised his eyes and, seeing the semblance, deemed it a very lion, and was much frighted. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 922nd night, she resumed, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the shepherd saw the semblance of the lion, he deemed it a very lion, and was frighted with the sorest fright, trembling for dread. So he said to the thief, "O my brother, take what thou wilt, I will not gainsay thee." Accordingly the rogue took what he would of the sheep, and redoubled in greed by reason of the excess of the shepherd's fear. Accordingly, every little while, he would hie to him and terrify him, saying, "The lion hath need of this and requireth that, and his intent is to do thus, and take his sufficiency of the sheep." And he stinted not to do thus with him, till he had wasted the most part of his flock. "This, O king," added the favourite, "I tell thee only that thou suffer not the grandees of thy realm to be deluded by thy mildness and easiness of temper, and presume on thee, and, in right rede, their death were better than that they deal thus with thee." Quoth the king, "I accept this thy counsel, and will not hearken to their admonition, neither will I go out unto them." On the morrow there were wazirs and officers of state and heads of the people assembled, and, taking each with him his weapon, repaired to the palace of the king, so they might break in upon him and slay him and seat another in his stead. When they came to the door, they required the doorkeeper to open to them, but he refused, whereupon they sent to fetch fire, wherewith to burn down the doors and enter. The doorkeeper, hearing what they said, went in to the king in haste and told him that the folk were gathered together of the gate, adding, "They required me to open to them, but I refused, and they have sent to fetch fire to burn down the doors withal, so they may come into thee and slay thee. What dost thou bid me do? Quoth the king in himself, Verily, I am fallen into a most perdition. Then he sent for the favourite, and, as soon as she came, said to her, Indeed, Shimas never told me aught but I found it true, and now great and small are coming purposing to slay me and thee, and because the doorkeeper would not open to them, they have sent to fetch fire, to burn the doors withal, so will the house be burnt and we therein. What dost thou counsel me to do? She replied, No harm shall betide thee, nor let thine affair affright thee. This is a time when the simple rise against their kings. Quoth he, What dost thou counsel me to do, and how shall I act in this affair? Quoth she, My rede is that thou fill it thy head and feign thyself sick, then send for the Wazir Shimas, who will come and see the plight wherein thou art, and do thou say to him, Verily I purposed to go forth to the folk this day, but this malady hindered me. So go thou out to them and acquaint them with my condition, and tell them that tomorrow I will fare forth without fail to them and do their need and look into their affairs, so they may be reassured and their age may subside. Then do thou summon 10 of thy father's slaves, stalwart men of strength and prowess, to whom thou canst entrust thyself, hearing to thy hest and complying with thy commandment, surely keeping thy secret and fief to thy love, and charge them on the morrow to stand at thy head and bid them suffer none of the folk to enter, save one by one, and all who enter do thou say, seize them and do them die. And they agree with thee upon this, tomorrow set up thy throne in the divan FN number 161, and open thy doors. When the folk see that thou hast opened to them, their minds will be set at ease, and they will come to thee with a whole heart and seek admission to thee. Then do thou admit them, one after one, even as I said to thee, and work with them thy will, but it behoveth thee begin by slaying Shimas, their chief and leader, for he is the Grand Wazir and head of the matter. Therefore do him die first, and after put all the rest to death, one after other, and spare none whom thou knowest to have broken with thee his covenant, and in like way slaughter all whose violence thou fearest. And thou deal thus with them, there will be left them no power to make head against thee, so shalt thou be at rest from them with full repose, and shalt enjoy thy kingship in peace and do whatso thou wilt, and know that there is no device that will profit thee more than this. Quoth the king, Verily, this thy counsel is just, and that which thou biddest me is to the point, and I will assuredly do as thou directest. So he called for a fillet and bound his head therewith in Sham's sickness. Then he sent for the Grand Wazir and said to him, O Shimas, thou knowest that I love thee and hearken to the counsel of thee, and thou art to me as brother and father both in one. Also thou knowest that I do all thou biddest me, and indeed thou badest me go forth to the lieges and sit to judge between them. Now I was assured that this was right rede on thy part, and purposed to go forth to them yesterday, but this sickness assailed me, and I cannot sit up. It hath reached me that the folk are incensed at my failure to come forth to them, and are minded of their mischief to do with me that which is unmeet, for that they know not what ailment aileth me. So go thou forth to them and acquaint them with my case and the condition I am in, and excuse me to them, for I am obedient to their bidding and will do as they desire. Wherefore order this affair and engage thyself for me, heifer, even as thou hast been a loyal counsellor to me and to my sire before me, and it is of thy wont to make peace between the people. Tomorrow, Inshallah, I will without fail come forth to them, and peradventure my sickness will cease from me this night, by the blessing of the purest intent and the good I purposed them in my heart. So Shimas prostrated himself to Allah and called down blessings on the king and kissed his hand, rejoicing at this. Then he went forth to the folk and told them what he had heard from the king, and forbade them from that which they had a mind to do, acquainting them with what excused the king for his absence, and informing them that he had promised to come forth to them on the morrow and deal with them according to their desires, Whereupon they dispersed and tried them to their houses. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 923rd night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Shimas went from the presence to the ringleaders of the commons and said to them, Tomorrow the sovereign will come forth to you and will deal with you as ye desire. So they tried them to their homes. On such wise fared it with them, but as regards the monarch, he summoned 10 slaves of gigantic stature, FN number 162, men of hard heart and prow of prowess, whom he had chosen from amongst his father's bodyguard, and said to them, Ye know the favour, esteem and high rank he held with my sire and all the bounties, benefits and honours he bestowed on you, and I will advance you to yet higher dignity with me than this. Now I will tell you the reason thereof, and ye are under safeguard of Allah from me. But first I will ask you somewhat, wherein if ye do my desire, obeying me in that which I shall bid you and conceal my secret from all men, ye shall have of me largesse and favour surpassing expectation. But above all things obedience. The 10 thralls answered him with one mouth and in sequent words, saying, Whatso thou biddest us, O our liege, that we will do, nor will we depart in aught from thy commandment, for thou art our Lord and Master. Quoth the king, Allah allot you weal. Now will I tell you the reason why I have chosen you out for increase of honour with me. Ye know how liberally my father dealt with the folk of his realm and the oath he took from them on behalf of me, and how they promised him that they would break faith with me nor gainsay the bidding of me, and ye saw how they did yesterday, when as they gathered all together about me and would have slain me. Now I am minded to do with them somewhat, and 'tis this, for that I have considered their action of yesterday, and see that naught will restrain them from its like save exemplary chastisement. Wherefore I perforce charge you privily to do to death whom I shall point out to you, to the intent that I may ward off mischief and calamity from my realm by slaying their leaders and chiefs, and the manner thereof shall be on this wise. Tomorrow I will sit on this seat in this chamber and give them admission to me one by one, coming in at one door and going out at another, and do ye, all 10, stand before me and be attentive to my signs. And whoso entereth singly, take him and drag him into yonder chamber and kill him and hide his corpse. The slaves answered, We hearken to thy hest and obey thy order. Whereupon he gave them gifts and dismissed them for the night. On the morrow he summoned the thralls and bade set up the royal seat. Then he donned his kingly robes and taking the book of law cases FN number 163 in his hands, posted the 10 slaves before him and commanded to open the doors. So they opened the doors, and the herald proclaimed aloud, saying, Whoso hath authority, let him come to the king's carpet FN number 164. Whereupon up came the wazirs and prefects and chamberlains and stood, each in his rank. Then the king bade admit them, one after one, and the first to enter was Shimas, according to the custom of the Grand Wazir. But no sooner had he presented himself before the king, and ere he could beware, the 10 slaves get about him, and dragging him into the adjoining chamber, dispatched him. On likewise did they with the rest of their wazirs and ulama and notables, slaying them, one after other, till they made a clean finish. FN number 165. Then the king called the headsmen and bade them ply sword upon all who remained of the folk of Lurenstoa. So they fell on them and left none whom they knew for a man of metal, but they slew him, sparing only the proletarians and the refuse of the people. These they drove away and they returned each to his folk, whilst the king secluded himself with his pleasures and surrendered his soul to its lusts, working tyranny, oppression and violence, till he outraced all the men of evil who had forerun him. FN number 166. Now this king's dominion was a mine of gold and silver and jacinths and jewels, and the neighbouring rulers, one and all, envied him this empire and looked for calamity to betide him. Moreover, one of them, the king of Outerhind, said in himself, I have gotten my desire of wresting the realm from the hand of yonder silly lad, by reason of that which hath betided of his slaughter of the chiefs of his state and of all men of valour and mettle that were in his country. This is my occasion to snatch away that which is in his hand, seeing he is young in years and hath no knowledge of war nor judgment thereto, nor is there any left to counsel him aright or succour him. Wherefore this very day will I open on him the door of mischief by writing him a writ wherein I will flight him and reproach him with that which he hath done, and see what he will reply. So he indited him a letter to the following effect: in the name of Allah the compassionating, but compassionate. And after I have heard tell of that which thou hast done with thy wazirs and ulama and men of valiancy, and that whereinto thou hast cast thyself of calamity, so that there is neither power nor strength left in thee to repel whoso shall assail thee, more by token that thou transgressest and orderest thyself tyrannously and profligately, now Allah hath assuredly given me the conquering of thee and the mastery over thee, and into my hand hath delivered thee. Wherefore do thou give ear to my word and obey the commandment of me, and build me an impregnable castle amidal most the sea. And thou cannot do this, depart thy realm, and with thy life go flee, for I will send unto thee, from the farthest ends of the hind, 12 hordes FN number 167, of horse, each 12,000 fighting men strong, who shall enter thy land and spoil thy goods and slay thy men and carry thy women into captivity. Moreover, I will make my wazir, Badi, a captain over them, and bid him lay straight siege to thy capital till the master he be. And I have bidden the bearer of this letter that he tarry with thee but days 3, so, and thou do my demand, thou shalt be saved, else will I send that which I have said unto thee. Then he sealed the scroll and gave it to a messenger, who journeyed with it till he came to the capital of Word Khan and delivered it to him. When the king read it, his strength failed him, his breast waxed strait, and he made sure of destruction, having none to whom he might resort for aid or advice. Presently he rose and went into his favourite wife, who, seeing him changed of colour, said to him, What mattereth thee, O king? Quoth he, This day I am no king but slave to the king. And he opened the letter and read it to her, whereupon she fell to weeping and wailing and rending her raiment. Then he asked her, Hast thou aught of rede or resource in this grievous strait? But she answered, Women have no resource in time of war, nor have women any strength or aught of counsel. 'Tis men alone who in like of this affair have force and discourse and resource. When the king heard her words, there befell him the utmost regret and repentance and remorse for that he had transgressed against his wazirs and officers and lords of his land, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 924th night, she continued, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when King Word Khan heard the words of his favourite wife, there befell him the utmost regret and repentance for having transgressed against and slain his wazirs and the chiefs of his state, and he would that he had died ere there came to him the like of these shameful tidings. Then he said to his women, Verily, there hath betided me from you that which befell the franklin and the tortoises. Asked they, What was that? And he answered, Men tell this tale of the franklin and the tortoises. It is said that sundry tortoises dwelt once in a certain island abounding in trees and fruiterers and rills, and it fortuned, one day, that a franklin, passing over the island, was overcome with a fiery heat and fatigue, and being in grievous suffering stayed his flight therein. Presently, looking about for a cool place, he espied the resort of the tortoises and alighted down near the home. Now they were then abroad foraging for food, and when they returned from their feeding places to their dwelling, they found the franklin there. His beauty pleased them, and Allah made him lovely in their eyes, so that they exclaimed Subhanallah, extolling their Creator, and loved the franklin with exceeding love and rejoiced in him, saying one to other, Fosh, this is of the goodliest of the birds, and all began to caress him and entreat him with kindness. When he saw that they looked on him with eyes of affection, he inclined to them and companioned with them and took up his abode with them, flying away in the morning with he would and returning at eventide to pass the night by side of them. On this wise he continued a long while until the tortoises, seeing that his daily absence from them desolated them, and finding that they never saw him save by night, for at dawn he still took flight in haste, and they knew not what came of him, for all that their love grew to him, said each to other, "Indeed, we love this Franklin, and he has become our true friend, and we cannot bear parting from him. So how shall we devise some device tending to make him abide with us always? For he fleeth away at dawn, and is absent from us all day, and we see him not save by night." Quoth one of them, "Be easy, O my sisters, I will bring him not to leave us for the turn of an eye." And quoth the rest, saying, "An thou do this, we will all be thy thralls." So, when the Franklin came back from his feeding place and sat down amongst them, that wily tortoise drew near unto him and called down blessings on him, giving him joy of his safe return, and saying, "O my lord, know that Allah hath vouchsafed thee our love, and hath in like manner set in thy heart the love of us, whereby thou art become to us a familiar friend and a comrade in this desert. Now the goodliest of times for those who love one another is when they are united, and the sorest of calamities for them are absence and severance. That thou departest from us at peep of a day, and returnest not to us till sundown, wherefore the betideth us extreme desolation. Indeed this is exceeding grievous to us, and we abide in sore longing for such a reason." The Franklin replied, "Indeed, I love you also, and yearn for you yet more than you can yearn for me. Nor is it easy for me to leave you, but my hand hath no help for this, seeing that I am a fowl with wings, and may not roam with you always, because that is not of my nature. For a bird, being a winged creature, may not remain still, save it be for the sake of sleep o' nights, but, as soon as it is day, he fleeth away and seeketh his morning meal in what place soever pleaseth him." Answered the tortoise, "Sooth thou speakest. Nevertheless he who hath wings hath no repose at most seasons, for that the good he getteth is not a fourth part of what ill betideth him, and the hindmost aims of the creature are repose and ease of life. Now Allah hath bred between us and thee love and fellowship, and we fear for thee, lest some of thine enemies catch thee and thou perish, and we be denied the sight of thy countenance." Rejoined the Franklin, "True. But what rede hast thou or resource for my case?" Quoth the tortoise, "My advice is that thou pluck out thy wing feathers, wherewith thou speedest thy flight, and tarry with us in tranquillity, eating of our meat and drinking of our drink in this pasturage, that aboundeth in trees rife with fruits yellow ripe, and we will sojourn, we and thou, in this fruitful stead, and enjoy the company of one another." The Franklin inclined to her speech, seeking ease for himself, and plucked out his wing feathers, one by one, in accordance with a rede approved of by the tortoise. Then he took up his abode with them, and contented himself with the little ease and transient pleasure he enjoyed. Presently up came a weasel FN number 168, and glancing at the Franklin, saw that his wings were plucked, so that he could not fly, whereat he rejoiced with joy exceeding, and said to himself, "Verily yonder Franklin is fat of flesh and scant of feather." So he went up to him and seized him, whereupon the Franklin called out to the tortoises for help, but when they saw the weasel rend him, they drew apart from him and huddled together, choked with weeping for him, for they witnessed how the beast tortured him. Quoth the Franklin, "Is there aught with you but weeping?" And quoth they, "O our brother, I have neither force nor resource nor any course against a weasel." At this the Franklin was grieved, and cutting off all his hopes of life said to them, "The fault is not yours, but mine own fault, in that I hearkened to you and plucked out my wing feathers wherewith I used to fly. Indeed I deserve destruction for having obeyed you, and I blame you not in aught. On like wise," continued the king, "I do not blame you, O women, but I blame and reproach myself for that I remembered not that ye were the cause of the transgression of our father Adam, by reason whereof he was cast out from the Garden of Eden, and for that I forgot ye are the root of all evil, and hearkened to you, in mine ignorance, lack of sense and weakness of judgment, and slew my wazirs and the governors of my state, who were my loyal advisers in all mine actions, and my glory and my strength against whatsoever troubled me. But at this time find I not one to replace them, nor see I any who shall stand me in their stead, and I fall into utter perdition. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 925th night, she pursued, it hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the king blamed himself, saying, 'Twas I that hearkened to you in mine ignorance, and slew my wazirs, so that now I find none to stand in their stead, and unless solace I can be with one of the sound judgment, who shall guide me to that wherein is my deliverance, I am fallen into utter perdition. Then he arose and withdrew into his bedchamber, bemoaning his wazirs and wise men, and saying, Would heaven those lions were with me at this time, though but for an hour, so I might excuse myself unto them, and look on them, and bemoan to them my case, and the travail that hath betided me after them. And he abode all his day sunken in the sea of cark, and care neither eating nor drinking. But as soon as the night fell dark, he arose, and changing his raiment, donned old clothes, and disguised himself, and went forth at a venture to walk about the city, so haply he might hear from many some word of comfort. As he wandered about the main streets, behold, he chanced upon two boys who had sought a retired seat by a wall, and he observed that they were equal in age, or about 12 years old. As they talked together, he drew near them, whereas he might hear and apprehend what they said, unseen of them, and heard one say to the other, Listen, O my brother, to what my sire told me yesternight of the calamity which hath betided him, and the withering of his crops before their time, by reason of the rarity of rain, and the sore sorrow that is fallen on this city. Quoth the other, Wottest thou not the cause of this affliction? And quoth the first, No. And, if thou can it, pray tell it me. Rejoined the other, Yes. I wot it, and will tell it thee. Know that I have heard from one of my father's friends that our king slew his wazirs and grandees, not for aught of offence done of them, but only by reason of his love for women and inclination to them, for that his ministers forbade him from this, but he would not be forbidden, and commanded to do them die in obedience to his wives. Thus he slew Shimas my sire, who was his wazir, and the wazir of his father before him, and the chief of his council. But right soon thou shalt see how Allah will do with him by reason of his sins against them, and how he shall avenge them of him. The other boy asked, What can Allah do now that they are dead? And his fellow answered, Know that the king of Outer Hind FN number 169, maketh light of our monarch, and hath sent him a letter berating him, and saying to him, Build me a castle amiddlemost the sea, or I will send unto thee Badia my wazir, with 12 hordes of horse, each 12,000 strong, to seize upon thy kingdom, and slay thy men, and carry thee and thy women into captivity. And he hath given him 3 days' time to answer after the receipt of that missive. Now thou must know, O my brother, that this king of Outer Hind is a masterful tyrant, a man of might and prowess in fight, and in his realm are much people. So unless a king made shift to fend him off from himself, he will fall into perdition, whilst the king of Hind, after slaying our sovereign, will seize on our possessions and massacre our men and make prize of our women. When the king heard this their talk, his agitation increased, and he inclined to the boys, saying, Surely, this boy is a wizard, in that he is acquainted with this thing without learning it from me. For the letter is in my keeping, and the secret also, and none hath knowledge of such matter but myself. How then knoweth this boy of it? I will resort to him and talk with him, and I pray Allah that our deliverance may be at his hand. Hereupon the king approached the boy softly, and said to him, O thou dear boy, what is this thou sayest of our king, that he did ill of the evilest in slaying his wazirs and the chiefs of his state? Indeed, he sinned against himself and his subjects, and thou art right in that which thou sayest. But tell me, O my son, whence knowest thou that the king of Outer Hind hath written him a letter, berating him and bespeaking him with the grievous speech whereof thou tellest? The boy replied, O brother, I know this from the Sand FN number 170, wherewith I take compt of night and day, and from the saying of the ancients, no mystery from Allah is hidden, for the sons of Adam have in them a spiritual virtue which discovereth to them the darkest secrets. Answered Word Khan, true, O my son, but whence learnedest thou geomancy, and thou young of years? Quoth the boy, my father taught it me. And quoth the king, is thy father alive or dead? He is dead, replied the boy. Then Word Khan asked, is there any resource or device for our king, whereby to ward off from himself and his kingdom this sore calamity? And the boy answered, saying, it befitteth not that I speak with thee of this, but, and the king send for me and ask me how he shall do to baffle his foe and get free of his snares, I will acquaint him with that wherein, by the power of Allah Almighty, shall be his salvation. Rejoined Word Khan, but who shall tell the king of this, that he may send for thee and invite thee to him? The boy retorted, I hear that he seeketh men of experience and good counsel, so I will go up with them to him and tell him that wherein shall be his welfare and the warding off of this affliction from him. But, and he neglect the pressing matter and busy himself with his loveless among his women, and I go to him of my own accord, designing to acquaint him with the means of deliverance, he will assuredly give orders to slay me, even as he slew those his wazirs, and my courtesy to him will be the cause of my destruction. Wherefore the folk will think slightly of me and belittle my wit, and I shall be of those of whom it is said, he whose science excelleth his sense perisheth by his ignorance. When the king heard the boy's words, he was assured of his sagacity, and the excellence of his merit was manifest, and he was certified that deliverance would betide him and his subjects at the boy's hands. So presently he resumed the colloquy and asked him, whence art thou and where is thy home? And the boy answered, this is the wall of our house. The king took note of the place, and farewelling the boy, returned to his palace in high spirits. He changed his clothes and called for meat and wine, forbidding his women from him, and he ate and drank and returned thanks to Allah the Most High, and besought him of succor and deliverance, and he craved his pardon and forgiveness for that which he had done with his wazirs and ulama, and turned to him with sincere repentance, imposing on himself many a prayer and long fasting, by way of discipline vow. On the morrow, he called one of his confidential eunuchs, and, describing to him the boy's home, bade him repair thither and bring him to his presence with all gentleness. Accordingly the slave sought out the boy and said to him, the king summoneth thee, that good may betide thee from him, and that he may ask thee a question, then shalt thou return safe and sound to thy dwelling. Asked the boy, what is the king's need of me that he biddeth me to him on this wise? And the eunuch answered, my lord's occasion with thee is question and answer, 1,000 times hearkening and 1,000 times obeying the commandment of the king. Replied the boy, and accompanied the slave to the palace. When he came into the presence, he prostrated himself before Allah, and after salaming, called down blessings on the king, who returned his salutation and bade him be seated. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 926th night, she resumed, it hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the boy appeared before the king and saluted him with the salam, Word Khan returned his salutation and bade him be seated. So he sat down, and the king asked him, knowest thou who talked with thee yesternight? Answered the boy, yes. And the king said, and where is he? 'Tis he who speaketh with me at this present, said the boy. Rejoined the king, thou say'st sooth, O friend, and bade set him a chair beside his own, whereon he made him sit and called for meat and drink. Then they talked a while, and the king said, Ho, thou the wazir, FN number 171, in our talk yesternight thou toldest me that thou hadst a device whereby thou couldst defend us from the malice of the king of Hind. What is this contrivance, and how shall we maneuver thee to ward off his mischief from us? Tell me, that I may make thee chief of those who speak with me in the realm, and choose thee to be my grand wazir, and according to thy judgment in all thou counsellest me, and assign thee a splendid honorarium. Answered the boy, O king, thy honorarium to thyself, and seek counsel and policy of thy women, who directed thee to slay my father Shimas and the rest of the Wazirs. When the king heard this, he was ashamed and sighed and said, O thou dear boy, was Shimas indeed thy sire? The boy replied, Shimas was indeed my sire, and I am in truth his son. Whereupon the king bowed his head, whilst the tears ran from his eyes, and he craved pardon of Allah. Then said he, O boy, indeed I did this of my ignorance and by the evil counsel of the women, for great indeed is their malice. FN number 172. But I beseech thee to forgive me, and I will set thee in thy father's stead, and make thy rank higher than his rank. Moreover, and thou do away from us this retribution sent down from heaven, I will deck thy neck with a collar of gold, and mount thee on the goodliest of steeds, and bid the crier make proclamation before thee, saying, This is the leaf. FN number 173. Boy, there was ye who sitteth in the second seat after the king. And touching what thou sayest of the women, I have it in mind to do vengeance on them at such time as Almighty Allah shall will it. But tell me now what thou hast with thee of counsel and contrivance, that my heart may be content. Quoth the boy, Swear to me an oath that thou wilt not gainsay me in whatso I shall say to thee, and that I from that which I fear shall be safe. And quoth the king, This is the covenant of Allah between me and thee, that I will not go from thy word, and that thou shalt be my chief counsellor, and whatsoever thou biddest me, that will I do, and the Almighty Lord is witness betwixt us twain whatso I say. Therewith the boy's breast waxed broad, and the field of speech was opened to him wide, and he said, O king, my rede to thee is that thou await the expiration of the delay appointed to thee for answering the courier of the king of Hind. And when he cometh before thee seeking the reply, do thou put him off to another day. With this he will excuse himself to thee, on the ground of his master having appointed him certain fixed days, and importune for an answer. But do thou rebut him and defer him to another day, without specifying what day it be. Then will he go forth from thee anangered, and betake himself into the midst of the city, and speak openly among the folk, saying, O people of the city, I am a courier of the king of Hind, who is a monarch of great puissance and of determination such as softeneth iron. He sent me with a letter to the king of this city appointing to me certain days, saying, And thou be not with me by the time appointed, my vengeance shall fall on thee. Now, behold, I went into the king of this city and gave him the missive, which when he had read, he sought of me a delay of 3 days. After which he would return me an answer to the letter, and I agreed to this of courtesy and consideration for him. When the 3 days were past, I went to seek the reply of him, but he delayed me to another day, and now I have no patience to wait longer, so I am about to return to my lord, the king of Hind, and acquaint him with that which hath befallen me, and ye, O folk, are witnesses between me and him. All this will be reported to thee, and do thou send for him, and speak him gently, and say to him, O thou who seekest thine own ruin, what hath moved thee to blame us among our subjects? Verily, thou deservest present death at our hands, but the ancients say, Clemency is of the attributes of nobility. Know that our delay in answering arose not from helplessness on our part, but from our much businesses and lack of leisure to look into thine affair and write a reply to thy king. Then call for the scroll and read it again, and laugh loud and long, and say to the courier, Hast thou a letter other than this? If so, we will write thee an answer to that also. He will say, I have none other than this letter, but do thou repeat thy question to him a second time and a third time, and he will reply, I have none other at all. Then say to him, Verily, this thy king is utterly witless, in that he writeth us the like of this writ, seeking to arouse a wrath against him, so that we shall go forth to him with our forces and domineer over his dominions and capture his kingdom. But we will not punish him this time for his unmannerly manners as shown in this letter, because he is wanting in wit and feeble of foresight, and it beseemeth our dignity that we first warn him not to repeat the like of these childish extravagances, and if he risk his life by returning to the like of this, he will deserve speedy destruction. Indeed, methinks this king of thine who sent thee on such errand must be an ignorant fool, taking no thought to this issue of things and having no wazir of sense and good counsel, with whom he may advise. Were he a man of mind, he had taken counsel with our wazir, ere sending us the like of this laughable letter. But he shall have a reply similar to his script and surpassing it, for I will give it to one of the boys of the school to answer. Then send for me, and, when I come to the presence, bid me read the letter and reply thereto. When the king heard the boy's speech, his breast broadened, and he approved his proposal, and his device delighted him. So he conferred gifts upon him, and installing him in his father's office, sent him away rejoicing. And as soon as expired the 3 days of delay which he had appointed, the courier presented himself, and going into the king, demanded the answer, but he put him off to another day, whereupon he went to the end of the carpet room FN number 174, and spake with unseemly speech, even as the boy had foresaid. Then he betook himself to the bazaar and cried, Ho, people of this city, I am a courier of the king of Outerhind, and came with a message to your monarch, who still putteth me off from a reply. Now the term is past which my master limited to me, and your king hath no excuse, and ye are witnesses unto this. When these words reached the king, he sent for that courier and said to him, O thou that seeketh thine own ruin, art thou not the bearer of a letter from king to king, between whom are secrets? And how cometh it that thou goest forth among the folk and publishest king's secrets to the vulgar? Verily, thou meritest retribution from us, but this we will forbear, for the sake of returning an answer by thee to this fool of a king of thine, and it befitteth not that any return to him reply but the least of the boys of the school. Then he sent for the wazir's son, who came and prostrating himself before Allah, offered up prayers for the king's lasting glory and long life, whereupon Word Khan threw him the letter, saying, Read that letter and write me an acknowledgment thereof in haste. The boy took the letter and read it, smiled, then he laughed aloud and asked the king, Didst thou send for me to answer this letter? Yes, answered Word Khan, and the boy said, O king, methought thou hadst sent for me on some grave occasion. Indeed, a lesser than I had answered this letter, but 'tis thine to command, O puissant potentate. Quoth the king, Write the reply forthright, on account of the courier, for that he is appointed a term and we have delayed him another day. Quoth the boy, with the readiest hearkening and obedience, and pulling out paper and inkcase FN number 175. Wrote as follows: And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 927th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the boy took the letter and read it, he forthright pulled out inkcase and paper and wrote as follows: In the name of Allah the compassionating, the compassionate. Peace be upon him who hath gotten pardon and deliverance and the mercy of the merciful. But after, O thou who pretendest thyself a mighty king and art but a king in word and not in deed, we give thee to know that thy letter hath reached us, and we have read it and have taken note of that which is therein of absurdities and peregrine extravagances, whereby we are certified of thine ignorance and ill will to us. Verily, thou hast put out thy hand to that whereunto thou canst never reach, and, but that we have compassion on Allah's creatures and the lieges, we had not held back from thee. As for thy messenger, he went forth to the market streets and published the news of thy letter to great and small, whereby he merited retaliation from us, but we spared him and remitted his offence, of pity for him, seeing that he is excusable with thee and not for aught of respect to thyself. As for that whereof thou makest mention in thy letter of the slaying of my wazirs and ulama and grandees, this is the truth, and this I did for a reason that arose with me, and I slew not one man of learning, but there are with me 1,000 of his kind, wiser than he and cleverer and wittier, nor is there with me a child but is filled with knowledge, and I have, in the stead of each of the slain, of those who surpass in his kind, what is beyond count. Each man of my troops also can cope with an horde of thine, whilst, as for monies, I have a manufactory that maketh every day 1,000 pounds of silver, besides gold, and precious stones are with me as pebbles. And as for the people of my possessions, I cannot set forth to thee their goodliness and abundance of means. How darest thou, therefore, presume upon us, and say to us, Build me a castle amidal most the main? Verily, this is a marvellous thing, and doubtless it ariseth from the slightness of thy wit, for hast thou aught of sense, thou hadst inquired of the beatings of the billows and the waftings of the winds. But wall it off from the waves and the surges of the sea, and still the winds, and we will build thee the castle. Now as for thy pretension that thou wilt vanquish me, Allah forfend that such thing should befall, and the like of thee should lord it over us and conquer our realm. Nay, the Almighty hath given me the victory over thee, for that thou hast transgressed against me and rebelled without due cause. Know, therefore, that thou hast merited retribution from the Lord and from me, but I fear Allah in respect of thee and thy subjects. FN number 176, and will not take horse against thee except after warning. Wherefore, and thou also fear Allah, hasten to send me this year's tribute, else will I not turn from my design to ride forth against thee with 1,000,000. FN number 177, and 100,000 fighting men, all furious giants on elephants, and I will range them round about my wazir and bid him besiege thee 3 years, in lieu of the 3 days delay thou appointedst to thy messenger, and I will make myself master of thy dominion, except that I will slay none save thyself alone, and take captive therefrom none but thy harem. Then the boy drew his own portrait in the margin of the letter and wrote thereunder the words, This answer was written by the least of the boys of the school. After this he sealed it and handed it to the king, who gave it to the courier, and the man, after taking it and kissing the king's hands, went forth from him thanking Allah and the sovereign for his royal clemency to him, and marvelling at the boy's intelligence. He arrived at the court of the king, his master, on the 3rd day after the expiration of the term appointed to him, and found that he had called a meeting of his council, by reason of the failure of the courier to return at the time appointed. So he went into the king, and prostrating himself before him, gave him the letter. The king took it and questioned him of the cause of his tarrying and how it was with King Burton Khan. So he told him all he had seen with his own eyes and heard with his own ears, whereat the king's wit was confounded, and he said, Out on thee! What tale is this thou tellest me of the like of this king? Answered the courier, O mighty monarch, here am I in thy presence. FN number 178. But open the letter and read it, and the truth of my speech will be manifest to thee. So the king opened the letter and read it, and seeing the semblance of the boy who had written it, made sure of the loss of his kingdom, and was perplexed anent the end of his affair. Then, turning to his wazirs and grandees, he acquainted them with what had occurred, and read to them the letter, whereat they were affrighted with the sorest of fright, and sought to soothe the king's terror with words that were only from the tongue, whilst their hearts were torn piecemeal with palpitations of alarm. But Badir, the chief wazir, presently said, Know, O king, that there is no profit in that which my brother wazirs have proffered, and it is my rede that thou write this king a written excuse thyself to him therein, saying, I love thee and loved thy further before thee, and sent thee not this letter by the courier except only to prove thee and try thy constancy, and see what was in thee of valiancy and thy proficiency in matters of practic and theoric and skill in enigmas, and that wherewith thou art endowed of all perfections. So we pray Almighty Allah to bless thee in thy kingdom and strengthen the defences of thy capital and add to thy dominion, since thou art mindful of thyself and managest to accomplish every need of thy subjects. And send it to him by another courier. Exclaimed the king, By Allah of all might! 'Tis a marvel of marvels that this man should be a mighty king and ready for war, after his slaughter of all the wise men of his kingdom and his councillors and the captains of his host, and that his realm should be populous and prosper after this, and there should issue therefrom this prodigious power. But the marvellousest of all is that the little ones of its schools should return the like of this answer for its king. Verily, of the vileness of my greed I have kindled this fire upon myself and lieges, and I know not how I shall quench it, save by taking the advice of this my wise ear. Accordingly he get ready a costly present, with eunuchs and slaves manifold, and wrote the following reply, in the name of Allah the compassionating, but compassionate. To proceed, O glorious King Word Khan, son of my dear brother, Jalad, may the Lord have mercy on thee and continue thee. Thine answer to our letter hath reached us, and we have read it and apprehended its contents, and see therein that which gladdeneth us, and this is the utmost of that which we sought of Allah for thee. So we beseech him to exalt thy dignity and stablish the pillars of thy state, and give thee the victory over thy foes and those who purpose thee forwardness. Know, O King, that thy father was my brother, and that there were between us in his lifetime pacts and covenants, and never saw he from me aught save weal, nor ever saw I from him other than good. And when he deceased, and thou tookest seat upon the throne of his kingship, the bitter did us the utmost joy and gladness. But, when the news reached us of that which thou didst with thy wazirs and the notables of thy state, we feared lest the report of thee should come to the ears of some king other than ourselves, and he should presume against thee, for that we deemed thee negligent of thine affairs and of the maintenance of thy defences, and neglectful of the interests of thy kingdom. So we let write unto thee what should rouse thy spirit. But, when we saw that thou returnedest us the like of this reply, our heart was set at ease for thee. May Allah give thee enjoyment FN number 179, of thy kingdom, and stablish thee in thy dignity. And so peace be with thee. Then he dispatched the letter and the presents to Word Khan with an escort of 100 horse, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 928th night, she continued, it hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the monarch of Outerhind, after making ready his presents, dispatched them to King Wud Khan with an escort of 100 horse, who fared on till they came to his court, and saluting him, presented letter and gifts. The king read the writ and lodged the leader of the escort in a befitting place, entreating him with honour and accepting the presents he presented. So the news of this was bruited abroad among the folk, and the king rejoiced therein with joy exceeding. Then he sent for the boy, the son of Shimas, and the captain of the 100 horse, and, entreating the young wazir with honour, gave him the letter to read, whilst he himself blamed the king's conduct to the captain, who kissed his hands and made his excuses to him, offering up prayers for the continuance of his life and the permanence of his prosperity. The king thanked him for this, and bestowed upon him honours and largesse, and gave to all his men what befitted them, and made ready presents to send by them, and bade the boy wazir indite an answer to the king's letter. So the boy wrote a reply, wherein, after an address FN number 180, beautiful exceedingly, he touched briefly on the question of reconciliation, and praised the good breeding of the envoy and of his mounted men, and showed it when duly finished, to the king, who said to him, read it, O thou dear boy, that we may know what is written FN number 181, therein. So the boy read the letter in the presence of the 100 horse, and the king and all present marvelled at its ordinance of style and sense. Then the king sealed the letter, and delivering it to the captain of the 100 horse, dismissed him with some of his own troops, to escort him as far as the frontier of his country. The captain returned, confounded in mind at that which he had seen of the boy's knowledge, and thanking Allah for the speedy accomplishment of his errand and the acceptance of peace, to the king of Outerhind. Then, going into the presence, he delivered the presents and handed to him the letter, telling him what he had seen and heard. Whereat the king rejoiced with joy exceeding, and rendered lauds to his lord the most high, and honoured the captain, commending his care and zeal, and advancing him in rank. and from that hour he woned in peace and tranquility and all happiness. As for King Word Khan, he returned to the paths of righteousness, abandoning his evil ways and repenting to Allah with sincere penitence, and he gave up womanizing altogether and applied himself wholly to the ordering of the affairs of his realm and the governance of his people in the fear of Allah. Furthermore, he made the son of Shimas wazir in his father's stead, and the chief after himself in his realm and keeper of his secrets, and bade decorate his capital for 7 days and likewise the other cities of his kingdom. At this the subjects rejoiced and fear and alarm ceased from them, and they were glad in the prospect of justice and equity and instant in prayer for the king and for the minister who from him and them had done away this trouble. Then said the king to the wazir, "What is thy rede for the assuring of the state and the prospering of the people and the return of the realm to its aforetime state as regards captains and counsellors?" Answered the boy, "O king of high estate, in my judgment it behoveth before all, that thou begin by rending out from thy heart the root of wickedness and leave thy debauchery and tyranny and addiction to women, for, and thou return to the root of transgression, the second backsliding will be worse than the first." The king asked, "And what is the root of sinfulness that it behoveth me to root out from my heart?" And was answered by the wazir, "Little of years but great of wit. O king, the root of wickedness is subjection to the desire of women and inclining to them and following their counsel and contrivance, for the love of them changeth the soundest wit and corrupteth the most upright nature, and manifest proofs bear witness to my saying, wherein and thou meditate them and follow their actions and consequences with eyes intent, thou wilt find a loyal counsellor against thy own soul and wilt stand in no need whatever of my rede. Look, then, thou occupy not thy heart with the thought of womankind, and do away the trace of them from thy mind, for that Allah the Most High hath forbidden excessive use of them by the mouth of his prophet Moses, so that quoth a certain wise king to his son, O my son, when thou succeedest to the kingdom after me, frequent not women overmuch, lest thy heart be led astray and thy judgment be corrupted, for that overmuch commerce with them leadeth to love of them, and love of them to corruption of judgment. And the proof of this is what befell our Lord Solomon, son of David, peace be upon the twain of them, whom Allah specially endowed with knowledge and wisdom and supreme dominion, nor vouchsafed he to any one of the kings his predecessors the like of that which he gave him, and women were the cause of his father's offending. The examples of this are many, O king, and I do but make mention of Solomon to thee for that thou knowest that to none was given such dominion as that with which he was invested, so that all the kings of the earth obeyed him. Know then, O king, that the love of women is the root of all evil, and none of them hath any judgment, wherefore it behoveth a man use them according to his need, and not incline to them with utter inclination, for that will cast him into corruption and perdition. And thou hearken to my words, all thine affairs will prosper, but, an thou neglect them thou wilt repent, whereas repentance will not profit thee. Answered the king, Verily, I have left my will own inclination to women. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 929th night, she pursued, It hath reached me, O mighty monarch, that King Word Khan said to his wazir, Indeed, I have left my will own inclination to women and have altogether renounced my infatuation for them, but how shall I do to punish them in retaliation of their misdeeds? For the slaying of thy sire Shimas was of their malice and not of my own will, and I know not what ailed my reason that I consented with their proposal to slay him. Then he cried, Ah me! And groaned and lamented, saying, Well away, alas for the loss of my wazir and his just judgment and admirable administration, and for the loss of his like of the wazirs and heads of the state, and of the goodliness of their apt counsels and sagacious. O king, quoth the boy minister, know that the fault is not with women alone, for that they are like unto a pleasing stock in trade, whereto the lusts of the look is on incline. To whosoever lusteth and biff, they sell it, but whoso biff not, none forceth him to buy, so that the fault is of him who biff, especially if he know the harmfulness of that merchandise. Now, I warn thee, as did my sire before me, but thou acceptedst not to his counsel. Answered the king, O Wazir, indeed I have fixed this fault upon myself, even as thou hast said, and I have no excuse except divine foreordainment. Rejoined the Wazir, O king, know that Almighty Allah hath created us and endowed us with capability and appointed to us free will and choice, so, if we will, we do, and if we will, we do not. The Lord commanded us not to do harm, lest sin attach to us, wherefore it befitteth us to take compt of whatso is right to do, for that the Almighty biddeth us naught but good in all cases and forbiddeth us only from evil, but what we do of our own design, be it fair or faulty. Quoth the king, thou sayest sooth, and indeed my fault arose from my surrendering myself to my lusts, albeit often and often my better self warned me from this, and thy sire Shimas also warned me often and often, but my lust overcame my wits. Hast thou, then, with thee aught that may withhold me from again committing this error, and whereby my reason may be victorious over the desires of my soul? Quoth the Wazir, yes, I can tell thee what will restrain thee from relapsing into this fault, and it is that thou doff the garment of ignorance and don that of understanding, and disobey thy passions and obey thy lord and revert to the policy of the just king thy sire, and fulfill thy duties to Allah the Most High and to thy people, and apply thyself to the defense of thy faith and the promotion of thy subjects' welfare, and rule thyself aright, and forbear the slaughter of thy people, and look to the end of things, and sever thyself from tyranny and oppression and arrogance and lewdness, and practice justice, equity and humility, and bow before the bidding of the Almighty, and apply thyself to gentle dealing with those of his creatures over whom he set thee, and be assiduous as it besitteth thee in fulfilling their prayers unto thee. And thou be constant herein, may thy days be serene, and may Allah of his mercy pardon thee, and make thee loved and feared of all who look on thee, so shall thy foes be brought to naught. For the Omnipotent shall rout their hosts, and thou shalt have acceptance with him, and of his creatures be dreaded unto them endeared. Quoth the king, indeed thou hast quickened my vitals and illumined my heart with thy sweet speech, and hast opened the eyes of my clear seeing after blindness, and I am resolved to do whatso thou hast set forth to me, with the help of the Almighty, leaving my former case of lust and sinfulness, and bringing forth my soul from durance vile to deliverance, and from fear to safety. So it behoveth thee to be joyful hereat and contented, for that I am become to thee as a son, maugre my more of age, and thou to me as a dear father, despite thy tenderness of years, and it hath become incumbent on me to do mine utmost endeavour in all thou commandest me. Wherefore I thank the bounty of Allah and thy bounty, because he hath vouchsafed me, by thee, fair fortune and goodly guidance and just judgment to ward off my cark and care, and the security of my lieges hath been brought about by thy hand, through the excellence of thy knowledge and the goodliness of thy contrivance. And thou, from this hour, shalt be the counsellor of my kingdom and equal to myself in all but sitting upon the throne. And whatso thou dost shall be law to me, and none shall disobey thy word, young in years though thou be, for that thou art old in wit and knowledge. So I thank Allah who deigned grant thee to me, that thou mayst guide me into the way of salvation and out of the crooked paths of perdition. Quoth the Wazir, O auspicious king, know that no merit is due to me for giving thee loyal counsel, for that to succour thee by deed and word is one of the things which is incumbent on me, seeing that I am but a plant of thy bounty, and not I alone, but one before me was overwhelmed with thy beneficence, so that we are both alike partakers in thy honours and favours, and how shall we not acknowledge this? Moreover thou, O king, art our shepherd and ruler, and he who wardeth off from us our foes, and to whom are committed our protection, and our guardian, constant in endeavour for our safety. Indeed, though we lavished our lives in thy service, yet should we not fulfill that which is incumbent on us of gratitude to thee, but we supplicate Allah Almighty, who hath set thee over us and made thee a ruler, and beseech him vouchsafe thee long life and success in all thine enterprises, and not to make trial of thee with afflictions in thy time, but bring thee to thy desire, and make thee to be reverenced till the day of thy death, and lengthen thine arms in generosity, so thou mayst have command over every wise man, and subdue every wicked man, and all the wise and brave be found with thee in thy realm, and all the ignorant and cowardly be plucked out from thy reign. And we pray him to withhold from thy people scarcity and calamity, and sow among them the seed of love and friendship, and cause them to enjoy of this world his prosperity, and of the next felicity, of his grace and bounty and hidden mercies. Amen. FN number 182. For he is over all things omnipotent, and there is naught difficult unto him. To him all things tend. When the king heard the wazir's prayer, he was mightily rejoiced, and inclined to him with his whole heart, saying, Know, O wazir, thou art to me in lieu of brother and son and father, and naught but death shall divide me from thee. All that my hand possesseth thou shalt have the disposal of, and, if I have no child to succeed me, thou shalt sit on my throne in my stead, for thou art the worthiest of all the folk of my realm, and I will invest thee with my kingship in the presence of the grandees of my state, and appoint thee my heir apparent to inherit the kingdom after me, Inshallah. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 930th night, she resumed, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that King Burton said to the son of Shimas the whilome wazir, Presently I will name thee my successor, and make thee my heir apparent, and I will call the grandees of mine empire to witness thereto. Then he summoned his secretary, and bade him write to all the lords of his land, convoking them at his court, and caused proclamation to be made in his city to all the townsfolk great and small, bidding every one of the emirs and governors and chamberlains and other officers and dignitaries to his presence, as well as the ulama and literati learned in the law. He held to boot a grand divan and made a banquet, never was its like seen anywhere, and thereto he bade all the folk, high and low. So they assembled and abode in merry-making, eating and drinking a month's space, after which the king clothed the whole of his household and the poor of his kingdom, and bestowed on the men of knowledge abundant largesse. Then he chose out a number of the ulama and wise men who were known to the son of Shimas, and caused them going to him, bidding him choose out of them 6, that he might make them wazirs under commandment of the boy. Accordingly he selected 6 of the oldest of them in years, and the best in wits, and fullest of law, and the quickest of memory and judgment, and presented them to the king, who clad them in wazirial habit, saying, Ye are become my ministers, under the commandment of this my grand wazir, the son of Shimas. Whatsoever he saith to you or biddeth you to do, ye shall never and in no wise depart from it, albeit he is the youngest of you in years, for he is the eldest of you in intellect and intelligence. Then he seated them upon chairs, adorned with gold after the usage of wazirs, and appointed to them stipends and allowances, bidding them choose out such of the notables of the kingdom and officers of the troops present at the banquet as were aptest for the service of the state, that he might make them captains of tens and captains of hundreds and captains of thousands, and appoint to them dignities and stipends, and assign them provision, after the manner of grandees. This they did with entire diligence, and he bade them also handle all who were present with large gifts, and dismissed them each to his country with honor and renown. He also charged his governors to rule the people with justice, and enjoined them to be tender to the poor as well as to the rich, and bade succor them from the treasury, according to the several degrees. So their wazirs wished him permanence of glory and continuance of life, and he commanded to decorate the city 3 days, in gratitude to Allah Almighty for mercies vouchsafed to him. Such was the case with the king and his wazir, Ibn Shimas, in the ordinance of his kingdom through his emirs and governors, but as regards the favourite women, wives, concubines, and others who, by their malice and perfidy, had brought about the slaughter of the wazirs and had well nigh ruined the realm, as soon as the court was dissolved and all the people had departed, each to his own place, after their affairs had been set in order, The king summoned his boy minister, the son of Shimas, and the other 6 wazirs, and taking them apart privily, said to them, Know, O wazirs, that I have been a wanderer from the right way, drowned in ignorance, opposed to admonition, a breaker of facts and promises, and a gainsayer of good counsellors, and the cause of all this was my being fooled by these women and the wiles whereby they beset me, and the glozing lure of their speech, whereby they seduced me to sin, and my acceptance of this, for that I deemed the words of them true and loyal counsel, by reason of their sweetness and softness, but lo, and behold, they were deadly poison. And now I am certified that they sought but to ruin and destroy me, wherefore they deserve punishment and retribution from me, for justice sake, that I may make them a warning to whoso will be warned. And what say your just judgments anent doing them to die? Answered the boy Wazir, O mighty king, I have already told thee that women are not alone to blame, but that the fault is shared between them and the men who hearken to them. However, they deserve punishment and requital for 2 reasons. Firstly, for the fulfillment of thy word, because thou art the supreme king, and secondly, by reason of their presumption against thee, and their seducing thee, and their meddling with that which concerneth them not, and whereof it befitteth them not even to speak. Wherefore they have right well deserved death, yet let that which hath befallen them suffice them, and do thou henceforth reduce them to servants' estate. But it is thine to command in this and in other than this. Then one of their wazirs seconded the counsel of Ibn Shimas, but another of them prostrated himself before the king, and said to him, Allah prolong the king's life. And thou be indeed resolved to do with them that which shall cause their death, do with them as I shall say to thee. Asked Word Khan, and what is that? And their wazir answered, 'Twere best that thou bid some of thy female slaves carry the women who played thee false to the apartment, wherein befell the slaughter of thy wazirs and wise men, and imprison them there, and bid that they be provided with a little meat and drink, enough to keep life in their bodies. Let them never be suffered to go forth of that place, and whenever one of them dies, let her abide among them, as she is, till they die all, even to the last of them. This is the least of their desert, because they were the cause of this great avail, and the origin of all the troubles and calamities that have befallen in our time. So shall there be verified in them the saying of the sayer, Whoso diggeth his brother a pit shall surely himself fall into it, albeit of long safety he have benefit. The king accepted the wazir's counsel, and sending for 4 stalwart female slaves, committed the offending women to them, bidding them bear them into the place of slaughter and imprison them there, and allow them every day a little coarse food and a little troubled water. They did with them as he bade, wherefore the women mourned with sore mourning, repenting them of that which they had done, and lamenting with grievous lamentation. Thus Allah gave them the reward of abjection in this world, and prepared for them torment in the world to come, nor did they cease to abide in that murky and noisome place, whilst every day one or other of them died, till they all perished, even to the last of them. FN number 183, and the report of this event was bruited abroad in all lands and countries. This is the end of the story of the king and his wazirs and subjects, and praise be to Allah who causeth peoples to pass away, and quickeneth the bones that rot in decay. Him who alone is worthy to be glorified and magnified alway, and hallowed for ever and aye. And amongst the tales they tell is one of Abu Bakr the dyer and Abu Sir the barber. There dwelt once, in Alexandria city, 2 men, of whom one was a dyer, by name Abu Bakr, and the other a barber, Abu Sir. FN number 184, and they were neighbours in the market street, where their shops stood side by side. The dyer was a swindler and a liar, an exceeding wicked wight, as if indeed its head temples were hewn out of a boulder rock, or fashioned of the threshold of a Jewish synagogue, nor was he ashamed of any shameful work wrought amongst the folk. It was his wont, when any brought him cloth for staining, first to require of him payment under pretence of buying dyestuffs therewith. So the customer would give him the wage in advance and went his ways, and the dyer would spend all he received on meat and drink, after which he would sell the cloth itself as soon as ever its owner turned his back, and waste its worth in eating and drinking and what not else, for he ate not but of the daintiest and most delicate viands, nor drank but of the best of that which doth away the wit of man. And when the owner of the cloth came to him, he would say to him, Return to me tomorrow before sunrise, and thou shalt find thy stuff dyed. So the customer would go away, saying to himself, One day is near another day, and return next day at the appointed time, when the dyer would say to him, Come tomorrow. Yesterday I was not at work, for I had with me guests and was occupied with doing what their wants required till they went, but tomorrow before sunrise come and take thy cloth dyed. So he would fare forth and return on the third day, when Abuka would say to him, Indeed yesterday I was excusable, for my wife was brought to bed in the night and all day I was busy with manifold matters, but tomorrow, without fail, come and take thy cloth dyed. When the man came again at the appointed time, he would put him off with some other pretence, it mattered little what, and would swear to him Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 931st night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that every time the owner of an article came to the dyer he would put him off with any pretext FN number 185, and would swear to him, nor would he cease to promise and swear to him, as often as he came, till the customer lost patience and said, How often wilt thou say to me, Tomorrow? Give me my stuff, I will not have it dyed. Whereupon the dyer would make answer, By Allah, O my brother, I am abashed at thee, but I must tell the truth, and may Allah harm all who harm folk in their goods. The other would exclaim, Tell me what hath happened, and Abuka would reply, As for thy stuff I dyed that same on matchless wise and hung it on the drying rope, but was stolen, and I know not who stole it. If the owner of the stuff were of the kindly, he would say, Allah will compensate me, and if he were of the ill-conditioned, he would haunt him with exposure and insult, but would get nothing of him, though he complained of him to the judge. He ceased not doing thus till his report was noised abroad among the folk, and each used to warn other against Abuka, who became a byword amongst them. So they all held aloof from him, and none would be entrapped by him save those who were ignorant of his character. But, for all this, he failed not daily to suffer insult and exposure from Allah's creatures. By reason of this his trade became slack, and he used to go to the shop of his neighbor the barber Abusir and sit there, facing the diary and with his eyes on the door. Whenever he espied anyone who knew him not standing at the diary door, with a piece of stuff in his hand, he would leave the barber's booth and go up to him, saying, What seekest thou, O thou? And the man would reply, Take and dye me this thing. So the dyer would ask, What colour wilt thou have it? For, with all his knavish tricks, his hand was in all manner of dyes, but he was never true to any one, wherefore poverty had gotten the better of him. Then he would take the stuff and say, Give me my wage in advance, and come tomorrow and take the stuff. So the stranger would advance him the money and went his way, whereupon Abuka would carry the cloth to the market street and sell it, and with its price buy meat and vegetables and tobacco FN number 186, and fruit and what not else he needed. But, whenever he saw anyone who had given him stuff to dye standing at the door of his shop, he would not come forth to him or even show himself to him. On this wise he abode years and years, till it fortuned one day that he received cloth to dye from a man of wrath, and sold it and spent the proceeds. The owner came to him every day, but found him not in his shop, for, whenever he espied anyone who had claim against him, he would flee from him into the shop of the barber Abusir. At last, that angry man, finding that he was not to be seen and growing weary of such work, repaired to the Qazi, and bringing one of his sergeants to the shop, nailed up the door, in presence of a number of Muslims, and sealed it, for that he saw therein naught save some broken pans of earthenware to stand him instead of his stuff, after which the sergeant took the key, saying to the neighbours, Tell him to bring back this man's cloth, then come to me FN number 187, and take his shop key, and went his way, he and the man. Then said Abu Sir to Abukar, what ill business is this? FN number 188, whoever bringeth thee aught thou loosest it for him. What hath become of this angry man's stuff? Answered the dyer, O my neighbour, 'twas stolen from me. Prodigus, exclaimed the barber, whenever anyone giveth thee aught, a thief stealeth it from thee. Art thou, then, the meeting place of every rogue upon town? But I doubt me thou list, so tell me the truth. Replied Abukar, O my neighbour, none hath stolen aught from me. Asked Abu Sir, what then dost thou with the people's property? And the dyer answered, whenever anyone giveth me aught to dye, I sell it and spend the price. Quoth Abu Sir, is this permitted thee of Allah? And quoth Abukar, I do this only out of poverty, because business is slack with me and I am poor and have nothing. FN number 189, and he went on to complain to him of the dullness of his trade and his lack of means. Abu Sir in like manner lamented the little profit of his own calling, saying, I am a master of my craft and have not my equal in this city, but no one cometh to me to be polled, because I am pauper, and I loathe this art and mystery, O my brother. Abukar replied, and I also loathe my own graft, by reason of its slackness, but, O my brother, what call is the for abiding in this town? Let us depart from it, I and thou, and solace ourselves in the lands of mankind, carrying in our hands our crafts which are in demand all the world over, so shall we breathe the air and rest from this grievous trouble. And he ceased not to commend travel to Abu Sir, till the barber became wishful to set out, so they agreed upon their route, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 932nd night, she continued, it hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Abukar ceased not his praises of wayfaring to Abu Sir till the barber became wishful to depart, so they agreed upon the route, at which decision Abukar rejoiced and improvised these lines. Leave thy home for abroad and wouldst rise on high, and travel whence benefits fivefold rise, the soothing of sorrow and winning of bread, knowledge, manners and commerce with good men and wise. And they say that in travel are travail and care, and disunion of friends and much hardship that dries, yet a generous youth death is better than life in the house of contempt betwixt haters and spies. When they agreed to travel together, Abukar said to Abu Sir, O my neighbour, we are become brethren and there is no difference between us, so it behoveth us to recite the Fatiha FN number 190, that he of us who gets work shall of his gain feed him who is out of work, and whatever is left, we will lay in a chest, and when we return to Alexandria, we will divide it fairly and equally. So be it, replied Abu Sir, and they repeated the opening chapter of the Quran on this understanding. Then Abu Sir locked up his shop and gave the key to its owner, whilst Abukar left his door locked and sealed and let the key lie with the Qazi sergeant, after which they took their baggage and embarked on the morrow in a galleon FN number 191, upon the salt sea. They set sail the same day and fortune attended them, for, of Abu Sir's great good luck, there was not a barber in the ship, albeit it carried 120 men, besides captain and crew. So, when they loosed the sails, the barber said to the dyer, O my brother, this is the sea and we shall need meat and drink. We have but little provaunt with us and happily the voyage will be long upon us, wherefore methinks I will shoulder my budget and pass among the passengers, and maybe some one will say to me, Come hither, O barber, and shave me, and I will shave him for a scone or a silver bit or a draught of water, so shall we profit by this, I and thou too. There's no harm in that, replied the dyer and laid down his head and slept, whilst the barber took his gear and water tass FN number 192, and throwing over his shoulder a rag, to serve as napkin, because he was poor, passed among the passengers. Quoth one of them, Ho, master, "Come and shave me." So he shaved him, and the man gave him a half-dirham, FN number 193, whereupon quoth Abu Sir, "O my brother, I have no use for this bit. Hast thou given me a scant where more blessed to me in the sea, for I have a shipmate and we are short of provision." So he gave him a loaf and a slice of cheese and filled him the tass with sweet water. The barber carried all this to Abu Bakr and said, "Eat the bread and cheese and drink the water." Accordingly he ate and drank, whilst Abu Sir again took up his shaving gear and, tass in hand and rag on shoulder, went round about the deck among the passengers. One man he shaved for 2 scones and another for a bit of cheese, and he was in demand, because there was no other barber on board. Also he bargained with every one who said to him, "Ho, master, shave me," for 2 loaves and a half-dirham, and they gave him whatever he sought, so that, by sundown, he had collected 30 loaves and 30 silvers with store of cheese and olives and botigos. FN number 194. And besides these he got from the passengers whatever he asked for and was soon in possession of things galore. Amongst the rest he shaved the captain, FN number 195, to whom he complained of his lack of victual for the voyage, and the skipper said to him, "Thou art welcome to bring thy comrade every night and sup with me and have no care for that so long as ye sail with us." Then he returned to the dyer, whom he found asleep. So he roused him, and when Abu Bakr awoke, he saw at his head an abundance of bread and cheese and olive and botigos, and said, "Whence gottest thou all this?" "From the bounty of Allah Almighty," replied Abu Sir. Then Abu Bakr would have fallen to, but the barber said to him, "Eat not of this, O my brother, but leave it to serve us another time. For know that I shaved the captain and complained to him of our lack of victual, whereupon quoth he, Welcome to thee. Bring thy comrade and sup both of ye with me every night." And this night we supped with him for the first time. But Abu Bakr replied, "My head goeth round with seasickness and I cannot rise from my stead, so let me sup off these things and fare thou alone to the captain." Abu Sir replied, "There is no harm in that," and sat looking at the other as he ate, and saw him hew off gods, as the quarryman heweth stone from the hill quarries and gulp them down with the gulp of an elephant which hath not eaten for days, bolting another mouthful ere he had swallowed the previous one and glaring the while at that which was before him with the glowering of a ghoul, blowing and blowing as bloweth the hungry bull over his beans and bruised straw. Presently up came a sailor and said to the barber, "O craftsmaster, the captain biddeth thee come to supper and bring thy comrade." Quoth the barber to the dyer, "Wilt thou come with us?" But quoth he, "I cannot walk." So the barber went by himself and found the captain sitting before a tray whereon were a score or more of dishes, and all the company were awaiting him and his mate. When the captain saw him he asked, "Where is thy friend?" And Abu Sir answered, "O my lord, he is seasick." Said the skipper, "That will do him no harm, his sickness will soon pass off. But do thou carry him his supper and come back, for we tarry for thee." Then he set apart a porringer of kebabs and putting therein some of each dish, till there was enough for 10, gave it to Abu Sir, saying, "Take this to thy chum." He took it and carried it to the dyer, whom he found grinding away with his dog teeth FN number 196, at the food which was before him, as he were a camel, and heaping mouthful on mouthful in his hurry. Quoth Abu Sir, "Did I not say to thee, eat not of this? Indeed the captain is a kindly man. See what he hath sent thee, for that I told him thou wast seasick." "Give it here," cried the dyer. So the barber gave him the platter, and he snatched it from him and fell upon his food, ravening for it and resembling a grinning dog or a raging lion or a rook pouncing on a pigeon or one well nigh dead for hunger who seeing meat falls ravenously to eat. Then Abu Sir left him and going back to the captain, supped and enjoyed himself and drank coffee FN number 197 with him, after which he returned to Abu Bakr and found he had eaten all that was in the porringer and thrown it aside. empty. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 933rd night, she pursued, it hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when Abusir returned to Abukir he saw that he had eaten all that was in the porringer and had thrown it aside empty. So he took it up and gave it to one of the captain's servants, then went back to Abukir and slept till the morning. On the morrow, he continued to shave, and all he got by way of meat and drink he gave to his shipmate, who ate and drank and sat still, raising not save to do what none could do for him, and every night the barber brought him a full porringer from the captain's table. They fared thus 20 days until the galleon cast anchor in the harbour of a city, whereupon they took leave of the skipper and landing, entered the town and hired them a closet in a khan. Abusir furnished it, and buying a cooking pot and a platter and spoons FN number 198, and what else they needed, fetched meat and cooked it, but Abukir fell asleep the moment he entered the caravanserai and awoke not till Abusir aroused him and set a tray of food FN number 199 before him. When he awoke, he ate and saying to Abusir, blame me not, for I am giddy, fell asleep again. Thus he did 40 days, whilst, every day, the barber took his gear in making the round of the city, wrought for that which fell to his lot, FN number 200, and returning, found the dyer asleep and aroused him. The moment he awoke he fell ravenously upon the food, eating as one who cannot have his fill nor be satisfied, after which he went to sleep again. On this wise he passed the 40 days, and whenever the barber said to him, sit up and be comfortable FN number 201, and go forth and take an earing in the city, for 'tis a gay place and a pleasant and hath not its equal among the cities, he would reply, blame me not, for I am giddy. Abusir cared not to hurt his feelings nor give him hard words, but, on the 41st day, he himself fell sick and could not go abroad. So he engaged the porter of the khan to serve them both, and he did the needful for them and brought them meat and drink, whilst Abukir would do nothing but eat and sleep. The man ceased not to wait upon them on this wise for 4 days, at the end of which time the barber's malady redoubled on him, till he lost his senses for stress of sickness, and Abukir, feeling the sharp pangs of hunger, arose and sought in his comrade's clothes, where he found 1,000 silver bits. He took them and, shutting the door of the closet upon Abusir, fared forth without telling any, and the doorkeeper was then at market and thus saw him not go out. Presently Abukir betook himself to the bazaar and clad himself in costly clothes, at a price of 500 half dirhams. Then he proceeded to walk about the streets and divert himself by viewing the city, which he found to be one whose like was not among cities. But he noted that all its citizens were clad in clothes of white and blue, without other colour. Presently he came to a dyer's, and seeing naught but blue in his shop, pulled out to him kerchief and said, O master, take this and dye it and win thy wage. Quoth the dyer, the cost of dyeing this will be 20 dirhams, and quoth Abukir, in our country we dye it for 2. Then go and dye it in your own country. As for me, my price is 20 dirhams, and I will not bate a little thereof. What colour wilt thou dye it? I will dye it blue. But I want it dyed red. I know not how to dye red. Then dye it green. I know not how to dye green. Yellow. Nor yet yellow. Thereupon Abukir went on to name the different tints to him, one after other, till the dyer said, we are here in this city 40 master dyers, not one more nor one less, and when one of us dieth, we teach his son the graft. If he leave no son, we abide lacking one, and if he leave 2 sons, we teach one of them the graft, and if he die, we teach his brother. This our craft is strictly ordered, and we know how to dye but blue and no other tine whatsoever. Then said Abukir, know that I too am a dyer and wot how to dye all colours, and I would have thee take me into thy service on hire, and I will teach thee everything of my art, so thou mayst glory therein over all the company of dyers. But the dyer answered, We never admit a stranger into our graft. Asked Abu Bakr, and what if I open a diary for myself? Whereto the other answered, we will not suffer thee to do that on any wise. Whereupon he left him, and going to a second dyer, made him the like proposal, but he returned him the same answer as the first, and he ceased not to go from one to other, till he had made the round of the whole 40 masters, but they would not accept him either to master or apprentice. Then he repaired to the sheikh of the dyers and told him what had passed, and he said, we admit no strangers into our graft. Hereupon Abu Bakr became exceeding wroth, and going up to the king of that city, made complaint to him, saying, O king of the age, I am a stranger and a dyer by trade. And he told him whatso had passed between himself and the dyers of the town, adding, I can dye various kinds of red, such as rose colour and jujube colour FN number 202, and various kinds of green, such as grass green and pistachio green and olive and parrot swing, and various kinds of black, such as coal black and coal black, and various shades of yellow, such as orange and lemon colour, and went on to name to him the rest of the colours. Then said he, O king of the age, all the dyers in thy city cannot turn out of hand any one of these tincts, for they know not how to dye aught but blue, yet will they not admit me amongst them, either to master or apprentice. Answered the king, thou sayest sooth for the matter, but I will open to thee a diary and give thee capital, and have thou no care anent them, for whoso affrith to do thee let or hindrance, I will hang him over his shop door. Then he sent for builders and said to them, go round about the city with this master dyer, and whatsoever place pleaseth him, be it shop or khan or what not, turn out its occupier and build him a diary after his wish. Whatsoever he biddeth you, that do ye, and oppose him not in aught. And he clad him in a handsome suit and gave him 2 white slaves to serve him, and a horse with housings of brocade and 1,000 dinars, saying, expend this upon thyself against the building be completed. Accordingly Abu Bakr donned the dress, and mounting the horse, became as he were an emir. Moreover the king assigned him a house and bade furnish it, so they furnished it for him. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 934th night, she resumed, it hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the king assigned a house to Abu Bakr and bade furnish it, and he took up his abode therein. On the morrow he mounted and rode through the city, whilst the architects went before him, and he looked about him till he saw a place which pleased him, and said, this stead is seemly, whereupon they turned out the owner and carried him to the king, who gave him as the price of his holding what contented him and more. Then the builders fell to work, whilst Abu Bakr said to them, build this and do this and that, till they built him a diary that had not its like. Whereupon he presented himself before the king and informed him that they had done building the diary, and that there needed but the price of the dice tufts and gear to set it going. Quoth the king, take these 4,000 dinars to thy capital, and let me see the first fruits of thy diary. So he took the money and went to the market, where, finding dice tufts FN number 203, plentiful and well nigh worthless, he bought all he needed of materials for dyeing, and the king sent him 500 pieces of stuff, which he set himself to dye of all colours, and then he spread them before the door of his diary. When the folk passed by the shop, they saw a wonder sight whose like they had never in their lives seen, so they crowded about the entrance, enjoying the spectacle and questioning the dyer and saying, O master, what are the names of these colours? Quoth he, this is red and that yellow and the other green, and so on, naming the rest of the colours. And they fell to bringing him longcloth and saying to him, dye it for us like this and that, and take what hire thou seekest. When he had made an end of dyeing the king's stuffs, he took them and went up with them to the divan, and when the king saw them he rejoiced in them and bestowed abundant bounty on the dyer. Furthermore, all the troops brought him stuffs, saying, dye for us thus, and he dyed for them to their liking, and they threw him gold and silver. After this his fame spread abroad, and his shop was called the Sultan's Dyery. Good came into him at every door, and none of the other dyers could say a word to him, but they used to come to him kissing his hands and excusing themselves to him for past affronts they had offered him, and saying, "Take us to thine apprentices." But he would none of them, for he had become the owner of black slaves and handmaids, and had amassed store of wealth. On this wise fared it with Abukar, but as regards Abu Sir, after the closet door had been locked on him and his money had been stolen, he abode prostrate and unconscious for 3 successive days, at the end of which the concierge of the Khan, chancing to look at the door, observed that it was locked, and bethought himself that he had not seen and heard aught of the 2 companions for some time. So he said in his mind, "Haply they have made off, without paying rent, FN number 204, or perhaps they are dead, or what is to do with them?" And he waited till sunset, when he went up to the door and heard the barber groaning within. He saw the key in the lock, so he opened the door, and entering, found Abu Sir lying, groaning, and said to him, "No harm to thee, where is thy friend?" Replied Abu Sir, "By Allah, I came to my senses only this day and called out, but none answered my call. Allah upon thee, O my brother, look for the purse under my head, and take from it 5 half dirhams, and buy me somewhat nourishing, for I am sore and hungered." The porter put out his hand, and taking the purse, found it empty, and said to the barber, "The purse is empty, there is nothing in it." Whereupon Abu Sir knew that Abukar had taken that which was therein and had fled, and he asked the porter, "Hast thou not seen my friend?" Answered the doorkeeper, "I have not seen him these 3 days, and indeed methought you had departed, thou and he." The barber cried, "Not so, but he coveted my money and took it and fled, seeing me sick." Then he fell a weeping and a wailing, but the doorkeeper said to him, "No harm shall befall thee, and Allah will requite him his deed." So he went away and cooked him some broth, whereof he ladled out a plateful and brought it to him, nor did he cease to tend him and maintain him with his own monies for 2 months' space, when the barber sweated FN number 205, and the Almighty made him whole of his sickness. Then he stood up and said to the porter, "An ever the Most High Lord enable me, I will surely requite thee of thy kindness to me, but none requiteth save the Lord of his bounty." Answered the porter, "Praise be he for thy recovery. I dealt not thus with thee but of desire for the face of Allah the Bountiful." Then the barber went forth of the Khan and threaded the market streets of the town, till destiny brought him to the bazaar wherein was Abukar's diary, and he saw the vari-coloured stuffs dispread before the shop, and a jostle of folk crowding to look upon them. So he questioned one of the townsmen and asked him, "What place is this, and how cometh it that I see the folk crowding together?" Whereto the man answered, saying, "This is the Sultan's diary, which he set up for a foreigner Abukahite, and whenever he dieth new stuff, we all flock to him and divert ourselves by gazing upon his handiwork, for we have no dyers in our land who know how to stain with these colours, and indeed the befuddle him with the dyers who are in the city that which befuddle." FN number 206, and he went on to tell him all that had passed between Abukar and the master dyers, and how he had complained of them to the Sultan, who took him by the hand and built him that diary and give him this and that. Brief, he recounted to him all that had occurred. At this the barber rejoiced and said in himself, "Praise be Allah who hath prospered him, so that he is become a master of his graft. And the man is excusable, for of a surety he hath been diverted from thee by his work and hath forgotten thee, but thou actedst kindly by him and entreatedst him generously, what time he was out of work, so, when he seeth thee, he will rejoice in thee and entreat thee generously, even as thou entreatest him." According he made for the door of the diary and saw Abukar seated on a high mattress spread upon the bench beside the doorway, clad in royal apparel and attended by 4 blackamoor slaves and 4 white Mamelukes, all robed in the richest of raiment. Moreover, he saw the workmen, 10 Negro slaves, standing at work, for, when Abukar bought them, he taught them the craft of dyeing, and he himself sat amongst his cushions, as he were a grand wazir or a mighty monarch putting his hand to naught, but only saying to the men, do this and do that. So the barber went up to him and stood before him, deeming he would rejoice in him when he saw him and salute him and entreat him with honour and make much of him. But, when I fell upon eye, the dyer said to him, O scoundrel, how many a time have I bidden thee stand not at the door of the workshop? Hast thou a mind to disgrace me with the folk, thief FN number 207, that thou art? Seize him. So the blackamoors ran at him and laid hold of him, and the dyer rose up from his seat and said, throw him. Accordingly they threw him down, and Abukar took a stick and dealt him 100 strokes on the back, after which they turned him over and he beat him 100 blows on his belly. Then he said to him, O scoundrel, O villain, if ever again I see thee standing at the door of this dairy, I will forthwith send thee to the king, and he will commit thee to the chief of police, that he may strike thy neck. Begone, may Allah not bless thee. So Abusir departed from him, broken-hearted by reason of the beating and shame that had betided him, whilst the bystanders asked Abukar, what hath this man done? He answered, the fellow is a thief, who stealeth the stuffs of folk. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 935th night, she said, it hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when Abukar beat Abusir and thrust him forth, he said to those present, he is a thief who stealeth the stuffs of folk. He hath robbed me of cloth, how many a time? And I still said in myself, Allah forgive him. He is a poor man, and I cared not to deal roughly with him, so I used to give my customers the worth of their goods and forbid him gently, but he would not be forbidden, and if he come again, I will send him to the king, who will put him to death and rid the people of his mischief. And the bystanders fell to abusing the barber after his back was turned. Such was the behaviour of Abukar, but as regards Abusir, he returned to the Khan, where he sat pondering that which the dyer had done by him, and he remained seated till the burning of the beating subsided, when he went out and walked about the markets of the city. Presently, he bethought him to go to the hammam bath, so he said to one of the townsfolk, O my brother, which is the way to the baths? Quoth the man, and what manner of thing may the baths be? And quoth Abusir, 'tis a place where people wash themselves and do away their dirt and defilements, and it is of the best of the good things of the world. Replied the townsman, get thee to the sea. But the barber rejoined, I want the hammam baths. Cried the other, we know not what manner of this is the hammam, for we all resort to the sea, even the king, when he would wash, betaketh himself to the sea. When Abusir was assured that there was no bath in the city and that the folk knew not the baths nor the fashion thereof, he betook himself to the king's divan and kissing ground between his hands called down blessings on him and said, I am a stranger and a bathman by trade, and I entered thy city and thought to go to the hammam, but found not one therein. How cometh a city of this comely quality to lack a hammam, seeing that the bath is of the highest of the delights of this world? Quoth the king, what manner of thing is the hammam? So Abusir proceeded to set forth to him the quality of the bath, saying, thy capital will not be a perfect city till there be a hammam therein. Welcome to thee, said the king, and clad him in a dress that had not its like, and gave him a horse and 2 blackamoor slaves. Presently adding 4 handmaids and as many white Mamelukes, he also appointed him a furnished house and honoured him yet more abundantly than he had honoured the dyer. After this he sent builders with him, saying to them, build him a hammam in what place soever shall please him. So he took them and went with them through the midst of the city, till he saw a stead that suited him. He pointed it out to the builders, and they set to work, whilst he directed them, and they wrought till they builded him a hammam that had not its like. Then he bade them paint it, and they painted it rarely, so that it was a delight to the beholders, after which Abusir went up to the king and told him that they had made an end of building and decorating the hammam, adding, there lacketh naught save the furniture. The king gave him 10,000 dinars wherewith he furnished the bath and ranged the napkins on the ropes, and all who passed by the door stared at it and their mind confounded at its decorations. So the people crowded to this spectacle, whose like they had never in their lives seen, and solaced themselves by staring at it and saying, "What is this thing?" To which Abu Sir replied, "This is a hammam," and they marveled thereat. Then he heated water and set the bath a-walking, FN number 208, and he made a jetting fountain in the great basin, which ravished the wit of all who saw it of the people of the city. Furthermore, he sought of the king 10 Mamelukes not yet come to manhood, and he gave him 10 boys like moons, whereupon Abu Sir proceeded to shampoo them, saying, "Do in this wise with the bathers." Then he burnt perfumes and sent out a crier to cry aloud in the city, saying, "O creatures of Allah, get ye to the baths which be called the Sultan's Hammam." So the lieges came thither, and Abu Sir bade the slave boys wash their bodies. The folk went down into the tank and coming forth, seated themselves on the raised pavement, whilst the boys shampooed them, even as Abu Sir had taught them, and they continued to enter the hammam and do their need therein gratis and go out, without paying, for the space of 3 days. On the 4th day the barber invited the king, who took horse with his grandees and rode to the baths, where he put off his clothes and entered. Then Abu Sir came in to him and rubbed his body with the bag gloves, peeling from his skin dirt rolls like lamp wicks and showing them to the king, who rejoiced therein, and clapping his hand upon his limbs heard them ring again for very smoothness and cleanliness. FN number 209. After which thorough washing Abu Sir mingled rose water with the water of the tank, and the king went down therein. When he came forth, his body was refreshed and he felt a lightness and liveliness such as he had never known in his life. Then the barber made him sit on the dais and the boys proceeded to shampoo him, whilst the censers fumed with the finest linaloes. FN number 210. Then said the king, "O master, is this the hammam?" And Abu Sir said, "Yes." Quoth the king, "As my head liveth, my city is not become a city indeed but by this bath," presently adding, "But what pay takest thou for each person?" Quoth Abu Sir, "That which thou biddest will I take," whereupon the king cried, "Take 1,000 gold pieces for every one who washeth in thy hammam." Abu Sir, however, said, "Pardon, O king of the age. All men are not alike, but there are amongst them rich and poor, and if I take of each 1,000 dinars, the hammam will stand empty, for the poor man cannot pay this price." Asked the king, "How then wilt thou do for the price?" And the barber answered, "I will leave it to their generosity." FN number 211. Each who can afford or shall pay that which his soul grudgeth not to give, and we will take from every man after the measure of his means. On this wise will the folk come to us, and he who is wealthy shall give according to his station, and he who is wealthless shall give what he can afford. Under such condition the hammam will still be at work and prosper exceedingly, but 1,000 dinars is a monarch's gift, and not every man can avail to this. The lords of the realm confirmed Abu Sir's words, saying, "This is the truth, O king of the age. Thinkest thou that all folk are like unto thee, O glorious king?" FN number 212. The king replied, "Ye say sooth, but this man is a stranger and poor, and 'tis incumbent on us to deal generously with him, for that he hath made in our city this hammam whose like we have never in our lives seen, and without which our city were not adorned nor hath gotten importance, wherefore, and we favour him with increase of feet will not be much." But the grandees said, "And thou wilt good in him be generous with thine own monies, and let the king's bounty be extended to the poor by means of the low price of the hammam, so the lieges may bless thee. But, as for the 1,000 dinars, we are the lords of thy land, yet do our souls grudge to pay it, and how then should the poor be pleased to afford it?" Quoth the king, "O my grandees, for this time let each of you give him 100 dinars and a Mameluke, a slave girl and a blackamoor." And quoth they, "'Tis well, we will give it, But after today whoso entereth shall give him only what he can afford, without grudging. No harm in that, said the king, and they gave him the 1,000 gold pieces and 3 chattels. Now the number of the nobles who were washed with the king that day was 400 and sold. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 936th night, she continued, it hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the number of the nobles who were washed with the king that day were 400 souls, so that the total of that which they gave him was 40,000 dinars, besides 400 Mamelukes and a like number of Negroes and slave girls. FN number 213. Moreover the king gave him 10,000 dinars, besides 10 white slaves and 10 handmaidens and a like number of blackamoors, whereupon coming forward Abusir kissed the ground before him and said, O auspicious sovereign, Lord of justice, what place will contain me all these women and slaves? Quoth the king, O weak O wit, I bade not my nobles deal thus with thee but that we might gather together unto thee wealth galore, for maybe thou wilt bethink thee of thy country and family and repine for them and be minded to return to thy motherland, so shalt thou take from our country muchel of money to maintain thyself withal, what while thou livest in thine own country. And quoth Abusir, O king of the age, Allah advance thee. These white slaves and women and negroes befit only kings, and hadst thou ordered me ready money, it were more profitable to me than this army, for they must eat and drink and dress, and whatever betideth me of wealth, it will not suffice for their support. The king laughed and said, By Allah thou speakest sooth. They are indeed a mighty host, and thou hast not the wherewithal to maintain them, but wilt thou sell them to me for 100 dinars a head? Said Abusir, I sell them to thee at that price. So the king sent to his treasurer for the coin and he brought it and gave Abusir the whole of the price without abatement. FN number 214, and in full tale, after which the king restored the slaves. Take them, for they are a gift from me to you. So they obeyed his binding and took each what belonged to him, whilst Abusir said to the king, Allah ease thee, O king of the age. Even as thou hast eased me of these gulls, whose bellies none may fill save Allah. FN number 215. The king laughed, and said he spake sooth. Then, taking the grandees of his realm from the hammam returned to his palace, but the barber passed the night in counting out his gold and laying it up in bags and sealing them, and he had with him 20 black slaves and a like number of Mamelukes and 4 slave girls to serve him. Now when morning morrowed, he opened the hammam and sent out a crier to cry, saying, Whoso entereth the baths and washeth shall give that which he can afford and which his generosity requireth him to give. Then he seated himself by the pay chest. FN number 216, and customers flocked in upon him, each putting down that which was easy to him, nor had eventide evened ere the chest was full of the good gifts of Allah the Most High. Presently the queen desired to go to the hammam, and when this came to Abusir's knowledge, he divided the day on her account into 2 parts, appointing that between dawn and noon to men and that between midday and sundown to women. FN number 217. As soon as the queen came, he stationed a handmaid behind the pay chest, for he had taught 4 slave girls the service of the hammam, so that they were become expert bathwomen and tire women. When the queen entered, this pleased her and her breast waxed broad and she lay down 1,000 dinars. Thus his report was noised abroad in the city, and all who entered the bath he entreated with honour, were they rich or poor. Good came in upon him at every door and he made acquaintance with the royal guards and got him friends and intimates. The king himself used to come to him one day in every week, leaving with him 1,000 dinars, and the other days were for rich and poor alike, and he was wont to deal courteously with the folk and use them with the utmost respect. It chanced that the king's sea captain came into him one day in the bath, so Abusir did off his dress and going in with him, proceeded to shampoo him and entreated him with exceeding courtesy. When he came forth, he made him sherbet and coffee, And when he would have given him somewhat, he swore that he would not accept him from aught. So the captain was under obligation to him, by reason of his exceeding kindness and courtesy, and was perplexed how to requite the bathman his generous dealing. Thus fared it with Abu Sir, but as regards Abu Bakr, hearing all the people recounting wonders of the baths and saying, "Verily, this hammam is the paradise of this world. Inshallah, O such an one, thou shalt go with us tomorrow to this delightful bath," he said to himself, "Needs must I fare like the rest of the world, and see this bath that hath taken folks' wits." So he donned his richest dress, and mounting a she-mule and bidding the attendants of 4 white slaves and 4 blacks, walking before and behind him, he rode to the hammam. When he alighted at the door, he smelt the scent of burning aloes wood, and found people going in and out, and benches full of great and small. So he entered the vestibule and saw Abu Sir, who rose to him and rejoiced in him. But the dyer said to him, "Is this the way of well-born men? I have opened me a dyery, and am become master dyer of the city, and acquainted with the king, and have risen to prosperity and authority. Yet camest thou not to me, nor askest of me, nor saidst, Where's my comrade? For my part, one sought thee in vain, and sent my slaves and servants to make search for thee in all the khans and other places, but they knew not whither thou hadst gone, nor could any one give me tidings of thee." Said Abu Sir, "Did I not come to thee, and didst thou not make me out a thief, and bastinado me, and dishonour me before the world?" At this Abu Bakr made a show of concern, and asked, "What manner of talk is this? Was it thou whom I beat?" And Abu Sir answered, "Yes, 'twas I." Whereupon Abu Bakr swore to him 1,000 oaths that he knew him not, and said, "There was a fellow like thee, who used to come every day and steal the people's stuff, and I took thee for him." And he went on to pretend penitence, beating hand upon hand, and saying, "There is no majesty and there is no might save in Allah, the glorious, the great. Indeed we have sinned against thee, but would that thou hadst discovered thyself to me and said, I am such an one. Indeed the fault is with thee, for that thou madest not thyself known unto me, more especially seeing that I was distracted for much business." Replied Abu Sir, "Allah pardon thee, FN number 218, O my comrade. This was foreordained in the secret purpose, and reparation is with Allah. Enter and put off thy clothes and bathe at thy knees." Said the dyer, "I conjure thee, by Allah, O my brother, forgive me." And said Abu Sir, "Allah acquit thee of blame and forgive thee. Indeed this thing was decreed to me from all eternity." Then asked Abu Bakr, "Whence gottest thou this high degree?" And answered Abu Sir, "He who prospered thee prospered me. For I went up to the king and described to him the fashion of the hammam, and he bade me build one." And the dyer said, "Even as thou art known of the king, so also am I." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 937th night, she pursued, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when Abu Bakr and Abu Sir were exchanging reproof and excuse, the dyer said to him, "Even as thou art known of the king, so also am I, and, Inshallah, God willing, I will make him love and favour thee more than ever, for my sake. He knoweth not that thou art my comrade, but I will acquaint him of this and commend thee to him." But Abu Sir said, "There needeth no commendation, for he who moveth man's heart to love still liveth, and indeed the king and all his court affect me and have given me this and that." And he told him the whole tale and said to him, "Put off thy clothes behind the chest and enter the hammam, and I will go in with thee and rub thee down with the glove." So he doffed his dress, and Abu Sir, entering the bath with him, soaped him and gloved him, and then dressed him and busied himself with his service till he came forth, when he brought him dinner and sherbets, whilst all the folk marvelled at the honour he did him. Then Abu Bakr would have given him somewhat, but he swore that he would not accept aught from him, and said to him, "Shame upon such doings! Thou art my comrade, and there is no difference between us." Then Abu Bakr observed, "By Allah, O my comrade, this is a mighty fine hammam of thine, but the lacketh somewhat in its ordinance. Asked Abu Sir, and what is that? And Abu Bakr answered, it is the depilatory, FN number 219, to wit, the paste compounded of yellow arsenic and quicklime which removeth the hair with comfort. Do thou prepare it, and next time the king cometh, present it to him, teaching him how he shall cause the hair to fall off by such means, and he will love thee with exceeding love and honour thee. Quoth Abu Sir, thou speakest sooth, and inshallah, I will at once make it. Then Abu Bakr left him and mounted his mule, and going to the king said to him, I have a warning to give thee, O king of the age. And what is thy warning? Asked the king, and Abu Bakr answered, I hear that thou hast built a hammam. Quoth the king, yes, there came to me a stranger, and I builded the baths for him, even as I builded the dairy for thee, and indeed 'tis a mighty fine hammam and an ornament to my city. And he went on to describe to him the virtues of the bath. Quoth the dyer, hast thou entered therein? And quoth the king, yes. Thereupon cried Abu Bakr, Alhamdulillah, praised be God, who save thee from the mischief of yonder villain and foe of the faith, I mean the bath keeper. The king inquired, and what of him? And Abu Bakr replied, know, O king of the age, that, and thou enter the hammam again, after this day, thou wilt surely perish. How so? Said the king, and the dyer said, this bath-keeper is thy foe and the foe of the faith, and he induced thee not to stablish this bath, but because he designed therein to poison thee. He hath made for thee somewhat, and he will present it to thee when thou enterest the hammam, saying, this is a drug which, if one apply to his parts below the waist, will remove the hair with comfort. Now it is no drug, but a drastic drug and a deadly poison, for the Sultan of the Christians hath promised this obscene fellow to release to him his wife and children, and he will kill thee, for they are prisoners in the hands of that Sultan. I myself was captive with him in their land, but I opened a dairy and dyed for them various colours, so that they conciliated the king's heart to me, and he bade me ask a boon of him. I sought of him freedom, and he set me at liberty, whereupon I made my way to this city, and seeing yonder man in the hammam, said to him, how didst thou effect thine escape, and win free with thy wife and children? Quoth he, we ceased not to be in captivity, I and my wife and children, till one day the king of the Nazarenes held a court whereat I was present, amongst a number of others, and as I stood amongst the folk, I heard them open out on the kings and name them, one after other, till they came to the name of the king of this city, whereupon the king of the Christians cried out to us, and said, none vexeth me, FN number 220, in the world, but the king of such a city. FN number 221, whosoever will contrive me his slaughter, I will give him all he shall ask. So I went up to him and said, and I compass for thee his slaughter, wilt thou set me free, me and my wife and my children? The king replied, yes, and I will give thee to boot whatso thou shalt desire. So we agreed upon this, and he sent me in a galleon to this city, where I presented myself to the king, and he built me this hammam. Now, therefore, I have naught to do but to slay him and return to the king of the Nazarenes, that I may redeem my children and my wife and ask a boon of him. Quoth I, and how wilt thou go about to kill him? And quoth he, by the simplest of all devices, for I have compounded him somewhat wherein is poison, so, when he cometh to the bath, I shall say to him, take this paste and anoint therewith thy parts below the waist, for it will cause the hair, FN number 222, to drop off. So he will take it and apply it to himself, and the poison will work in him a day and a night, till it reacheth his heart and destroyeth him, and meanwhile I shall have made off, and none will know that it was I slew him. When I heard this, added Abu Bakr, I feared for thee, my benefactor, wherefore I have told thee of what is doing. As soon as the king heard the dyer's story, he was wroth with exceeding wrath, and said to him, keep this secret. Then he resolved to visit the hammam, that he might dispel doubt by supplying certainty, and when he entered, Abu doffed his dress and betaking himself as of wont to the service of the king, proceeded to glove him, after which he said to him, O king of the age, I have made a drug which assisteth in plucking out the lower hair. Cried the king, bring it to me. So the barber brought it to him, and the king, finding it nauseous of smell, was assured that it was poison, wherefore he was incensed and called out to his guards, saying, Seize him. Accordingly they seized him, and the king donned his dress and returned to his palace, boiling with fury, whilst none knew the cause of his indignation, for, of the excess of his wrath, he had acquainted no one therewith, and none dared ask him. Then he repaired to the audience chamber, and causing Abu to be brought before him, with his elbows pinioned, sent for his sea captain, and said to him, Take this villain and set him in a sack with 2 quintals of lime unslacked, and tie its mouth over his head. Then lay him in a cockboat and row out with him in front of my palace, where thou wilt see me sitting at the lattice. Do thou say to me, Shall I cast him in? And if I answer, Cast him. Throw the sack into the sea, so the quicklime may be slaked on him to the intent that he shall die drowned and burnt. FN number 223, hearkening and obeying, quoth the captain, and taking Abu from the presence carried him to an island facing the king's palace, where he said to him, Ho thou, I once visited thy hammam, and thou entreatedst me with honour and accomplishedst all my needs, and I had great pleasure of thee. Moreover, thou swearest that thou wouldest take no pay of me, and I love thee with a great love. So tell me how the case standeth between thee and the king, and what abominable deed thou hast done with him, that he is wroth with thee, and hath commanded me that thou shouldst die this foul death. Answered Abu, I have done nothing, nor weet I of any crime I have committed against him which meriteth this. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 938th night, she resumed, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the sea captain asked Abu the cause of the king's wrath with him, he replied, By Allah, O my brother, I have committed no crime against him which meriteth this. Rejoined the captain, Verily, thou wast high in rank with the king, such as none ever won before thee, and all who are prosperous are envied. Haply some one was jealous of thy good fortune, and threw out certain hints concerning thee to the king, by reason whereof he is become enraged against thee with rage so violent. But be of good cheer, no harm shall befall thee, for, even as thou entreatest me generously, without acquaintanceship between me and thee, so now I will deliver thee. But, and if I release thee, thou must abide with me on this island till some galleon sail from our city to thy native land, when I will send thee thither therein. Abu kissed his hand and thanked him for that, after which the captain fetched the quicklime and set it in a sack, together with a great stone, the size of a man, saying, I put my trust in Allah. FN number 224. Then he gave the barber a net, saying, Cast this net into the sea, so haply thou mayst take somewhat of fish. For I am bound to supply the king's kitchen with fish every day, but today I have been distracted from fishing by this calamity which hath befallen thee, and I fear lest the cook's boys come to me in quest of fish and find none. So, an thou take aught, they will find it, and thou wilt veil my face. FN number 225. Whilst I go and play off my practice in front of the palace and feign to cast thee into the sea. Answered Abu, I will fish the while, go thou and God help thee. So the captain set the sack in the boat and paddled till he came under the palace, where he saw the king seated at the lattice, and said to him, O king of the age, shall I cast him in? Cast him, cried the king, and signed to him with his hand, when lo and behold, something flashed like leaven and fell into the sea. Now that which had fallen into the water was the king's seal ring, and the same was enchanted in such way that, when the king was wroth with anyone and was minded to slay him, he had but to sign to him with his right hand, whereon was the signet ring, and therefrom issued a flash of lightning, which smote the object, and thereupon his head fell from between his shoulders, and the troops obeyed him not, nor did he overcome the men of might save by means of the ring. So, when it dropped from his finger, he concealed the matter and kept silence, for that dared not say, My ring is fallen into the sea, for fear of the troops, lest they rise against him and slay him. On this wise it befell the king, that as regards Abusir, after the captain had left him on the island, he took the net and casting it into the sea presently drew it up full of fish, nor did he cease to throw it and pull it up full, till there was a great mound of fish before him. So he said in himself, By Allah, is long while I have not eaten fish, and chose himself a large fat fish, saying, When the captain cometh back, I will bid him fry it for me, so I may dine on it. Then he cut its throat with a knife he had with him, but the knife stuck in its gills, and there he saw the king's signet ring, for the fish had swallowed it and destiny had driven it to that island, where it had fallen into the net. He took the ring and drew it on his little finger, FN number 226, not knowing its peculiar properties. Presently, up came two of the cook's boys in quest of fish, and seeing Abusir, said to him, O man, whither is the captain gone? I know not, said he, and signed to them with his right hand, when, behold, the heads of both underlings dropped off from between their shoulders. At this Abusir was amazed and said, Would I wot who slew them? And the case was grievous to him, and he was still pondering it, when the captain suddenly returned, and seeing the mound of fishes and two men lying dead and the seal ring on Abusir's finger, said to him, O my brother, move not thy hand whereon is the signet ring, else thou wilt kill me. Abusir wondered at this speech and kept his hand motionless, whereupon the captain came up to him and said, Who slew these two men? By Allah, O my brother, I wot not. Thou say'st sooth, but tell me whence hast thou that ring? I found it in this fish's gills. True, said the captain, for I saw it fall flashing from the king's palace and disappear in the sea, what time he signed towards thee, FN number 227, saying, Cast him in. So I cast the sack into the water, and it was then that the ring slipped from his finger and fell into the sea, where this fish swallowed it, and Allah drave it to thee, so that thou madest it thy prey, for this ring was thy lot, but kennest thou its property? Said Abusir, I knew not that it had any properties peculiar to it, and the captain said, Learn, then, that the king's troops obey him not save for fear of this signet ring, because it is spelled, and when he was wroth with any one and had a mind to kill him, he would sign at him therewith, and his head would drop from between his shoulders, for there issued a flash of lightning from the ring, and its ray smote the object of his wrath, who died forthright. At this, Abusir rejoiced with exceeding joy, and said to the captain, Carry me back to the city. And he said, That will I, now that I no longer fear for thee from the king, for, wert thou to sign at him with thy hand, purposing to kill him, his head would fall down between thy hands, and if thou be minded to slay him and all his host, thou mayst slaughter them without let or hindrance. So saying, he embarked him in the boat and bore him back to the city. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 939th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the captain embarked with Abusir he bore him back to the city. So Abusir landed, and going up to the palace, entered the council chamber, where he found the king seated facing his officers, in sore cark and care by reason of the seal ring, and daring not tell any of his folk anent its loss. When he saw Abusir, he said to him, Did we not cast thee into the sea? How hast thou contrived to come forth of it? Abusir replied, O king of the age, whenas thou badest throw me into the sea, thy captain carried me to an island and asked me of the cause of thy wrath against me, saying, What hast thou done with the king, that he should decree thy death? I answered, By Allah, I know not that I have wrought him any wrong. Quoth he, Thou wast high in rank with the king, and haply someone envied thee and threw out certain hints concerning thee to him, so that he is become incensed against thee. But when I visited thee in thy hammam, thou entreatest me honourably, and I will requite thee thy hospitality to me by setting thee free and sending thee back to thine own land. Then he set a great stone in the sack in my stead and cast it into the sea, but, when thou signedst to him to throw me in, thy seal ring dropped from thy finger into the main, and a fish swallowed it. Now I was on the island a-fishing, and this fish came up in the net with the others, whereupon I took it, intending to broil it, but, when I opened its belly, I found the signet ring therein, so I took it and put it on my finger. Presently, up came 2 of the servants of the kitchen, questing fish, and I signed to them with my hand, knowing not the property of the seal ring, and the heads fell off. Then the captain came back, and seeing the ring on my finger, acquainted me with its spell, and behold, I have brought it back to thee, for that thou dealtest kindly by me and entreatest me with the utmost honour, nor is that which thou hast done me of kindness lost upon me. Here is thy ring, take it. But an I have done with thee aught deserving of death, tell me my crime and slay me, and thou shalt be absolved of sin in shedding my blood. So saying, he pulled the ring from his finger and gave it to the king, who, seeing Abusir's noble conduct, took the ring and put it on, and felt life returned to him afresh. Then he rose to his feet and, embracing the barber, said to him, O man, thou art indeed of the flower of the well-born. Blame me not, but forgive me the wrong I have done thee. Had any but thou gotten hold of this ring, he had never restored it to me. Answered Abusir, O king of the age, and thou wouldest have me forgive thee, tell me what was my fault which drew down thine anger upon me, so that thou commandest to do me die. Rejoined the king, By Allah, 'tis clear to me that thou art free and guiltless in all things of offence, since thou hast done this good deed. Only the dyer denounced thee to me in such and such words, and he told him all that Abukir had said. Abusir replied, By Allah, O king of the age, I know no king of the Nazarenes, nor during my days have ever journeyed to a Christian country, nor did it ever come into my mind to kill thee. But this dyer was my comrade and neighbour in the city of Alexandria, where life was straitened upon us, therefore we departed thence, to seek our fortunes, by reason of the narrowness of our means at home, after we had recited the opening chapter of the Quran together, pledging ourselves that he who got work should feed him who lacked work, and befell me with him such and such things. Then he went on to relate to the king all that had betided him with Abukir the dyer, how he had robbed him of his dirhams and had left him alone and sick in the Khan closet, and how the doorkeeper had fed him of his own monies till Allah recovered him of his sickness, when he went forth and walked about the city with his budget, as was his wont, till he espied a dairy, about which the folk were crowding, so he looked at the door, and seeing Abukir seated on the bench there, went in to salute him, whereupon he accused him of being a thief and beat him a grievous beating. Brief, he told him his whole tale, from first to last, and added, O king of the age, 'twas he who counselled me to make the depilatory and present it to thee, saying, The hammam is perfect in all things, but that it lacketh this, and know, O king of the age, that this drug is harmless, and we use it in our land where 'tis one of the requisites of the bath, but I had forgotten it, so, when the dyer visited the hammam, I entreated him with honour, and he reminded me of it, and enjoined me to make it forthwith. But do thou send after the porter of such a khan and the workmen of the dairy, and question them all of that which I have told thee. Accordingly the king sent for them and questioned them one and all, and they acquainted him with the truth of the matter. Then he summoned the dyer, saying, Bring him barefooted, bareheaded, and with elbows pinioned. Now he was sitting in his house, rejoicing in Abusir's death, but ere he could beware, the king's guards rushed in upon him and cuffed him on the nape, after which they bound him and bore him into the presence, where he saw Abusir seated by the king's side, and the doorkeeper of the khan and workmen of the dairy standing before him. Quoth the doorkeeper to him, Is no this thy comrade whom thou robbedst of his silvers and leftest with me sick in the closet doing such and such by him? And the workman said to him, Is not this he whom thou badest us seize and beat? Therewith Abukar's baseness was made manifest to the king, and he was certified that he merited torture yet sorer than the torments of Munker and Nakia. FN number 228. So he said to his guards, Take him and parade him about the city and the markets. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 940th night, she continued, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the king heard the words spoken by the doorkeeper of the caravanserai and the workman of the dairy, he was certified of the vileness of Abukar. So he upbraided him with flout and fleer and said to his guards, Take him and parade him about the city and the market streets, then set him in a sack and cast him into the sea. Whereupon quoth Abusir, O king of the age, accept my intercession for him, for I pardon him all he hath done with me. But quoth the king, An thou pardon him all his offences against thee, I cannot pardon him his offences against me. And he cried out, saying, Take him. So they took him and paraded him about the city, after which they set him in a sack with quicklime and cast him into the sea, and he died, drowned and burnt. Then said the king to the barber, O Abusir, ask of me what thou wilt, and it shall be given thee. And he answered, saying, I ask of thee to send me back to my own country, for I care no longer to tarry here. Then the king gifted him great store of gifts, over and above that which he had whilome bestowed on the crew of this galleon were Mamelukes, so he gave him these also, after offering to make him his wazir wetto the barber consented not. Presently he farewelled the king and set sail in his own ship manned by his own crew, nor did he cast anchor till he reached Alexandria and made fast to the shore there. Then he landed, and one of his Mamelukes, seeing a sack on the beach, said to Abusir, O my lord, there is a great heavy sack on the seashore, with the mouth tied up, and I know not what therein. So Abusir came up, and opening the sack, found therein the remains of Abukar, which the sea had borne thither. He took it forth, and burying it near Alexandria, built over the grave a place of visitation, and endowed it with mortmain writing over the door these couplets. Man is known among me as his deeds attest, which make noble origin manifest. Backbite not, lest other men bit thy back, who saith aught, the same shall to him be addressed. Shun immodest words and indecent speech when thou speakest in earnest or in jest. FN number 229. We bear with a dog which behaves itself, but the lion is chained lest he prove a pest, and the desert carcasses swim the main while union pearls on the sandbank crest. FN number 230. No sparrow would hustle the sparrowhawk, were it not by folly and weakness pressed. A sky is written on page of there who doth kindly of kindness shall have the best. Whereof gathering sugar from bitter gourd. FN number 231. 'Twill prove to its origin like in taste. After this Abusir abode a while, till Allah took him to himself, and they buried him hard by the tomb of his comrade Abukar, wherefore that place was called Abukar and Abusir, but it is now known as Abukar only. This, then, is that which hath reached us of their history, and glory be to him who endureth forever and and by whose willing to change the night and the day. And of the stories they tell is one anent. Abdullah FN number 232, the fisherman and Abdullah the merman. There was once a fisherman named Abdullah, who had a large family, to wit, 9 children and their mother. So was he poor, very poor, owning naught save his net. Every day he used to go to the sea fishing, and if he caught little, he sold it and spent the price on his children, after the measure of that which Allah vouchsafed him of provision. But if he caught much, he would cook a good mess of meat and buy fruit and spend without stint till nothing was left him, saying to himself, the daily bread of tomorrow will come tomorrow. Presently, his wife gave birth to another child, making a total of 10. And it chanced that day that he had nothing at all, so she said to him, O my master, See and get me somewhat wherewithal I may sustain myself. Quoth he, I am going, under favour of Almighty Allah, this day seawards to fish on the luck of this new-born child, that we may see its fair fortune. And quoth she, Put thy trust in Allah. So he took his net and went down to the seashore, where he cast it on the luck of the little one, saying, O my God, make his living of ease not of unease, and abundant, not scant. Then he waited a while and drew in the net, which came up full of rubbish and sand and pebbles and weeds, and he saw therein no sign of fish, neither much nor little. He cast it again and waited, then drew it in, but found no catch in it, and threw it a third and a fourth and a fifth time, still not a single fish came up. So he removed to another place, beseeching his daily bread of Allah Almighty, and thus he kept working till the end of the day, but caught not so much as a minnow. FN number 233, whereat he fell a marvelling in himself, and said self-communing, Hath Allah then created this new-born child without lot of provision? This may never, never be. He who slitteth the corners of the lips hath pledged himself for its provision, because Almighty Allah is the bountiful, the provider. FN number 234, so saying, he shouldered his net and turned him homewards, broken-spirited and heavy at heart about his family, for that he had left them without food, more by token that his wife was in the straw. And as he continued trudging along and saying in himself, How shall I do and what shall I say to the children tonight? He came to a baker's oven and saw a crowd about it, for the season was one of dearth, and in those days food was scant with the folk, so people were proffering the baker money, but he paid no heed to any of them, by reason of the dense crowd. The fisherman stood looking and snuffing his smell of the hot bread, and indeed his soul longed for it, by reason of his hunger, till the baker caught sight of him and cried out to him, Come hither, O fisherman. So he went up to him, and the baker said, Dost thou want bread? But he was silent. Quoth the baker, Speak out and be not ashamed, for Allah is bountiful. And thou have no silver, I will give thee bread, and have patience with thee till we'll betide thee. And quoth the fisherman, By Allah, O master, I have indeed no money. But give me bread enough for my family, and I will leave thee this net in pawn till the morrow. Rejoined the baker, Nay, my poor fellow, this net is thy shop and the door of thy daily subsistence, so an thou pawn it, wherewithal wilt thou fish? Tell me how much will suffice thee? And replied the fisherman, 10 half dirhams worth. FN number 235, so he gave him 10 nusfs worth of bread and 10 in silver, saying, Take these 10 nusfs and cook thyself a mess of meat therewith, so wilt thou owe me 20, for which bring me fish tomorrow, but, an thou catch nothing again, come and take thy bread and thy 10 nusfs, and I will have patience with thee till better luck betide thee. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 941st night, she pursued, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the baker said to the fisherman, Take whatso thou needest, and I will have patience with thee till better luck betide thee, after the which thou shalt bring me fish for all thou owest me. Said the fisherman, Almighty Allah reward thee, and requite thee for me with all good. Then he took the bread and the coins and went away, glad at heart, and buying what he could returned to his wife, whom he found sitting up, soothing the children, who were weeping for hunger, and saying to them, At once your father will be here with what ye may eat. So he set the bread before them and they ate, whilst he told his wife what had befallen him, and she said, Allah is bountiful. FN number 236, on the morrow, he shouldered his net and went forth of his house, saying, I beseech thee, O Lord, to vouchsafe me this day that which shall whiten my face with the baker. FN number 237. When he came to the seashore, he proceeded to cast his net and pull it in, but there came up no fish therein, and he ceased not to toil thus till ended day, but he caught nothing. Then he set out homewards, in great concern, and the way to his house lay past the baker's oven, so he said to himself, how shall I go home? But I will hasten my pace that the baker may not see me. When he reached the shop, he saw a crowd about it and walked faster, being ashamed to face his creditor. But the baker raised his eyes to him and cried out to him, saying, Ho, fisherman! Come and take thy bread and spending money. Meseems thou forgettest. Quoth Abdullah, By Allah, I had not forgotten, but I was ashamed to face thee, because I have caught no fish this day. And quoth the baker, Be not ashamed. Said I not to thee, at thy leisure, FN number 238, till better luck betide thee? Then he gave him the bread and the 10 nisfs, and he returned and told his wife, who said, Allah is bountiful. Better luck shall yet betide thee, and thou shalt give the baker his due, inshallah. He ceased not doing on this wise 40 days, betaking himself daily to the sea, from the rising of the sun to the going down thereof, and returning home without fish, and still he took bread and spending money of the baker, who never once named the fish to him nor neglected him nor kept him waiting like the folk, FN number 239, but gave him the bread and the 10 half dirhams without delay. Whenever the fisherman said to him, O my brother, reckon with me, he would say, Be off, FN number 240, this is no time for reckoning. Wait till better luck betide thee, and then I will reckon with thee. And the fisherman would bless him and go away thanking him. On the 41st day, he said to his wife, I have a mind to tear up the net and be quit of this life. She asked, Why wilt thou do this? And he answered, Meseemeth there is an end of my getting my daily bread from the waters. How long shall this last? By Allah, I burn with shame before the baker, and I will go no more to the sea, so I may not pass by his heaven. For I have none other way home, and every time I pass he calleth me and giveth me the bread and the 10 silvers. How much longer shall I run in debt to him? The wife replied, Alhamdulillah, lauded be the Lord, the Most High, who hath inclined his heart to thee, so that he giveth thee our daily bread. What dislikest thou in this? And the husband rejoined, I owe him now a mighty great sum of dirhams, and there is no doubt but that he will demand his due. Hath he vexed thee with words? No, on the contrary, he still refuseth to reckon with me, saying, Wait till better luck betide thee. If he press thee, say to him, Wait till there come the good luck for which we hope, thou and I. And when will the good luck come that we hope for? Allah is bountiful. Sooth thou speakest. So saying, he shouldered his net and went down to the seaside, praying, O Lord, provide thou me, though but with 1 fish, that I may give it to the baker. And he cast his net into the sea, and pulling it in, found it heavy, so he tugged at it till he was tired with sore travail. But when he got it ashore, he found in it a dead donkey swollen and stinking, whereat his senses sickened, and he freed it from the net, saying, There is no majesty and there is no might save in Allah, the glorious, the great. Indeed, I can no more. I say to that wife of mine, There is no more provision for me in the waters, let me leave this graft. And she still answereth me, Allah is bountiful, good will presently betide thee. Is this dead as the good whereof she speaketh? And he grieved with the sorest grief. Then he turned to another place, so he might remove from the stench of the dead donkey, and cast his net there and waited a full hour. Then he drew it in and found it heavy. Thereupon quoth he, Good, we are hauling up all the dead donkeys in the sea and ridding it of its rubbish. FN number 241. However, he gave not over tugging at the net, till blood came from the palms of his hands, and when he got it ashore, he saw a man, FN number 242, in it, and took him for one of the Ifrits of the Lord Solomon, whom he was wont to imprison in cucurbits of brass, and cast him into the main, believing that the vessel had burst for length of years, and that the Ifrit had come forth and fallen into the net, wherefore he fled from him, crying out and saying, Mercy, mercy, O Ifrit of Solomon. But the Adamite called out to him from within the net and said, Come hither, O fisherman, and flee not from me, for I am human like thyself. Release me, so thou mayst get a recompense for me of Allah. When as he heard these words, the fisherman took heart and coming up to him, said to him, Art thou not an Ifrit of the Jinn? And replied the other, Number, I am a mortal and a believer in Allah and his apostle. Asked the fisherman, Who threw thee into the sea? And the other answered, I am of the children of the sea, and was going about therein, when thou castest the net over me. We are people who obey Allah's commandments and show loving kindness unto the creatures of the Almighty, and but that I fear and dread to be of the disobedient, I have torn thy net, but I accept that which the Lord hath decreed unto me, wherefore by setting me free thou becomest my owner and I thy captive. Wilt thou, then, set me free for the love FN number 243, of Almighty Allah and make a covenant with me and become my comrade? I will come to thee every day in this place, and do thou come to me and bring me a gift of the fruits of the land. For with you are grapes and figs and watermelons and peaches and pomegranates and so forth, and all thou bringest me will be acceptable unto me. Moreover, with us are coral and pearls and chrysolites and emeralds and rubies and other gems, and I will fill thee the basket, wherein thou bringest me the fruit, with precious stones of the jewels of the sea. FN number 244, What sayest thou to this, O my brother? Quoth the fisherman, Be the opening chapter of the Quran between thee and me upon this. So they recited together the Fatiha, and the fisherman loosed the merman from the net and asked him, What is thy name? He replied, My name is Abdullah of the sea, and if thou come hither and see me not, call out and say, Where art thou, O Abdullah, O merman? And I will be with thee. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 942nd night, she resumed, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Abdullah of the sea thus enjoined the other, And thou come hither and see me not, call out and say, Where art thou, O Abdullah, O merman? And I will be with thee forthwith. But thou, what is thy name? Quoth the fisherman, My name also is Abdullah, and quoth the other, Thou art Abdullah of the land and I am Abdullah of the sea, but tarry here till I go and fetch thee a present. And the fisherman repented him of having released him and said to himself, How know I that he will come back to me? Indeed, he beguiled me, so that I loosed him, and now he will laugh at me. FN number 245, Had I kept him, I might have made a show of him for the diversion of the city folk and taken silver from all men and gone with him to the houses of the great. And he repented him of having set him free and said, Thou hast let thy prey from thy hand away. But, as he was thus bemoaning his folly in releasing the prisoner, behold, Abdullah the merman returned to him, with both hands full of pearls and coral and smaragds and rubies and other gems, and said to him, Take these, O my brother, and excuse me, had I a fish basket FN number 246, I would have filled it for thee. Abdullah the fisherman rejoiced and took the jewels from the merman who said to him, Every day come hither, before sunrise, and farewelling him, went down into the sea, whilst the other returned to the city, rejoicing, and stayed not walking till he came to the baker's oven and said to him, O my brother, good luck is come to us at last, so do thou reckon with me. Answered the baker, There needeth no reckoning. An thou have aught, give it me, and if thou have naught, take thy bread and spending money and begone, against we'll betide thee. Rejoined the fisherman, O my friend, indeed we'll hath betided me of Allah's bounty, and I owe thee much money, but take this. So saying, he took for him a handful of the pearls and coral and rubies and other jewels he had with him, the handful being about half of the whole, and gave them to the baker, saying, Give me some ready money to spend this day, till I sell these jewels. So the baker gave him all the money he had in hand and all the bread in his basket, and rejoiced in the jewels, saying, I am thy slave and thy servant. Then he set all the bread on his head, and following the fisherman home, gave it to his wife and children, after which he repaired to the market and brought meat and greens and all manner fruit. Moreover, He left his oven and abode with Abdullah all that day, busying himself in his service and fulfilling all his affairs. Said the fisherman, "O my brother, thou weariest thyself," and the baker replied, "This is my duty, for I am become thy servant and thou hast overwhelmed me with thy boons." Rejoined the fisherman, "'Tis thou who wast my benefactor in the days of dearth and distress." And the baker passed that night with him enjoying good cheer and became a faithful friend to him. Then the fisherman told his wife what had befallen him with the merman, whereat she rejoiced and said, "Keep thy secret, lest the government come down upon thee." But he said, "Though I keep my secret from all men, yet will I not hide it from the baker." On the morrow, he rose betimes and, shouldering a basket which he had filled in the evening with all manner fruits, repaired before sunrise to the seashore, and setting down the crate on the water edge called out, "Where art thou, O Abdullah, O merman?" He answered, "Here am I, at thy service," and came forth to him. The fisherman gave him the fruit and he took it and plunging into the sea with it, was absent a full hour, after which time he came up, with the fish basket full of all kinds of gems and jewels. The fisherman set it on his head and went away. And, when he came to the oven, the baker said to him, "O my lord, I have baked thee 40 buns FN number 247, and have sent them to thy house, and now I will bake some firsts, and as soon as all is done, I will bring it to thy house and go and fetch thee greens and meat." Abdullah handed to him 3 handfuls of jewels out of the fish basket and going home, set it down there. Then he took a gem of price of each sort and going to the jewel bazaar, stopped at the syndic's shop and said to him, "Buy these precious stones of me." "Show them to me," said the sheikh. So he showed them to him and the jeweller said, "Hast thou aught beside these?" And Abdullah replied, "I have a basket full at home." The syndic asked, "And where is thine house?" And the fisherman answered, "In such a quarter." Whereupon the sheikh took the jewels from him and said to his followers, "Lay hold of him, for he is the thief who stole the jewelry of the queen, the wife of our sultan." And he bade beat him. So they bastinadoed him and pinioned him, after which the syndic and all the people of the jewel market arose and set out for the palace, saying, "We have caught the thief." Quoth one, "None robbed such an one but this villain," and quoth another, "'Twas none but he stole all that was in such an one's house," and some said this and others said that. All this while he was silent and spake not a word nor returned a reply, till they brought him before the king, to whom said the syndic, "O king of the age, when the queen's necklace was stolen, thou sentest to acquaint us of the theft, requiring of us the discovery of the culprit. Wherefore I strove beyond the rest of the folk and have taken the thief for thee. Here he standeth before thee, and these be the jewels we have recovered from him." Thereupon the king said to the chief eunuch, "Carry these jewels from the queen to sea, and say to her, Are these thy property thou hast lost?" So the eunuch took the jewels and went in with them to the queen, who seeing their lustre marvelled at them and sent to the king to say, "I have found my necklace in my own place and these jewels are not my property, nay, they are finer than those of my necklace." So oppressed not the man, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 943rd night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the king's wife sent to the king to say, "These are not my property, nay, these gems are finer than those of my necklace," so oppress not this man, but, if he will sell them, buy them for thy daughter Amalswad, FN number 248, that we may set them in a necklace for her. When the eunuch returned and told the king what the queen said, he damned the syndic of the jewellers, him and his company, with the damnation of Ad and Tamad, FN number 249, and they said to him, "O king of the age, we knew this man for a poor fisherman and deemed such things too much for him, FN number 250, so we supposed that he had stolen them." Cried the king, "O ye filthy villains, begrudge ye a true believer good fortune? Why did ye not make due inquiry of him? Haply Allah Almighty hath vouchsafed him these things from a source whereupon he reckoned not. Why did ye make him out a thief and disgrace him amongst the folk? Begone, and may Allah never bless you. So they went out affrighted, and the king said to Abdullah, O man, Allah bless thee in all he hath bestowed on thee, no harm shall befall thee, but tell me truly, whence gottest thou these jewels, for I am a king yet have I not the like of them. The fisherman replied, O king of the age, I have a fish basket full of them at home, and the case is thus and thus. Then he told him of his friendship with the merman, adding, We have made a covenant together that I shall bring him every day a basket full of fruit, and that he shall fill me the basket with these jewels. Quoth the king, O man, this is thy lucky lot, a 12th needeth rank, FN number 251. I will defend thee for the present against men's domineering, but haply I shall be deposed or die, and another rule in my stead, and he shall slay thee because of his love of the goods of this world and his covetousness. So I am minded to marry thee to my daughter, and make thee my wazir, and bequeath thee the kingdom after me, so none may hanker for thy riches when I am gone. Then said he, Hie with this man to the hammam. So they bore him to the baths, and bathed his body and robed him in royal raiment, after which they brought him back to the king, and he made him his wazir, and sent to his house couriers and the soldiers of his guard and all the wives of the notables, who clad his wife and children in kingly costume, and mounting the woman in a horse litter, with the little child in her lap, walked before her to the palace, escorted by the troops and couriers and officers. They also brought her elder children into the king, who made much of them, taking them in his lap and seating them by his side, for they were 9 children male, and the king had no son and heir, nor had he been blessed with any child save this one daughter, a Malsuad height. Meanwhile the queen entreated Abdullah's wife with honor, and bestowed favors on her, and made her waziress to her. Then the king bade draw up the marriage contract between his daughter and Abdullah of the land FN number 252, who assigned to her, as her dower, all the gems and precious stones in his possession, and they opened the gates of festival. The king commanded by proclamation to decorate the city, in honor of his daughter's wedding. Then Abdullah went in unto the princess and abated her maidenhead. Next morning the king looked out of the lattice and saw Abdullah carrying on his head a fish crate full of fruit. So he called to him, What hast thou there, O my son-in-law, and whither wendest thou? The fisherman replied, To my friend, Abdullah the merman, and the king said, O my son-in-law, this is no time to go to thy comrade. Quoth Abdullah, Indeed, I fear to break tryst with him, lest he reckon me a liar and say, The things of the world have diverted thee from me. And quoth the king, Thou speakest sooth, go to thy friend and God help thee. So he walked through the city on his way to his companion, and, as he went, he heard the folk who knew him say, There goeth the king's son-in-law to exchange fruit for gems, whilst those who knew him not said, Ho, fellow, how much a pound? Come, sell to me. And he answered, saying, Wait till I come back to thee, for that he would not hurt the feelings of any man. Then he fared on till he came to the seashore, and foregathered with his friend Abdullah the merman, to whom he delivered the fruit, receiving gems in return. He ceased not doing thus till one day, as he passed by the baker's oven, he found it closed, and so he did 10 days, during which time the oven remained shut, and he saw nothing of the baker. So he said to himself, This is a strange thing. Would I wot whither the baker went? Then he inquired of his neighbor, saying, O my brother, where is thy neighbor the baker, and what hath Allah done with him? And the other responded, O my lord, he is sick and cometh not forth of his house. Where is his house? Asked Abdullah, and the other answered, In such a quarter. So he fared thither and inquired of him, but, when he knocked at the door, the baker looked out of window, and seeing his friend the fisherman, full basket on head, came down and opened the door to him. Abdullah entered, and throwing himself on the baker embraced him and wept, saying, How dost thou, O my friend? Every day, I pass by thine oven and see it unopened, so I asked thy neighbor, who told me that thou wast sick, therefore I inquired for thy house, that I might see thee. Answered the baker, Allah requite thee for me with all good. Nothing aileth me, but it reached me that the king had taken thee, for that certain of the folk had lied against thee and accused thee of being a robber, wherefore I feared and shut shop and hid myself. True, said Abdullah, and told him all that had befallen him with the king and the sheikh of the jeweller's bazaar, adding moreover, the king hath given me his daughter to wife and made me his wazir, and, after a pause, so do thou take what is in this fish basket to thy share and fear naught. Then he left him, after having done away from his affright, and returned with the empty crate to the king, who said to him, O my son-in-law, 'twould seem thou hast not foregathered with thy friend the merman today. Replied Abdullah, I went to him, but that which he gave me I gave to my gossip the baker, to whom I owe kindness. Who may be this baker? Asked the king, and the fisherman answered, he is a benevolent man, who did with me thus and thus in the days of my poverty, and never neglected me a single day nor hurt my feelings. Quoth the king, what is his name? And quoth the fisherman, his name is Abdullah the baker, and my name is Abdullah of the land, and that of my friend the merman Abdullah of the sea. Rejoined the king, and my name also is Abdullah, and the servants of Allah FN number 253, are all brethren. So send and fetch thy friend the baker, that I may make him my wazir of the left. FN number 254, so he sent for the baker, who speedily came to the presence, and the king invested him with the wazirial uniform and made him wazir of the left, making Abdullah of the land his wazir of the right. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 944th night, she continued, it hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the king made his son-in-law, Abdullah of the land, wazir of the right, and Abdullah the baker wazir of the left. In such condition the fisherman abode a whole year, every day carrying for the merman the crate full of the fruit and receiving it back, full of jewels, and when fruit failed from the gardens, he carried him raisins and almonds and filberts and walnuts and figs and so forth, and all that he brought for him the merman accepted and returned him the fish basket full of jewels according to his custom. Now it chanced one day that he carried him the crate, full of dry FN number 255, fruits as was his wont, and his friend took them from him. Then they sat down to converse, Abdullah the fisherman on the beach and Abdullah the merman in the water near the shore, and discoursed, and the talk went round between them, till it fell upon the subject of sepulchres, whereat quoth the merman, O my brother, they say that the Prophet, whom Allah save and save, is buried with you on the land. Knowest thou his tomb? Abdullah replied, yes, it layeth in a city called Yathrib. FN number 256, asked the merman, and do the people of the land visit it? Yes, answered the fisherman, and the other said, I give you joy, O people of the land, of visiting FN number 257, that noble prophet and compassionate, which whoso visiteth meriteth his intercession. Hast thou made such visitation, O my brother? Replied the fisherman, number, for I was poor and had not the necessary sum FN number 258, to spend by the way, nor have I been in easy case but since I knew thee and thou bestowedst on me this good fortune. But such visitation behoveth me after I have pilgrimed to the holy house of Allah, FN number 259, and naught withholdeth me therefrom but my love to thee, because I cannot leave thee for one day. Rejoined the merman, and dost thou set the love of me before the visitation of the tomb of Muhammad, whom Allah save and save, who shall intercede for thee on the day of review before Allah and shall save thee from the fire, and through whose intercession thou shalt enter paradise? And dost thou, for the love of the world, neglect to visit the tomb of thy prophet FN number 260, Muhammad, whom God bless and preserve? Replied Abdullah, no, by Allah, I set the visitation of the prophet's tomb above all else, and I crave thy leave to pray before it this year. The merman rejoined, I grant thee leave, on condition that when thou shalt stand by his sepulchre thou salute him for me with a salam. Furthermore I have a trust to give thee, so come thou with me into the sea, that I may carry thee to my city and entertain thee in my house and give thee a deposit, which when thou takest thy station by the prophet's tomb, do thou lay thereon, saying, O Apostle of Allah, Abdullah the merman saluteth thee, and sendeth thee this present, imploring thine intercession to save him from the fire. Said the fisherman, O my brother, thou wast created in the water, and water is thy abiding place and doth thee no hurt, but, if thou shouldst come forth to the land, would any harm betide thee? The merman replied, Yes, my body would dry up and the breezes of the land would blow upon me and I should die. Rejoined the fisherman, and I, in like manner, was created on the land and the land is my abiding place, but, and I went down into the sea, the water would enter my belly and choke me and I should die. Retorted the other, Have no fear for that, for I will bring thee an ointment, wherewith when thou hast anointed thy body, the water will do thee no hurt, though thou shouldst pass the length of thy life going about in the great deep, and thou shalt lie down and rise up in the sea and naught shall harm thee. Quoth the fisherman, And the case by thus, well and good, but bring me the ointment, so that I may make trial of it. And quoth the merman, So be it. Then, taking the fish basket, disappeared in the depths. He was absent a while, and presently returned with an unguent, as it were the fat of beef, yellow as gold and sweet of savour. Asked the fisherman, What is this, O my brother? And answered the merman, 'Tis the liver fat of a kind of fish called the dandan, FN number 261, which is the biggest of all fishes and the fiercest of our foes. His bulk is greater than that of any beast of the land, and were he to meet a camel or an elephant, he would swallow it at a single mouthful. Abdullah inquired, O my brother, what doth this baleful beast? And the merman replied, He eateth of the beasts of the sea. Hast thou not heard the saying, Like the fishes of the sea, forcible eateth feeble? FN number 262, true, but have you many of these dandans in the sea? Yes, there be many of them with us. None can tell their tale save Almighty Allah. Verily, I fear lest, if I go down with thee into the deep, a creature of this kind fall in with me and devour me. Have no fear, when he seeth thee, he will know thee for a son of Adam and will fear thee and flee. He dreadeth none in the sea as he dreadeth a son of Adam, for that and he eateth the man he dieth forthright, because human fat is a deadly poison to this kind of creature, nor do we collect its slither speck save by means of a man, when he falleth into the sea and is drowned, for that his semblance becometh changed and ofttimes his flesh is torn, so the dandan eateth him, deeming him the same as the denizens of the deep, and dieth. Then we light upon our enemy dead and take the speck of his liver and grease ourselves so that we can overwander the main in safety. Also, wherever there is a son of Adam, though there be in that place 100 or 200 or 1,000 or more of these beasts, all die forthright and they but hear him, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 945th night, she pursued, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Abdullah of the sea said to Abdullah of the land, And if 1,000 or more of this kind hear an Adamite cry a single cry, forthright all die, nor hath one of them power to remove from his place. So, whenever a son of Adam falleth into the sea, we take him and anoint him with this fat and go round about the depths with him, and whenever we see a dandan or 2 or 3 or more, we bid him cry out and they all die forthright for his once crying. Quoth the fisherman, I put my trust in Allah, and, doffing his clothes, buried them in a hole which he dug in the beach, after which he rubbed his body from head to heels with that ointment. Then he descended into the water and diving, opened his eyes and the brine did him no hurt. So he walked right and left, and if he would, he rose to the sea face, and if he would, he sank to the base. And he beheld the water as it were a tent over his head, yet it wrought him no hurt. Then said the merman to him, What sayest thou, O my brother? And said he, O my brother, I see naught save wheel FN number 263, and indeed thou spakest truth in that which thou saidest to me, for the water doth me no hurt. Quoth the merman, Follow me. So he followed him, and they ceased not faring on from place to place, whilst Abdullah discovered before him and on his right and left mountains of water, and solaced himself by gazing thereon and on the various sorts of fish, some great and some small, which disported themselves in the main. Some of them favoured buffaloes FN number 264, others oxen, and others dogs, and yet others human beings, but all to which they drew near fled, whenas they saw the fisherman, who said to the merman, O my brother, how is it that I see all the fish, to which we draw near, flee from us afar? Said the other, Because they fear thee, for all things that Allah hath made fear the son of Adam. FN number 265. The fisherman ceased not to divert himself with the marvels of the deep, till they came to a high mountain and fared on beside it. Suddenly, he heard a mighty loud cry, and turning, saw some black thing, the bigness of a camel or bigger, coming down upon him from the liquid mountain and crying out. So he asked his friend, What is this, O my brother? And the merman answered, This is the Dandan. He cometh in search of me, seeking to devour me. So cry out at him, O my brother, ere he reacheth, else he will snatch me up and devour me. Accordingly Abdullah cried out at the beast, and behold, it fell down dead, which when he saw, he said, Glorified be the perfection of God and his praise. I smote it not with a sword nor knife, how cometh it that, for all the vastness of the creature's bulk, it could not bear my cry, but died? Replied the merman, Marvel not, for, by Allah, O my brother, whether 1,000 or 2,000 of these creatures, yet could they not endure the cry of a son of Adam. Then they walked on, till they made a city, whose inhabitants the fisherman saw to be all women, there being no male among them. So he said to his companion, O my brother, what city is this, and what are these women? This is the city of women, for its inhabitants are of the women of the sea. Are there any males among them? No. Then how do they conceive and bear young, without males? FN number 266. The king of the sea banisheth them hither, and they conceive not, neither bear children. All the women of the sea, with whom he is wroth, he sendeth to this city, and they cannot leave it. For, should one of them come forth therefrom, any of the beasts of the sea that saw her would eat her. But in other cities of the main there are both males and females. Thereupon asked the fisherman, Are there then other cities than this in the sea? And the merman answered, There are many. Quoth the fisherman, And is there a sultan over you in the sea? Yes, quoth the merman. Then said Abdullah, O my brother, I have indeed seen many marvels in the main. But the merman said, And what hast thou seen of its marvels? FN number 267. Hast thou not heard the saying, The marvels of the sea are more manifold than the marvels of the land? True, rejoined the fisherman, and fell to gazing upon those women, whom he saw with faces like moons and hair like women's hair, but their hands and feet were in the middle, and they had tails like fishes' tails. Now when the merman had shown him the people of the city, he carried him forth therefrom and forewalked him to another city, which he found full of folk, both males and females, formed like the women aforesaid and having tails, but there was neither selling nor buying amongst them, as with the people of the land, nor were they clothed, but went all naked and with their same uncovered. Said Abdullah, O my brother, I see males and females alike with their shame exposed. FN number 268. And the other said, This is because the folk of the sea have no clothes. Asked the fisherman, And how do they when they marry? The merman answered, They do not marry, but every one who taketh a liking to a female doth his will of her. Quoth Abdullah, This is unlawful. Why doth he not ask her in marriage and dower her and make her a wedding festival and marry her, in accordance with that which is pleasing to Allah and his apostle? And quoth the other, we are not all of one religion, some of us are Muslims, believers in unity, others Nazarenes and what not else, and each marrieth in accordance with the ordinances of his creed, but those of us who marry are mostly Muslims. The fisherman continued, ye are naked and have neither buying nor selling among you, of what then is your wives' dowry? Do ye give them jewels and precious stones? The merman rejoined, gems with us are only stones without worth, but upon the Muslim who is minded to marry they impose a dowry of a certain number of fishes of various kinds that he must catch, 1,000 or 2,000, more or less, according to the agreement between himself and the bride's father. As soon as he bringeth the amount required, the families of the bride and bridegroom assemble and eat the marriage banquet, after which they bring him in to his bride, and he catcheth fish and feedeth her, or, if he be unable, she catcheth fish and feedeth him. Inquired the fisherman, and how if a woman commit adultery? And the other replied, if a woman be convicted of this case, they banish her to the city of women, and if she be with child by her gallant, they leave her till she be delivered. Then, if she give birth to a girl, they banish her with her, calling her adulteress, daughter of adulteress, and she abideth a maid till she die. But, if the woman give birth to a male child, they carry it to the Sultan of the sea, who putteth it to death. Abdullah marvelled at this, and the merman carried him to another city, and thence to another and yet another, till he had diverted him with the sight of 80 cities, and he saw the people of each city unlike those of every other. Then said he to the merman, O my brother, are there yet other cities in the main? Whereto, said the other, and what hast thou seen of the cities of the sea and its wondrous spectacles? By the virtue of the noble Prophet, the benign, the compassionate, were I to show thee every day 1,000 cities for 1,000 years, and in each city 1,000 marvels, I should not have shown thee 1 carat of the 24 carats of the cities of the sea and its miracles. I have but shown thee our own province and country, nothing more. The fisherman thus resumed, O my brother, since this is the case, what I have seen souseth me, for I am weary of eating fish, and these fourscore days I have been in thy company, thou hast fed me, morning and night, upon nothing but raw fish, neither broiled nor boiled. And what is broiled or boiled? We broil fish with fire and boil it in water and dress it in various ways and make many dishes of it. And how should we come by fire in the sea? We know not broiled nor boiled nor aught else of the kind. We also fry it in olive oil and oil of sesame. FN number 269, how should we come by olive oil and oil of sesame in the sea? Verily we know nothing of that thou namest. True, but O my brother, thou hast shown me many cities, yet hast thou not shown me thine own city. As for mine own city, we passed it a long way, for it is near the land whence we came, and I left it and came with thee hither, thinking only to divert thee with the sight of the greatest cities of the sea. That which I have seen of them souseth me, and now I would have thee show me thine own city. So be it, answered Abdullah of the sea, and, returning on his traces, carried him back thither and said to him, This is my city. Abdullah of the land looked and saw a city small by comparison with those he had seen. Then he entered with his comrade of the deep and they fared on till they came to a cave. Quoth the merman, This is my house and all the houses in the city are like this, caverns great and small in the mountains, as are also those of every other city of the sea. For whoso is minded to make him a house must repair to the king and say to him, I wish to make me a house in such a place. Whereupon the king sends with him a band of the fish called beckers, FN number 270, which have beaks that grumble the hardest rock, appointing for their wage a certain quantum of fish. They betake themselves to the mountain chosen by the intended owner and therein pierce the house, whilst the owner catcheth fish for them and feedeth them, till the cave is finished, when they wend their ways and the house owner taketh up his abode therein. On such wise do all the people of the sea, they traffic not one with other nor serve each other save by means of fish, and their food is fish and they themselves are a kind of the fish. FN number 271. Then he said to him, Enter. So Abdullah entered, and the merman cried out, saying, Ho, daughter mine. When behold, there came to him a damsel with a face like the rondure of the moon, and hair long, hips heavy, eyes black-edged and waist slender, but she was naked and had a tail. When she saw Abdullah of the land, she said to her sire, O my father, what is this no tail? FN number 272, thou hast brought with thee? He replied, O my daughter, this is my friend of the land, from whom I used to bring thee the fruits of the ground. Come hither and salute him with the salam. So she came forward and saluted the fisherman with eloquent tongue and eloquent speech, and her father said to her, Bring meat for our guest, by whose visit a blessing hath betided us. FN number 273, whereupon she brought him 2 great fishes, each the bigness of a lamb, and the merman said to him, Eat. So he ate for stress of hunger, despite himself, because he was tired of eating fish and they had naught else save fish. Before long, in came the merman's wife, who was beautiful of form and favour, and with her 2 children, each having in his hand a young fish, which he crunched as a man would crunch a cucumber. When she saw the fisherman with her husband, she said, What is this snowtail? And she and her sons and their sister came up to him and fell to examining the back parts of Abdullah of the land, and saying, By Allah, he is tailless, and they laughed at him. So he said to the merman, O my brother, hast thou brought me hither to make me a butt and a laughing stock for thy children and thy consort? And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 946th night, she resumed, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Abdullah of the land said to Abdullah of the sea, O my brother, hast thou brought me hither to make me a butt and a laughing stock for thy children and thy consort? Cried the merman, Pardon, O my brother. Those who have no tails are here among us, and whenever one such is found, the Sultan taketh him, to make fun of him, and he abideth a marvel amongst us, and all who see him laugh at him. But, O my brother, excuse these young children and this woman, for they lack wits. Then he cried out to his family, saying, Silence. So they were afraid and held their peace, whilst he went on to soothe Abdullah's mind. Presently, as they were talking, behold, in came some 10 mermen, tall and strong and stout, and said to him, O Abdullah, it hath reached the king that thou hast with thee a no-tail of the no-tails of the earth. Answered the merman, Yes, and this is he, but he is not of us nor of the children of the sea. He is my friend of the land and hath come to me as a guest, and I purpose to carry him back to the land. Quoth they, We cannot depart but with him, so, an thou have aught to say, arise and come with him before the king, and whatso thou wouldest say to us, say thou that same to the king. Then quoth the merman to the fisherman, O my brother, my excuse is manifest, and we may not disobey the king, but go thou with me to him, and I will do my best to deliver thee from him, Inshallah. Fear not, for he deemeth thee of the children of the sea, but, when he seeth thee, he will know thee to be of the children of the land, and he will surely entreat thee honourably and restore thee to the land. And Abdullah of the land replied, 'Tis thine to decide. I will trust in Allah and went with thee. So he took him and carried him to the king, who, when he saw him, laughed at him and said, Welcome to the no-tail. And all who were about the king began to laugh at him and say, Yea, by Allah, he is tailless. Then Abdullah of the sea came forward and acquainted the king with the fisherman's case, saying, This man is of the children of the land, and he is my comrade and cannot live amongst us, for that he liveth not the eating of fish, except it be fried or boiled. Wherefore I desire that thou give me leave to restore him to the land. Whereto the king replied, Since the case is so, and he cannot live among us, I give thee leave to restore him to his place, after due entertainment, presently adding, Bring him the guest meal. So they brought him fish of various kinds and colours, and he ate, in obedience to the royal behest, after which the king said to him, Ask a boon of me. Quoth he, I ask of thee that thou give me jewels. And the king said, Carry him to the jewel house and let him choose that whereof he hath need. So his friend carried him to the jewel house, and he picked out whatso he would, after which the merman brought him back to his own city, and pulling out a purse, said to him, Take this deposit and lay it on the tomb of the prophet, whom Allah save and assain. And he took it, knowing not what was therein. Then the merman went forth with him, to bring him back to land, and by the way he heard singing and merrymaking, and saw a table spread with fish and folk eating and singing and holding mighty high festival. So Abdullah of the land said to his friend, What aileth these people to rejoice thus? Is there a wedding among them? Replied Abdullah of the sea, Nay, one of them is dead. Asked the fisherman, Then do ye, when one dieth amongst you, rejoice for him and sing and feast? And the merman answered, Yes, and ye of the land, what do ye? Quoth Abdullah of the land, When one dieth amongst us, we weep and keen for him, and the women beat their faces and rend the bosoms of their raiment, in token of mourning for the dead. But Abdullah the merman stared at him with wide eyes and said to him, Give me the deposit. So he gave it to him. Then he set him ashore and said to him, I have broken off our companionship and our amity. Wherefore from this day forward thou shalt no more see me, nor I see thee. Cried the fisherman, Why say'st thou this? And the other said, Are ye not, O folk of the land, a deposit of Allah? Yes. Why then, asked the merman, is it grievous to you that Allah should take back his deposit, and wherefore weep ye over it? How can I entrust thee with a deposit for the prophet, whom Allah save and assain, seeing that, when a child is born to you, you rejoice in it, albeit the Almighty setteth the soul therein as a deposit, and yet, when he taketh it again, it is grievous to you, and ye weep and mourn. Since it is hard for thee to give up the deposit of Allah, how shall it be easy to thee to give up the deposit of the Prophet? FN number 274, Wherefore we need not your companionship. Saying thus he left him and disappeared in the sea. Thereupon Abdullah of the land donned his dress, and taking the jewels, went up to the king, who met him lovingly and rejoiced at his return, saying, How dost thou, O my son-in-law, and what is the cause of thine absence from me this while? So he told him his tale and acquainted him with that which he had seen of marvels in the sea, whereat the king wondered. Then he told him what Abdullah the merman had said. FN number 275. And the king replied, Indeed thou wast at fault to tell him this. Nevertheless, he continued for some time to go down to the shore and call upon Abdullah of the sea, but he answered him not nor came to him. So, at last, he gave up all hope of him and abode, he and the king his father-in-law and the families of them both in the happiest of case and the practice of righteous ways, till there came to them the destroyer of delights and the severer of societies, and they died all. Wherefore glory be to the living, who dieth not, whose is the empire of the seen and the unseen, who over all things is omnipotent and is gracious to his servants and knoweth their every intent. And amongst the tales they tell is one anent Harun al-Rashid and Abu Hassan, the merchant of Oman. The Caliph Harun al-Rashid was one night wakeful exceedingly, so he called Masrur and said to him as soon as he came, Fetch me Ja'far in haste. Accordingly, he went out and returned with the wazir, to whom said the Caliph, O Ja'far, wakefulness hath mastered me this night and forbiddeth sleep from me, nor wot I what shall drive it away from me. Replied Ja'far, O Commander of the Faithful, the wise say, looking on the mirror, entering the hammam bath and hearkening unto song banish care and chagrin. He rejoined, O Ja'far, I have done all this, but it hath brought me naught of relief, and I swear by my bias forbears, unless thou contrive that which shall abate from me this infamy, I will smite thy neck. Quoth Ja'far, O Commander of the Faithful, wilt thou do that which I shall counsel thee? Whereupon quoth the Caliph, "And what is that thou counselleth?" He replied, "It is that thou take boat with us and drop down Tigris river with the tide to a place called Khan al-Sirat, so haply we may hear what we never heard or see what we never saw." For 'tis said, the solace of care is in one of three things, that a man see what he never before saw, or hear what he never yet heard, or tread an earth he erst hath never trodden. It may be this shall be the means of remedying thy restlessness, O Commander of the Faithful, Inshallah. There, on either side of the river, are windows and balconies one facing other, and it may be we shall hear or see from one of these somewhat wherewith our hearts may be heartened. Ja'afr's counsel pleased the Caliph, so he rose from his place, and taking with him the Wazir and his brother Al-Fazl and Isaac FN number 276, the boon companion, and Abu Nawas and Abu Dalaf FN number 277, and Masrur Sauda, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 947th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the Caliph arose from his seat with Ja'afar and the rest of the party, all entered the wardrobe, where they donned merchant's gear. Then they went down to the Tigris, and embarking in the gilded boat, dropped down with the stream, till they came to the place they sought, when they heard the voice of a damsel singing to the lute and chanting these couplets. To him when the wine cup is near I declare, while in coppice loud shrilleth and trilleth hazard, how long this repining from joys and delight? Wake up, for this life is a borrowed ware. Take the cup from the hand of the friend who is dear, with languishing eyelids and languorous air. I sewed on his cheek a fresh rose, which amid his side locks the fruit of granado tree bare. Thou wouldst deem that the place where he tear his fair cheek FN number 278, were ashes, while cheeks whose incendiary wear. Quoth the blamer, forget him. But where's my excuse when his side face is growing the downiest hair? FN number 279. When the Caliph heard this, he said, "O Ja'afar, how goodly is that voice?" And their Wazir replied, "O our Lord, never smote my hearing aught sweeter or goodlier than this singing. But, good my lord, hearing from behind a wall is only half hearing. How would it be an we heard it from behind a curtain?" Quoth the Caliph, "Come, O Ja'afar, let us play the parasites with the master of this house, and haply we shall look upon the songstress face to face." And quoth Ja'afar, "I hear and I obey." So they landed and sought admittance, when behold, there came out to them a young man, fair of favour, sweet of speech and fluent of tongue, who said to them, "Welcome and welcome, O lords that honour me with your presence. Enter in all comfort and convenience." So they went in, and he with them, to a saloon with 4 faces, whose ceiling was decorated with gold and its walls adorned with ultramarine. FN number 280. At its upper end was a dais, whereon stood a goodly row of seats FN number 281, and thereon sat 100 damsels like moons. The housemaster cried out to them, and they came down from their seats. Then he turned to Ja'afar and said to him, "O my lord, I know not the honourable of you from the more honourable. Bismillah. Deign he that is highest in rank among you favour me by taking the head of the room, and let his brethren sit each in his several stead." So they sat down, each according to his degree, whilst Masrur abode standing before them in their service, and the host asked them, "O my guests, with your leave, shall I set somewhat of food before you?" And they answered, "Yes." Hearing this, he bade his handmaids bring food, whereupon 4 damsels with girded waists placed in front of them a table, whereon were rare meats of that which fleeth and walketh earth and swimmeth seas, sand grouse and quails and chickens and pigeons, and written on the raised edge of the tray were verses such as sorted with the entertainment. So they ate till they had enough and washed their hands, after which said the young man, "O my lords, if you have any want, let us know it, that we may have the honour of satisfying it." They replied, "'Tis well, we came not to thy dwelling save for the sake of a voice we heard from behind the wall of thy house, and we would fain hear it again and know her to whom it belongeth. So, an thou deem right to vouchsafe us this favour, it will be of the generosity of thy nature, and after we will return whence we came. Quoth the host, Ye are welcome, and, turning to a black slave girl, said to her, Fetch me thy mistress such an one. So she went away, and returning with a chair of chinaware, cushioned with brocade, set it down, then withdrew again, and presently returned with a damsel, as she were the moon on the night of its full, who sat down on the chair. Then the black girl gave her a bag of satin, wherefrom she brought out a lute, inlaid with gems and jacinths, and furnished with pegs of gold. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 948th night, she continued, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the damsel came forward, she took her seat upon the chair and brought out from its case a lute, and behold, it was inlaid with gems and jacinths, and furnished with pegs of gold. Then she tuned its strings, even as saith the poet of her and her lute in these lines. She sits it in lap like a mother fond, and she strikes the strings that can make it speak, and ne'er smiteth her right an injurious touch, but her left repairs of her right the wreak. FN number 282. Then she strained the lute to her bosom, bending over it as mother bendeth over babe, and swept the strings which complained as child to mother complaineth, after which she played upon it and began improvised these couplets. Untind my lover restore me, I'll blame him fain, saying, Pass, oh my dear, the Boland in passing drained the wine which hath never mixed with the heart of man, but he passes to joy from annoyance, to pleasure from pain. Apostrophe. Then Zephyr arose to his task of sustaining the cup, did stare see full moon that in hand the star hath ta'en. FN number 283. How oft I talked through the night, when its rounded lune shed in darkness of Tigris bank a beamy rain. And when Luna sank in the west, was as though she'd wave all the length of the watery waste to gilded clay I've. When she had made an end of her verse, she wept with sore weeping, and all who were in the place wept aloud till they were well nigh dead, nor was the one of them but took leave of his wits, and rent his raiment and beat his face, for the goodliness of her singing. Then said Al-Rashid, This damsel's song verily denoteth that she is a lover departed from her beloved. Quoth her master, She hath lost father and mother, but quoth the Caliph, This is not the weeping of one who hath lost mother and father, but the yearning of one who hath lost him she loveth. And he was delighted with her singing, and said to Isaac, By Allah, never saw I her like. And Isaac said, O my lord, indeed I marvel at her with utterest marvel, and am beside myself for delight. Now Al-Rashid with all this stinted not to look upon the housemaster and note his charms and the daintiness of his fashion, but he saw on his face a pallor as he would die, so he turned to him and said, Ho, youth! And the other said, Adsum! At thy service, O my lord. The Caliph asked, Knowest thou who we are? And he answered, No. Quoth Ja'far, Wilt thou that I tell thee the names of each of us? And quoth the young man, Yes. When the wazir said, This is the commander of the faithful, descendant of the uncle of the prince of the apostles, and named to him the others of the company, after which quoth Al-Rashid, I wish that thou acquaint me with the cause of the paleness of thy face, whether it be acquired or natural from thy birthtide. Quoth he, O Prince of true believers, my case is wondrous and my affair marvellous. Were it graven with gravers on the eye corners, it were a warner to whoso will be warned. Said the Caliph, Tell it to me, haply thy healing may be at my hand. Said the young man, O commander of the faithful, lend me thine ears and give me thy whole mind. And he, Come, tell it me, for thou makest me long to hear it. So the young man began, Know then, O Prince of true believers, that I am a merchant of the merchants of the sea, and come from Oman city, where my sire was a trader and a very wealthy trader, having 30 ships trafficking upon the main, whose yearly hire was 30,000 dinars, and he was a generous man and had taught me writing and all whereof a white hath need. When his last hour drew near, he called me to him and gave me the customary charge. Then Almighty Allah took him and admitted him to his mercy, and may he continue the commander of the faithful on life. Now my late father had partners trading with his coin and voyaging on the ocean. So one day, as I sat in my house with a company of merchants, a certain of my servants came in to me and said, O my lord, there is at the door a man who craveth admittance to thee. I gave leave, and he came in, bearing on his head a something covered. He set it down and uncovered it, and behold, it was a box wherein were fruits out of season and herbs conserved in salt and fresh, such as are not found in our land. I thanked him and gifted him with 100 dinars, and he went away grateful. Then I divided these things amongst my friends and guests who were present and asked them whence they came. Quoth they come from Basora, and praised them and went on to portray the beauties of Basora, and all agreed that there was naught in the world goodlier than Baghdad and its people. Then they fell to describing Baghdad and the fine manners of its folk and the excellence of its air and the beauty of its ordinance, till my soul longed for it and all my hopes clave to looking upon it. So I arose, and selling my houses and lands, ships and slaves, negroes and handmaids, I got together my good, to wit, 1,000 dinars, besides gems and jewels, wherewith I freighted a vessel, and setting out therein with the whole of the property, voyaged a while. Then I hired a bark, and embarking therein with all my monies sailed up the river some days till we arrived at Baghdad. I inquired where the merchants abode and what part was pleasantest for domicile, and was answered, the Cock Water. So I went thither, and hiring a house in a thoroughfare called the Street of Saffron, transported all my goods to it, and took up my lodging therein for some time. At last one day, which was a Friday, I sallied forth to solace myself, taking with me somewhat of coin. I went first to a cathedral mosque, called the Mosque of Mansour, where the Friday service was held, and when we had made an end of congregational prayers, I fared forth with the folk to a place hight Khan al-Sirat, where I saw a tall and goodly mansion, with a balcony overlooking the river bank and pierced with a lattice window. So I betook myself thither with a company of folk, and sighted there an old man sitting, handsomely clad and exhaling perfumes. His beard forked upon his breast in 2 waves like silver wire, and about him were 4 damsels and 5 pages. So I said to one of the folk, What is the name of this old man, and what is his business? And the man said, His name is Tahir ibn al-Allah, and he is a keeper of girls. All who go into him eat and drink and look upon fair faces. Quoth I, By Allah, this long while have I wandered about in search of something like this. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 949th night, she pursued, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the young merchant cried, By Allah, this long while I have gone about in search of something like this. So I went up to the Shaykh, O commander of the faithful, and saluting him said to him, O my lord, I need somewhat of thee. He replied, What is thy need? And I rejoined, 'Tis my desire to be thy guest tonight. He said, With all my heart, but, O my son, with me are many damsels, some whose night is 10 dinars, some 40 and others more. Choose which thou wilt have. Quoth I choose her whose night is 10 dinars. And I weighed out to him 300 dinars, the price of a month, whereupon he committed me to a page, who carried me to a hammam within the house and served me with goodly service. When I came out of the bath he brought me to a chamber and knocked at the door, whereupon out came a handmaid, to whom said he, Take thy guest. She met me with welcome and cordiality, laughing and rejoicing, and brought me into a mighty fine room decorated with gold. I considered her and saw her like the moon on the night of its fullness, having in attendance on her 2 damsels as they were constellations. She made me sit, and seating herself by my side, signed to her slave girls, who set before us a tray covered with dishes of various kinds of meats, pullets and quails and sun grouse and pigeons. So we ate our sufficiency, and never in my life ate I aught more delicious than this food. When we had eaten she bade remove the tray and set on the service of wine and flowers, sweetmeats and fruits, and I abode with her a month in such case. At the end of that time, I repaired to the bath. Then, going to the old man, I said to him, "O my lord, I want her whose night is 20 dinars. Weigh down the gold," said he. So I fetched money and weighed out to him 600 dinars for a month's hire, whereupon he called a page and said to him, "Take thy lord here." Accordingly he carried me to the hammam and thence to the door of a chamber, whereat he knocked and there came out a handmaid, to whom quoth he, "Take thy guest." She received me with the goodliest reception, and I found in attendance on her 4 slave girls, whom she commanded to bring food. So they fetched the trace bread with all manner meats, and I ate. When I had made an end of eating and the tray had been removed, she took the lute and sang thereto these couplets. O waftings of musk from the Babel land, bear a message from me which my longings have planned. My troth is pledged to that place of yours, and to friends the biding a noble band, and wherein dwells she whom all lovers love and would hand, but she cometh to no man's hand. I abode with her a month, after which I returned to the sheikh and said to him, "I want the 40 dinar one." "Weigh out the money," said he. So I weighed out to him 1200 dinars, the mensual hire, and abode with her 1 month as it were 1 day, for what I saw of the comeliness of her semblance and the goodliness of her converse. After this I went to the sheikh one evening and heard a great noise and loud voices. So I asked him, "What is to do?" And he answered, saying, "This is the night of our remarkablest nights, when all souls embark on the river and divert themselves by gazing one upon another. Hast thou a mind to go up to the roof and solace thyself by looking at the folk?" "Yes," answered I, and went up to the terrace roof, FN number 284, whence I could see a gathering of people with flambeaux and cressets, and great mirth and merriment. Then I went up to the end of the roof and beheld there, behind a goodly curtain, a little chamber in whose midst stood a couch of juniper wood FN number 285, plated with shimmering gold and covered with a handsome carpet. On this sat a lovely young lady, confounding all beholders with her beauty and comeliness and symmetry and perfect grace, and by her side a youth, whose hand was on her neck, and he was kissing her and she kissing him. When I saw them, O Prince of true believers, I could not contain myself nor knew where I was, so dazed and dazzled was I by her beauty. But, when I came down, I questioned the damsel with whom I was and described the young lady to her. "What wilt thou with her?" asked she, and I, "She hath taken my wit." "O Abu al-Hasan, hast thou a mind to her?" "Ay, by Allah, for she hath captivated my heart and soul. This is the daughter of Tahir ibn al-Allah, she is our mistress and we are all her handmaids, but knowest thou, O Abu al-Hasan, what be the price of her night and her day?" "No. 500 dinars, for she is a regret to the heart of kings." FN number 286, "By Allah, I will spend all I have on this damsel." So saying I lay, heart sore for desire, through the livelong night till the morning, when I repaired to the hammam and presently donned a suit of the richest royal raiment and betaking myself to Ibn al-Allah, said to him, "O my lord, I want her whose night is 500 dinars." Quoth he, "Weigh down the money." So I weighed out to him 15,000 dinars for a month's hire, and he took them and said to the page, "Carry him to thy mistress such an one." Accordingly he took me and carried me to an apartment, than which my eyes never saw a goodlier on the earth's face, and there I found the young lady seated. When I saw her, O Commander of the Faithful, my reason was confounded with her beauty, for she was like the full moon on its 14th night. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 950th night, she resumed, "It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the young man continued to describe before the Prince of True Believers the young lady's characteristics, saying, she was like the full moon on her 14th night, a model of grace and symmetry and loveliness. Her speech changed the tones of the lute, and it was as it were she whom the poet meant in these verses. She cried while played in her side desire, and night o'erhung her with blackest bleak. O no night shall thy murk bring me ne'er a chum to tumble and fetter this cointy of me? And she smote that part with her palm and sighed sore sighs, and a weeping continued she, as the toothstick beautifies teeth, e'en so must prickle to cointy as a toothstick be. O Muslims, is never a stand to your tools, to assist a woman's necessity? Thereat arose up standing beneath its clothes my yard, as crying, at thee, at thee. And I loosed her trouser string, startling her, who art thou? And I said, a reply to thy plea, and began to stroke her with wrist thick yard, hurting hinder cheeks by its potency, and she cried as I rose after courses 3 suit thy gree the stroke, and I suit thy gree. And how excellent is the saying of another, FN number 287. A fair one, to idolaters if she her face should show, they'd leave their idols and her face, for only Lord would know. If in the eastward she appeared unto a monk, for sure, he'd cease from turning to the west and to the east bend low, and if into the briny sea one day she chanced to spit, assuredly the salt sea's floods straight fresh and sweet would grow. And that of another. I looked at her one look, and that dazed me such rarest gifts of mind and form to see, when doubt inspired her that I loved her, and upon her cheeks the doubt showed showily. I saluted her, and she said to me, welcome, and fair welcome, and taking me by the hand, O Prince of True Believers, made me sit down by her side, whereupon, of the excess of my desire, I fell a-weeping for fear of severance, and pouring forth the tears of the eye, recited these 2 couplets. I love the nights of parting, though I joy not in the same time, haply may exchange them for the boons of union day, and the days that bring union I and love for single thought, seeing everything in life lacking steadfastness of stay. Then she strave to solace me with soft sweet speech, but I was drowned in the deeps of passion, fearing even in union the pangs of disunion, for excess of longing and ecstasy of passion, and I bethought me of the low of absence and estrangement, and repeated these 2 couplets. I thought of estrangement in her embrace, and my eyes rained tears red as andam wood. So I wiped the drops on that long white neck, for Campo FN number 288, is wont to stay flow of blood. Then she bade bring food, and there came 4 damsels, high-bosomed girls and virginal, who set before us food and fruits and confections and flowers and wine, such as befit none save kings. So, O Commander of the Faithful, we ate, and sat over our wine, compassed about with blooms and herbs of sweet savour, in a chamber suitable only for kings. Presently, one of her maids brought her a silken bag, which she opened, and taking throughout to lute, laid it in her lap and smote its strings, whereat it complained as child complaineth to mother, and she sang these 2 couplets. Drink not pure wine except from hand of slender youth, like wine for daintiness, and like him meek the wine, for wine no joyance brings to him who drains the cup, save bring the cup boy cheek as fair and fain and fine. So, I abode with her, O Commander of the Faithful, month after month in similar guise, till all my money was spent. Wherefore I began to bethink me of separation as I sat with her one day, and my tears railed down upon my cheeks like rills, and I became not knowing night from light. Quoth she, why dost thou weep? And quoth I, O light of mine eyes, I weep because of our parting. She asked, and what shall part me and thee, O my lord? And I answered, by Allah, O my lady, from the day I came to thee, thy father hath taken of me, for every night, 500 dinars, and now I have nothing left. Right soothfast is the saw, penury maketh strangerhood at home, and money maketh the home in strangerhood, And indeed the poet speaks truth when he saith, lack of good is exile to man at home, and many shall house him where'er he roam. She replied, know that it is my father's custom, whenever a merchant abideth with him and hath spent all his capital, to entertain him 3 days, then doth he put him out, and he may return to us nevermore. But keep thou thy secret and conceal thy case, and I will so contrive that thou shalt abide with me till such time as Allah will. FN number 289. For, indeed, there is in my heart a great love for thee. Thou must know that all my father's money is under my hand, and he wotteth not its full tale. So, every morning, I will give thee a purse of 500 dinars, which do thou offer to my sire, saying, henceforth, I will pay thee only day by day. He will hand some to me, and I will give it to thee again, and we will abide thus till such time as may please Allah. Thereupon I thanked her and kissed her hand, and on this wise, O Prince of True Believers, I abode with her a whole year, till it chanced on a certain day that she beat one of her handmaids grievously, and the slave girl said, by Allah, I will assuredly torture thy heart, even as thou hast tortured me. So she went to the girl's father and exposed to him all that had passed, first and last, which when Tahir ibn Allah heard, he arose forthright, and coming in to me, as I sat with his daughter, said, ho, such an one, and I said, at thy service. Quoth he, 'tis our wont, when a merchant grow poor with us, to give him hospitality 3 days, but thou hast had a year with us, eating and drinking and doing what thou wouldst. Then he turned to his pages and cried to them, pull off his clothes. They did as he bade them, and gave me 10 dirhams and an old suit worth 5 silvers, after which he said to me, go forth, I will not beat thee nor abuse thee, but wend thy ways, and if thou tarry in this town, thy blood be upon thine own head. So I went forth, O Commander of the Faithful, in my own despite, knowing not whither to hie, for had fallen on my heart all the trouble in the world, and I was occupied with sad thought and doubt. Then I bethought me of the wealth which I had brought from Oman, and said in myself, I came hither with 1,000 dinars, part price of 30 ships, and have made away with it all in the house of yonder ill-omened man, and now I go forth from him, bearing broken-hearted. But there is no majesty and there is no might save in Allah, the glorious, the great. Then I abode 3 days in Baghdad, without tasting meat or drink, and on the 4th day, seeing a ship bound for Bassorah, I took passage in her of the owner, and when we reached our port, I landed and went into the bazaar, being sore and hungered. Presently, a man saw me, a grocer, whom I had known aforetime, and coming up to me, embraced me, for he had been my friend and my father's friend before me. Then he questioned me of my case, seeing me clad in those tattered clothes, so I told him all that had befallen me, and he said, by Allah, this is not the act of a sensible man. But after this that hath befallen thee, what dost thou purpose to do? Quoth I know not what I shall do. And quoth he, wilt thou abide with me and write my outgoing income, and thou shalt have 2 dirhams a day, over and above thy food and drink? I agreed to this and abode with him, O Prince of True Believers, selling and buying, till I had gotten 100 dinars, when I hired me an upper chamber by the riverside, so haply a ship should come up with merchandise, that I might buy goods with the dinars and go back with them to Baghdad. Now it fortuned that one day, there came ships with merchandise, and all the merchants resorted to them to buy, and I went with them on board, when behold, there came 2 men out of the hold, and setting themselves chairs on the deck, sat down thereon. The merchants addressed themselves to the twain with intent to buy, and the man said to one of the crew, bring the carpet. Accordingly he brought the carpet and spread it, and another came with a pair of saddle bags, whence he took a budget and emptied it on the carpet, and our sights were dazzled with that which issued therefrom of pearls and corals and jacinths and carnelians and other jewels of all sorts and colours. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. when it was the 951st night. She said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the young merchant, after recounting to the caliph the matter of the bag and its containing jewels of all sorts, continued, Presently, O commander of the faithful, said one of the men on the chairs, O company of merchants, we will sell at this today, by way of spending money, for that we are weary. So the merchants fell to bidding one against other for the jewels and bid till the price reached 400 dinars. Then said to me the owner of the bag, for he was an old acquaintance of mine, and when he saw me, he came down to me and saluted me, Why dost thou not speak and bid like the rest of the merchants? I said, O my lord, by Allah, the shifts of fortune have run against me and I have lost my wealth and have only 100 dinars left in the world. Quoth he, O man, after this vast wealth, can only 100 dinars remain to thee? And I was abashed before him and my eyes filled with tears, whereupon he looked at me and indeed my case was grievous to him. So he said to the merchants, Bear witness against me that I have sold all that is in this bag of various gems and precious stones to this man for 100 gold pieces, albeit I know them to be worth so many thousand dinars, and this is a present from me to him. Then he gave me the saddle bag and the carpet, with all the jewels that were thereon, for which I thanked him, and each and every of the merchants present praised him. Presently I carried all this to the jewel market and sat there to sell and buy. Now among the precious stones was a round amulet of the handiwork of the masters, FN number 290, weighing half a pound. It was red of the brightest, a carnelian on both whose sides were graven characters and characters, like the tracks of ants, but I knew not its worth. I sold and bought a whole year, at the end of which I took the amulet FN number 291, and said, This hath been with me some while, and I know not what it is nor what may be its value. So I gave it to the broker who took it and went round with it and returned, saying, None of the merchants will give me more than 10 dirhams for it. Quoth I will not sell it at that price, and he threw it in my face and went away. Another day I again offered it for sale and its price reached 15 dirhams, whereupon I took it from the broker in anger and threw it back into the tray. But a few days after, as I sat in my shop, there came up to me a man, who bore the traces of travel, and saluting me, said, By thy leave, I will turn over what thou hast of wares. Said I, 'Tis well, and indeed, O commander of the faithful, I was still wroth by reason of the lack of demand for the talisman. So the man fell to turning over my wares, but took naught thereof save the amulet, which when he saw, he kissed his hand and cried, Praise be Allah. Then said he to me, O my lord, wilt thou sell this? And I replied, Yes, being still angry. Quoth he, What is its price? And I asked, How much wilt thou give? He answered 20 dinars. So I thought he was making mock of me and exclaimed, Wend thy ways. But he resumed, I will give thee 50 dinars for it. I made him no answer, and he continued, 1,000 dinars. But I was silent, declining to reply, whilst he laughed at my silence and said, Why dost thou not return me an answer? Hie thee home, repeated I, and was like to quarrel with him. But he bid 1,000 after 1,000, and I still made him no reply, till he said, Wilt thou sell it for 20,000 dinars? I still thought he was mocking me, but the people gathered about me and all of them said, Sell to him, and if he buy not, we will all up and at him and drub him and thrust him forth the city. So quoth I to him, Wilt thou buy or dost thou jest? And quoth he, Wilt thou sell or dost thou joke? I said, I will sell if thou wilt buy. Then he said, I will buy it for 30,000 dinars, take them and make the bargain. So I cried to the bystanders, Bear witness against him, adding to him, But on condition that thou acquaint me with the virtues and profit of this amulet for which thou payest all this money. He answered, Close the bargain, and I will tell thee this. I rejoined, I sell it to thee, and he retorted, Allah be witness of that which thou sayest and testimony. Then he brought out the gold and giving it to me took the amulet, and set it in his bosom, after which he turned to me and asked, Art thou content? Answered I, Yes, and he said to the people, Bear witness against him that he hath closed the bargain and touched the price, 30,000 dinars. Then he turned to me and said, Hark my poor fellow, hast thou held back from selling? By Allah, I would have bidden thee up to 100,000 dinars, nay, even to 1,000,000. When I heard these words, O Commander of the Faithful, the blood fled my face, and from that day there overcame it this pallor thou sayest. Then said I to him, Tell me the reason of this and what is the use of this amulet. And he answered, saying, Know that the King of Hind hath a daughter, never was seen a thing fairer than she, and she is possessed with a falling sickness. FN number 292. So the king summoned the scribes and men of science and divines, but none of them could relieve her of this. Now I was present in the assembly, so I said to him, O king, I know a man called Sayadullah the Babylonian, than whom there is not on the face of the earth one more masterly in these matters, and if thou see fit to send me to him, do so. Said he, Go to him, and quoth I, Bring me a piece of carnelian. Accordingly he gave me a great piece of carnelian and 100,000 dinars and a present, which I took, and with which I betook myself to the land of Babel. Then I sought out the sheikh, and when he was shown to me I delivered to him the money and the present, which he accepted, and sending for a lapidary, bade him fashion the carnelian into this amulet. Then he abode 7 months in observation of the stars, till he chose out an auspicious time for engraving it, when he graved upon it these talismanic characters which thou sayest, and I took it and returned with it to the king. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 952nd night, she continued, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the young man said to the commander of the faithful, So after the sheikh had spoken, I took this talisman and returned with it to the king. Now the princess was bound with 4 chains, and every night a slave girl lay with her and was found in the morning with her throat cut. The king took the amulet and laid it upon his daughter, who was straightway made whole. At this he rejoiced with exceeding joy and invested me with a vest of honor and gave alms of much money, and he caused set the amulet in the princess's necklace. It chanced, one day, that she embarked with her women in a ship and went for a sail on the sea. Presently, one of her maids put out her hand to her, to sport with her, and the necklace brake asunder and fell into the waves. From that hour the possessor FN number 293, of the princess returned to her, wherefore great grief betided the king, and he gave me much money, saying, Go thou to Sheikh Sayadullah and let him make her another amulet, in lieu of that which is lost. I journeyed to Babel, but found the old man dead, whereupon I returned and told the king, who sent me and 10 others to go round about in all countries, so haply we might find a remedy for her, and now Allah hath caused me happen on it with thee. Saying these words, he took from me the amulet, O Commander of the Faithful, and went his ways. Such, then, is the cause of the wanness of my complexion. As for me, I repaired to Baghdad, carrying all my wealth with me, and took up my abode in the lodgings where I lived whilom. On the morrow, as soon as it was light, I donned my dress and betook myself to the house of Tahir ibn al-Allah, that haply I might see her whom I loved, from the love of her had never ceased to increase upon my heart. But when I came to his home, I saw the balcony broken down and the lattice builded up, so I stood a while, pondering my case and the shifts of time, till there came up a serving man, and I questioned him, saying, What hath God done with Tahir ibn al-Allah? He answered, O my brother, he hath repented to Almighty Allah. FN number 294, quoth I, What was the cause of his repentance? And quoth he, O my brother, in such a year there came to him a merchant, by name Abu al-Hasan the Omani, who abode with his daughter a while, till his wealth was all spent, when the old man turned him out, broken-hearted. Now the girl loved him with exceeding love, and when she was parted from him, she sickened of a sore sickness and came nigh upon death. As soon as her father knew how it was with her, he sent after and sought for Abu al-Hasan through the lands, pledging himself to bestow upon whoso should produce him 100,000 dinars, but none could find him nor come on any trace of him, and she is now hard upon death. Quoth I, and how is it with her sire? And quoth the servant, he hath sold all his girls, for grief of that which hath befallen him, and hath repented to Almighty Allah. Then asked I, what wouldst thou say to him who should direct thee to Abu al-Hasan the Omani? And he answered, Allah upon thee, O my brother, that thou do this and quicken my poverty and the poverty of my parents. FN number 295. I rejoined, go to her father and say to him, thou owest me the reward for good news, for that Abu al-Hasan the Omani standeth at the door. With this he set off trotting, as he were a mule loosed from the mill, and presently came back, accompanied by Sheikh Tahir himself, who no sooner saw me than he returned to his house and gave the man 100,000 dinars, which he took and went away blessing me. Then the old man came up and embraced me and wept, saying, O my lord, where hast thou been absent all this while? Indeed, my daughter hath been killed by reason of her separation from thee, but come with me into the house. So we entered, and he prostrated himself in gratitude to the Almighty, saying, Praise be Allah who hath reunited us with thee. Then he went into his daughter and said to her, The Lord hath healed thee of this sickness. And said she, O my papa, I shall never be whole of my sickness, save I look upon the face of Abu al-Hasan. Quoth he, And thou wilt eat a morsel and go to the hammam, I will bring thee in company with him. Asked she, Is it true that thou sayest? And he answered, By the great God, 'tis true. She rejoined, By Allah, if I look upon his face, I shall have no need of eating. Then said he to his page, Bring in thy lord. Thereupon I entered, and when she saw me, O Prince of True Believers, she fell down in a swoon, and presently coming to herself, recited this couplet. Ye, Allah hath joined the parted twain, when no thought they thought e'er to meet again. Then she sat upright and said, By Allah, O my Lord, I had not deemed to see thy face evermore, save it were in a dream. So she embraced me and wept, and said, O Abu al-Hasan, now will I eat and drink. The old man her sire rejoiced to hear these words, and they brought her meat and drink, and we ate and drank, O Commander of the Faithful. After this, I abode with them a while, till she was restored to her former beauty, when her father sent for the Qazi and the witnesses, and bade write out the marriage contract between her and me, and made a mighty great bride feast. And she is my wife to this day, and this is my son by her. So saying, he went away and returned with a boy of rare beauty and symmetry of form and favour, to whom said he, Kiss the ground before the Commander of the Faithful. He kissed ground before the Caliph, who marvelled at his beauty and glorified his Creator, after which al-Rashid departed, he and his company, saying, O Jafar, verily, this is none other than a marvellous thing. Never saw I nor heard I aught more wondrous. When he was seated in the palace of the Caliphate, he cried, O Masrur? Who replied, Here am I, O my lord. Then said he, Bring the year's tribute of Basora and Baghdad and Khorasan, and set it in this recess. FN number 296. Accordingly he laid the 3 tributes together, and they were a vast sum of money, whose tale none might tell save Allah. Then the Caliph bade draw a curtain before the recess, and said to Jafar, Fetch me Abu al-Hasan. Replied Jafar, I hear and obey, and going forth, returned presently with the Omani, who kissed ground before the Caliph, fearing lest he had sent for him because of some fault that he had committed when he was with him in his house. Then said al-Rashid, Harkai, O Omani. And he replied, Adsum, O Prince of True Believers. May Allah ever bestow his favours upon thee. Quoth the Caliph, "Draw back yonder curtain." Thereupon Abu al-Hasan drew back the curtain from the recess and was confounded and perplexed at the mass of money he saw there. Said al-Rashid, "O Abu al-Hasan, whether is the more, this money or that thou didst lose by the amulet?" FN number 297, and he answered, "This is many times the greater, O Commander of the Faithful." Quoth the Caliph, "Bear witness, all ye who are present, that I give this money to this young man." So Abu al-Hasan kissed ground and was abashed and wept before the Caliph for excess of joy. Now when he wept, the tears ran down from his eyelids upon his cheeks and the blood returned to its place and his face became like the moon on the night of its fullness. Whereupon quoth the Caliph, "There is no God but the God. Glory be to him who decreeth change upon change and is himself the everlasting who changeth not." Saying these words, he bade fetch a mirror and showed Abu al-Hasan his face therein, which when he saw, he prostrated himself, in gratitude to the Most High Lord. Then the Caliph bade transport the money to Abu al-Hasan's house and charged the young man not to absent himself from him, so he might enjoy his company as a companion. Accordingly he paid him frequent visits, till al-Rashid departed to the mercy of Almighty Allah, and glory be to him who dieth not, the Lord of the seen and the unseen. And among tales they tell is one touching. Ibrahim and Jamila. FN number 298. Al-Kasib, FN number 299, Wazir of Egypt, had a son named Ibrahim, than whom there was none goodlier, and of his fear for him, he suffered him not to go forth, save to the Friday prayers. One day, as the youth was returning from the mosque, he came upon an old man, with whom were many books, so he lighted down from his horse and seating himself beside him, began to turn over the tomes and examine them. In one of them he espied the semblance of a woman which all but spoke, never was seen on the earth's face one more beautiful. And as this captivated his reason and confounded his wit, he said to the old man, "O Sheikh, sell me this picture." The bookseller kissed ground between his hands and said, "O my lord, 'tis thine without price." FN number 300, Ibrahim gave him 100 dinars and taking the book in which was the picture, fell to gazing upon it and weeping night and day, abstaining from meat and drink and sleep. Then said he in his mind, "And I ask the bookseller of the painter of this picture, haply he will tell me, and if the original be living, I will seek access to her, but, if it be only a picture, I will lie doting upon it and plague myself no more for a thing which hath no real existence." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 953rd night, she pursued, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the youth Ibrahim said in his mind, and I ask the bookseller of the painter of this picture, haply he will tell me, and, if it be only a picture, I will lie doting upon it and plague myself no more for a thing which hath no real existence." So on the next Friday he betook himself to the bookseller, who sprang up to receive him, and said to him, "O uncle, tell me who painted this picture." He replied, "O my lord, a man of the people of Baghdad painted it, by name Abu al-Qasim al-Sandalani, who dwelleth in a quarter called Al-Kark, but I know not of whom it is the portraiture." So Ibrahim left him without acquainting any of his household with his case, and returned to the palace, after praying the Friday prayers. Then he took a bag and filling it with gold and gems to the value of 30,000 dinars, waited till the morning, when he went out, without telling any, and presently overtook a caravan. Here he saw a Badawi and asked him, "O uncle, what distance is between me and Baghdad?" And the other answered, "O my son, where art thou, and where is Baghdad?" FN number 301, Verily, between thee and it is 2 months' journey. Quoth Ibrahim, "O uncle, and thou wilt guide me to Baghdad, I will give thee 100 dinars and this mirror under me that is worth 1,000 gold pieces." And quoth the Badawi, "Allah be witness of what we say. Thou shalt not lodge this night but with me." So Ibrahim agreed to this and passed the night with him. At break of dawn, the Badawi took him and fared on with him in haste by a near road, in his greed for the mare and the promised good, nor did they leave wayfaring till they came to the walls of Baghdad, when said the wildling, Praise be Allah for safety. O my lord, this is Baghdad. Whereat Ibrahim rejoiced with exceeding joy and alighting from the mare, gave her to the desert man, together with 100 dinars. Then he took the bag and entering the city walked on, inquiring for the quarter Al-Kak and the station of the merchants, till destiny drave him to a byway, wherein were 10 houses, 5 fronting 5, and at the further end was a 2-leaved door with a silver ring. By the gate stood 2 benches of marble, spread with the finest carpets, and on one of them sat a man of handsome aspect and reverend, clad in sumptuous clothing and attended by 5 Mamelukes like moons. When the youth Ibrahim saw the street, he knew it by the description the bookseller had given him, so he salaamed to the man, who returned his salutation and binding him welcome, made him sit down and asked him of his case. Quoth Ibrahim, I am a stranger man and desire of thy favour that thou look me out a house in this street where I may take up my abode. With this the other cried out, saying, Ho, Ghazala. FN number 302, and there came forth to him a slave girl, who said, At thy service, O my lord. Said her master, Take some servants and fare ye all and every to such a house and clean it and furnish it with whatso is needful for this handsome youth. So she went forth and did his binding, whilst the old man took the youth and showed him the house, and he said, O my lord, how much may be the rent of this house? The other answered, O bright of face, I will take no rent of thee whilst thou abidest therein. Ibrahim thanked him for this, and the old man called another slave girl, whereupon there came forth to him a damsel like the sun, to whom said he, Bring chess. So she brought it, and one of the servants set the cloth, FN number 303, whereupon said the sheikh to Ibrahim, Wilt thou play with me? And he answered, Yes. So they played several games, and Ibrahim beat him, when his adversary exclaimed, Well done, O youth! Thou art indeed perfect in qualities. By Allah, there is not one in Baghdad can beat me, and yet thou hast beaten me. Now when they had made ready the house and furnished it with all that was needful, the old man delivered the keys to Ibrahim and said to him, O my lord, wilt thou not enter my place and eat of my bread? He assented, and walking in with him, found it a handsome house and a goodly, decorated with gold and full of all manner pictures and furniture galore and other things, such as tongue faileth to set out. The old man welcomed him and called for food, whereupon they brought a table of the make of Sanua of Al-Yaman and spread it with all manner rare viands, than which there was naught costlier nor more delicious. So Ibrahim met his sufficiency, after which he washed his hands and proceeded to inspect the house and furniture. Presently, he turned to look for the leather bag, but found it not, and said in himself, There is no majesty and there is no might save in Allah, the glorious, the great. I have eaten a morsel worth a dirham or 2 and have lost a bag wherein is 30,000 dinars worth, but I seek aid of Allah. And he was silent and could not speak, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 954th night, she resumed, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the youth Ibrahim saw that his bag was lost, he was silent and could not speak for the greatness of his trouble. Presently his host brought the chess and said to him, Wilt thou play with me? And he said, Yes. So they played, and the old man beat him. Ibrahim cried, Well done, and left playing and rose, upon which his host asked him, What aileth thee, O youth? Whereto he answered, I want the bag. Thereupon the sheikh rose and brought it out to him, saying, Here it is, O my lord. Wilt thou now return to playing with me? Yes, replied Ibrahim. Accordingly they played, and the young man beat him. Quoth the sheikh, When thy thought was occupied with the bag, I beat thee, but, now I have brought it back to thee, thou beatest me. But, tell me, O my son, what countryman art thou? Quoth Ibrahim, I am from Egypt. And quoth the oldster, and what is the cause of thy coming to Baghdad? Whereupon Ibrahim brought out the portrait and said to him, Know, O uncle, that I am the son of Al-Kasib, wazir of Egypt, and I saw with a bookseller this picture, which bewildered my wit. I asked him who painted it, and he said, He who wrought it is a man, Abu al-Qasim al-Sandalani hight, who dwelleth in a street called the Street of Saffron in the Kark quarter of Baghdad. So I took with me somewhat of money and came hither alone, none knowing of my case, and I desire of the fullness of thy favour that thou direct me to Abu al-Qasim, so I may ask him of the cause of his painting this picture and whose portrait it is. And whatsoever he desireth of me, I will give him that same. Said his host, By Allah, O my son, I am Abu al-Qasim al-Sandalan, and this is a prodigious thing how fate hath thus driven thee to me. Now when Ibrahim heard these words, he rose to him and embraced him and kissed his head and hands, saying, Allah upon thee, tell me whose portrait it is. The other replied, I hear and I obey, and rising, opened a closet and brought out a number of books, wherein he had painted the same picture. Then said he, Know, O my son, that the original of this portrait is my cousin, the daughter of my father's brother, whose name is Abu al-Lays. FN number 304. She dwelleth in Basora, of which city her father is governor, and her name is Jamila the Beautiful. There is not on the face of the earth a fairer than she, but she is averse from men and cannot hear the word man pronounced in her presence. Now I once repaired to my uncle, to the intent that he should marry me to her, and was lavish of wealth to him, but he would not consent thereto. And when his daughter knew of this she was indignant and sent to me to say, amongst other things, An thou have wit, tarry not in this town, else wilt thou perish and thy sin shall be on shine own neck. FN number 305, for she is of Virago of Viragos. Accordingly I left Basora, broken-hearted, and limned this likeness of her in books and scattered them abroad in various lands, so haply they might fall into the hands of a comely youth like thyself, and he contrive access to her, and peradventure she might fall in love with him, purposing to take a promise of him that, when he should have possession of her, he would show her to me, though I look but for a moment from afar off. When Ibrahim son of Al-Kasib heard these words, he bowed his head a while in thought, and Al-Sandalani said to him, O my son, I have not seen in Baghdad a fairer than thou, and meseems that, when she seeth thee, she will love thee. Art thou willing, therefore, in case thou be united with her and get possession of her, to show her to me, if I look but for a moment from afar? Ibrahim replied, Yes, and the painter rejoined, This being so, tarry with me till thou set out. But the youth retorted, I cannot tarry longer, for my heart with love of her is all afire. Have patience 3 days, said the sheikh, till I fit thee out a ship, wherein thou mayst fare to Basora. Accordingly he waited whilst the old man equipped him a craft and stored therein all that he needed of meat and drink and so forth. When the 3 days were past, he said to Ibrahim, Make thee ready for the voyage, for I have prepared thee a packet boat furnished with all thou requirest. The craft is my property and the seamen are of my servants. In the vessel is what will suffice thee till thy return, and I have charged the crew to serve thee till thou come back in safety. Thereupon Ibrahim farewelled his host and embarking sailed down the river till he came to Basora, where he pulled out 100 dinars for the sailors, but they said, We have gotten a hire of our Lord. However, he replied, Take this by way of largesse, and I will not acquaint him therewith. So they took it and blessed him. Then the youth landed and entering the town asked, Where do the merchants lodge? And was answered, In a khan called the Khan of Hamadan. FN number 306. So he walked to the market wherein stood the Khan, and all eyes were fixed upon him and men's sight was attracted to him by reason of his exceeding beauty and loveliness. He entered the caravanserai, with one of the sailors in his company, and, asking for the porter, was directed to an aged man of reverend aspect. He saluted him and the doorkeeper returned his greeting, after which Ibrahim said to him, "O uncle, hast thou a nice chamber?" He replied, "Yes," and taking him and the sailor, opened to them a handsome room decorated with gold, and said, "O youth, this chamber befitteth thee." Ibrahim pulled out 2 dinars and gave them to him, saying, "Take these to key money." FN number 307, and the porter took them and blessed him. Then the youth Ibrahim sent the sailor back to the ship and entered the room, where the doorkeeper abode with him and served him, saying, "O my lord, thy coming hath brought us joy." Ibrahim gave him a dinar, and said, "Buy us here with bread and meat and sweetmeats and wine." Accordingly the doorkeeper went to the market, and, buying 10 dirhams worth of victual, brought it back to Ibrahim and gave him the other 10 dirhams. But he cried to him, "Spend them on thyself," whereat the porter rejoiced with passing joy. Then he ate a scone with a little kitchen FN number 308, and gave the rest to the concierge, adding, "Carry this to the people of thy household." The porter carried it to his family and said to them, "Methinketh there is not on the face of the earth a more generous than the young man who has come to lodge with us this day, nor yet a pleasanter than he. And he abide with us, we shall grow rich." Then he returned to Ibrahim and found him weeping, so he sat down and began to rub FN number 309, his feet and kissed them, saying, "O my lord, wherefore weepest thou? May Allah not make thee weep." Said Ibrahim, "O uncle, I have a mind to drink with thee this night," and the porter replied, hearing and obeying. So he gave him 5 dinars and said, "Buy us fresh fruit and wine," and presently added other 5, saying, "With these buy also for us dessert FN number 310, and flowers and 5 fat fowls, and bring me a lute." The doorkeeper went out and, buying what he had ordered, said to his wife, "Strain this wine and cook us this food, and look thou dress it daintily, for this young man overwhelmeth us with his bounties." She did as he bade her, to the utmost of desire, and he took the victuals and carried them to Ibrahim son of the Sultan. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 955th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that then they ate and drank and made merry, and Ibrahim wept and repeated the following verses. "O my friend, and I rendered my life, my sprite, my wealth, and whatever the world can unite, nay, th eternal garden and paradise FN number 311, for an hour of union my heart would but." Then he sobbed a great sob and fell down a swoon. The porter sighed, and when he came to himself, he said to him, "O my lord, what is it gars thee weep, and who is she to whom thou alladest in these verses? Indeed, she cannot be but as dust to thy feet." But Ibrahim arose and for all reply brought out a parcel of the richest raiment that women wear, and said to him, "Take this to thy harem." So he carried it to his wife, and she returned with him to the young man's lodging, and behold, she found him weeping. Quoth the doorkeeper to him, "Verily, thou breakest our hearts. Tell us what fair one thou desirest, and she shall be naught save thy handmaid." Quoth he, "O uncle, know that I am the son of Al-Kasib, Wazir of Egypt, and I am enamored of Jamila, daughter of Abu al-Lays the governor." Exclaimed the porter's wife, "Allah! Allah! O my brother, leave this talk, lest any hear of us and we perish. Verily there is not on earth's face a more masterful than she, nor may any name to her the word man, for she is averse from men. Wherefore, O my son, turn from her to other than her." Now when Ibrahim heard this, he wept with sore weeping, and the doorkeeper said to him, "I have nothing save my life, but that I will risk for thy love, and find thee a means of winning thy will." Then the twain went out from him, and on the morrow he betook himself to the hammam and donned a suit of royal raiment, after which he returned to his lodging, when behold, the porter and his wife came in to him and said, "Know, O my lord, that there is a humpbacked tailor here who sueth for the Lady Jamila. Go thou to him and acquaint him with thy case, haply he will show thee the way of attaining shining. So the youth Ibrahim arose and betaking himself to the shop of the humpbacked tailor, went in to him and found with him 10 Mamelukes as they were moons. He saluted them with the salam, and they returned his greeting and bade him welcome and made him sit down, and indeed they rejoiced in him and were amazed at his charms and loveliness, especially the hunchback who was confounded at his beauty of form and favour. Presently he said to the gobbo, I desire that thou sew me up my pocket, and the tailor took a needleful of silk and sewed up his pocket which he had torn purposely, whereupon Ibrahim gave him 5 dinars and returned to his lodging. Quoth the tailor, What thing have I done for this youth, that he should give me 5 gold pieces? And he passed the night, pondering his beauty and generosity. And when morning morrowed, Ibrahim repaired to the shop and saluted the tailor, who returned his salam and welcomed him and made much of him. Then he sat down and said to the hunchback, O uncle, sew up my pocket, for I have rent it again. Replied the tailor, On my head and eyes, O my son, and sewed it up, whereupon Ibrahim gave him 10 ducats and he took them, amazed at his beauty and generosity. Then said he, By Allah, O youth, for this conduct of thine needs must be a cause. This is no matter of sewing up a pocket. But tell me the truth of thy case. And thou be in love with one of these boys, FN number 312, by Allah, there is not among them a comelier than thou, for they are each and every as the dust at thy feet, and behold, they are all thy slaves and at thy command. Or if it be other than this, tell me. Replied Ibrahim, O uncle, this is no place for talk, for my case is wondrous and my affair marvellous. Rejoined the tailor, An it be so, come with me to a place apart. So saying, he rose up in haste and took the youth by the hand and carrying him into a chamber behind the shop, said, Now tell me thy tale, O youth. Accordingly Ibrahim related his story first and last to the tailor, who was amazed at his speech and cried, O youth, fear Allah for thyself, FN number 313, indeed she of whom thou speakest is a virago and averse from men. Wherefore, O my brother, do thou guard thy tongue, else thou wilt destroy thyself. When Ibrahim heard the hunchback's words, he wept with sore weeping and clinging to the tailor's skirts said, Help me, O my uncle, or I am a dead man, for I have left my kingdom and the kingdom of my father and grandfather and am become a stranger in the lands and lonely, nor can I endure without her. When the tailor saw how it was with him, he pitied him and said, O my son, I have but my life, and that I will venture for thy love, for thou makest my heart ache. But by tomorrow I will contrive thee somewhat whereby thy heart shall be solaced. Ibrahim blessed him and returning to the Khan, told the doorkeeper what the hunchback had said, and he answered, Indeed, he hath dealt kindly with thee. Next morning, the youth donned his richest dress and taking a purse of gold, repaired to the gobbo and saluted him. Then he sat down and said, O uncle, keep thy word with me. Quoth the hunchback, Arise forthright and take thee 3 fat fowls and 3 ounces FN number 314, of sugar candy and 2 small jugs which do thou fill with wine, also a cup. Lay all these in a budget FN number 315, and tomorrow, after the morning prayers, take boat with them, saying to the boatman, I would have thee row me down the river below Basora. And he say to thee, I cannot go farther than a paris, and do thou answer, as thou wilt, but, when he shall have come so far, lure him on with money to carry thee farther, and the first flower garden thou wilt descry after this will be that of the Lady Jamila. Go up to the gate as soon as thou espiest it, and thou wilt see 2 high steps, carpeted with brocade, and seated thereon a Quasimodo like me. Do thou complain to him of thy case and crave his favour, belike he will have compassion on thy condition and bring thee to the sight of her, though but for a moment from afar. This is all I can do for thee, and unless he be moved to pity for thee, we be dead men, I and thou. This then is my rede, and the matter rests with the Almighty. Quoth Ibrahim, I seek aid of Allah, whatso he willeth becometh, and there is no majesty and there is no might save in Allah. Then he left the hunchback tailor and returned to his lodging where, taking the things his adviser had named, he laid them in a bag. On the morrow, as soon as it was day, he went down to Tigris bank, where he found a boatman asleep. So he awoke him and giving him 10 sequins, bade him row him down the river below Bassora. Quoth the man, O my lord, it must be on condition that I go no farther than a parasang, for if I pass that distance by a span, I am a lost man, and thou too. And quoth Ibrahim, be it as thou wilt. Thereupon he took him and dropped down the river with him till he drew near the flower garden, when he said to him, O my son, I can go no farther, for, if I pass this limit, we are both dead men. Hereat Ibrahim pulled out other 10 dinars and gave them to him, saying, Take this spending money and better thy case withal. The boatman was ashamed to refuse him and fared on with him crying, I commit the affair to Allah the Almighty. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 956th night, she continued, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the youth Ibrahim gave the boatman other 10 dinars, the man took them, saying, I commit the affair to Allah the Almighty, and fared on with him downstream. When they came to the flower garden, the youth sprang out of the boat, in his joy, a spring of his spears cast from the land, and cast himself down, whilst the boatman turned and fled. Then Ibrahim fared forward and found all as it had been described by the gobbo. He also saw the garden gate open, and in the porch a couch of ivory, whereon sat a hump-backed man of pleasant presence, clad in gold-laced clothes and hending in hand of silvern mace plated with gold. So he hastened up to him and seizing his hand kissed it, whereupon asked the hunchback, Who art thou and whence comest thou and who brought thee hither, O my son? And indeed, when the man saw Ibrahim Kasib's son, he was amazed at his beauty. He answered, O uncle, I am an ignorant lad and a stranger, and he wept. The hunchback had pity on him and taking him up on the couch, wiped away his tears and said to him, No harm shall come to thee. And thou be in debt, may Allah settle thy debt, and if thou be in fear, may Allah appease thy fear. Replied Ibrahim, O uncle, I am neither in fear nor am I in debt, but have money in plenty, thanks to Allah. Rejoined the other, Then, O my son, what is thy need that thou venturest thyself and thy loveliness to a place wherein is destruction? So he told him his story and disclosed to him his case, whereupon the man bowed his head earthwards a while, then said to him, Was he who directed thee to me the humpbacked tailor? Yes, answered Ibrahim, and the keeper said, This is my brother, and he is a blessed man. Presently adding, But, O my son, had not affection for thee sunk into my heart, and had I not taken compassion on thee, verily thou wert lost, thou and my brother and the doorkeeper of the Khan and his wife. For know that this flower garden hath not its like on the face of the earth, and that it is called the garden of the wild heifer, FN number 316, and nor hath any entered it in all my life long, save the Sultan and myself and its mistress Jamila, and I have dwelt here 20 years and never yet saw any else attain to this stead. Every 40 days the Lady Jamila cometh hither in a bark and landeth in the midst of her women, under a canopy of satin, whose skirts 10 damsels hold up with hooks of gold, whilst she entereth, and I see nothing of her. Natheless, I have but my life and I will risk it for the sake of thee. Herewith Ibrahim kissed his hand and the keeper said to him, Sit by me, till I devise somewhat for thee. Then he took him by the hand and carried him into the flower garden which, when he saw, he deemed it Eden, for therein were trees intertwining and palms high towering and waters welling and birds with various voices carolling. Presently, the keeper brought him to a domed pavilion and said to him, This is where the Lady Jamila sitteth. So he examined it and found it of the rarest of pleasances, full of all manner paintings in gold and lapis lazuli. It had 4 doors, whereto man mounted by 5 steps, and in its centre was a cistern of water, to which led down steps of gold all set with precious stones. Amiddlewards the basin was a fountain of gold, with figures, large and small, and water jetting in gerbes from their mouths, and when, by reason of the issuing forth of the water, they attuned themselves to various tones, it seemed to the hearer as though he were in Eden. Round the pavilion ran a channel of water, turning a Persian wheel FN number 317, whose buckets FN number 318, were silver covered with brocade. To the left of the pavilion FN number 319, was a lattice of silver, giving upon a green park, wherein were all manner wild cattle and gazelles and hares, and on the right hand was another lattice, overlooking a meadow full of birds of all sorts, wobbling in various voices and bewildering the hearer's wits. Seeing all this, the youth was delighted and sat down in the doorway by the gardener, who said to him, "How seemeth to thee my garden?" Quoth Ibrahim, "'Tis the paradise of the world." Whereat the gardener laughed. Then he rose and was absent a while, and presently returned with a tray full of fowls and quails and other dainties, including sweetmeats of sugar, which he set before Ibrahim, saying, "Eat thy sufficiency." So he ate his fill, whereat the keeper rejoiced and cried, "By Allah, this is the fashion of kings and sons of kings." FN number 320. Then said he, "O Ibrahim, what hast thou in yonder bag?" Accordingly he opened it before him, and the keeper said, "Carry it with thee, 'twill serve thee when the Lady Jamila cometh, for when once she is come, I shall not be able to bring thee food." Then he rose, and taking the youth by the hand, brought him to a place fronting the pavilion, where he made him an arbor FN number 321, among the trees, and said to him, "Get thee up here, and when she cometh thou wilt see her, and she will not see thee. This is the best I can do for thee, and on Allah be our dependence. Whenas she singeth, drink thou to her singing, and whenas she departeth thou shalt return in safety whence thou camest, Inshallah." Ibrahim thanked him and would have kissed his hand, but he forbade him. Then the youth laid the bag in the arbor, and the keeper said to him, "O Ibrahim, walk about and take thy pleasure in the garth and eat of its fruits, for thy mistress's coming is appointed to be tomorrow." So he solaced himself in the garden and ate of its fruits, after which he righted with the keeper. And when morning morrowed and showed its sheen and shone, he prayed the dawn prayer, and presently the keeper came to him with a pale face, and said to him, "Rise, O my son, and go up into the arbor, for the slave girls are come to order the place, and she cometh after them." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 957th night, she pursued, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the keeper came to Ibrahim Sibson in the garden, he said to him, "Rise, O my son, and go up into the arbor, for the slave girls are come to order the place, and she cometh after them. So beware lest thou spit or sneeze or blow thy nose." FN number 322, else we are dead men, I and thou. Hereupon Ibrahim rose and went up into his nest, whilst the keeper fared forth, saying, "Allah grant thee safety, O my son." Presently behold, up came 4 slave girls, whose like none never saw, and entering the pavilion, doffed their outer dresses and washed it. Then they sprinkled it with rose water and incensed it with ambergris and aloes wood and spread it with brocade. After these came 50 other damsels, with instruments of music, and amongst them Jamila, within a canopy of red brocade, whose skirts the handmaidens bore up with hooks of gold, till she had entered the pavilion, so that Ibrahim saw naught of her nor of her raiment. So he said to himself, "By Allah, all my travail is lost. But needs must I wait to see how the case will be." Then the damsels brought meat and drink, and they ate and drank and washed their hands, after which they set her a royal chair, and she sat down, and all played on instruments of music and with ravishing voices incomparably sang. Presently, out ran an old woman, a duenna, and clapped hands and danced, whilst the girls pulled her about, till the curtain was lifted and forth came Jamila laughing. Ibrahim gazed at her and saw that she was clad in costly robes and ornaments, and on her head was a crown set with pearls and gems. About her long fair neck she wore a necklace of unions, and her waist was clasped with a girdle of chrysolite bugles, with tassels of rubies and pearls. The damsels kissed ground before her, and, when I considered her, quoth Ibrahim, I took leave of my senses and wit, and I was dazed, and my thought was confounded for amazement at the sight of loveliness whose like is not on the face of the earth. So I fell into a swoon, and coming to myself, weeping-eyed, recited these two couplets. I see thee, and close not mine eyes, for fear lest their lids prevent me beholding thee. And I gazed with mine every glance thee, and ne'er could sight all the loveliness moulding thee. Then said the old Garomina FN number 323 to the girls, let 10 of you arise and dance and sing. And Ibrahim, when looking at them, said in himself, I wish the Lady Jamila would dance. When the handmaidens had made an end of their pavane, they gathered round the princess and said to her, O my lady, we long for thee to dance amongst us, so the measure of our joy may be fulfilled, for never saw we a more delicious day than this. Quoth Ibrahim to himself, doubtless the gates of heaven are open. FN number 324, and Allah hath granted my prayer. Then the damsels kissed her feet and said to her, By Allah, we never saw thee broadened of breast as today. Nor did they cease exciting her, till she doffed her outer dress and stood in a shift of cloth of gold. FN number 325, broidered with various jewels, showing breasts which stood out like pomegranates and unveiling a face as it were the moon on the night of fullness. Then she began to dance, and Ibrahim beheld motions he had never in his life seen the like, for she showed such wondrous skill and marvelous invention, that she made men forget the dancing of bubbles in wine cups and called to mind the inclining of the turbans from head. FN number 326 tops, even as saith of her the poet. FN number 327. A dancer whose form is like branch of ban. Flies my soul well nigh as his steps I greet, while he dances no foot stands still, and meseems that the fire of my heart is beneath his feet. And as quoth another, FN number 328. A dancer whose figure is like a willow branch, my soul almost quitteth me at the sight of her movements. No foot can remain stationary at her dancing, she is as though the fire of my heart were beneath her feet. Quoth Ibrahim, as I gazed upon her, she chanced to look up and caught sight of me, whereupon her face changed, and she said to her women, Sing ye till I come back to you. Then, taking up a knife half a cubit long, she made towards me, crying, There is no majesty and there is no might save in Allah, the glorious the great. Now when I saw this, I well nigh lost my wits, but, when as she drew near me and face met face, the knife dropped from her hand, and she exclaimed, Glory to him who changeth men's hearts. Then said she to me, O youth, be of good cheer, for thou art safe from what thou dost fear. Whereupon I fell to weeping, and she to wiping away my tears with her hand and saying, O youth, tell me who thou art, and what brought thee hither. I kissed the ground before her and seized her skirt, and she said, No harm shall come to thee, for, by Allah, no male hath ever filled mine eyes. FN number 329, but thyself. Tell me, then, who thou art. So I recited to her my story from first to last, whereat she marvelled and said to me, O my lord, I conjure thee by Allah, tell me if thou be Ibrahim bin al-Qaysib. I replied, Yes. And she threw herself upon me, saying, O my lord, 'twas thou madest me averse from men. For, when I heard that there was in the land of Egypt a youth than whom there was none more beautiful on earth's face, I fell in love with thee by report, and my heart became enamoured of thee, for that which reached me of thy passing comeliness, so that I was, in respect of thee, even as saith the poet. Mine ear forwent mine eye in loving him, for ear shall love before the eye at times. So praised be Allah who hath shown thy face. But, by the Almighty, had it been other than thou, I had crucified the keeper of the garden and the porter of the khan and the tailor and him who had recourse to them. And presently she added, but how shall I contrive for somewhat thou mayst eat, without the knowledge of my women? Quoth I, with me is somewhat we may eat and drink, and I opened the bag before her. She took a fowl and began to morsel me and I to morsel her, which when I saw, it seemed to me that this was a dream. Then I brought out wine and we drank, what while the damsels sang on, nor did they leave to do thus from morn to noon, when she rose and said, Go now and get thee a boat and await me in such a place, till I come to thee, for I have no patience left to brook severance. I replied, O my lady, I have with me a ship of my own, whose crew are in my hire, and they await me. Rejoined she, This is as we would have it, and returning to her women, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 958th night, she resumed, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the Lady Jamila returned to her women, she said to them, Come, let us go back to our palace. They replied, Why should we return now, seeing that we used to abide here 3 days? Quoth she, I feel an exceeding oppression in myself, as though I was sick, and I fear lest this increase upon me. FN number 330, so they answered, We hear and obey, and donning their walking dresses went down to the river bank and embarked in a boat, whereupon behold, the keeper of the garden came up to Ibrahim and said to him, knowing not what had happened, O Ibrahim, thou hast not had the luck to enjoy the sight of her, and I fear lest she have seen thee, for 'tis her wont to tarry here 3 days. Replied Ibrahim, She saw me not nor I her, for she came not forth of the pavilion. FN number 331, rejoined the keeper, True, O my son, for, had she seen thee, we were both dead men, but abide with me till she come again next week, and thou shalt see her and take thy fill of looking at her. Replied the prince, O my lord, I have with me money and fear for it. I also left men behind me and I dread lest they take advantage of my absence. FN number 332, he retorted, O my son, 'tis grievous to me to part with thee, and he embraced and farewelled him. Then Ibrahim returned to the khan where he lodged, and foregathering with the doorkeeper, took of him all his property, and the porter said, Good news, Inshallah. FN number 333, but Ibrahim said, I have found no way to my want, and now I am minded to return to my people. Whereupon the porter wept, then taking up his baggage, he carried them to the ship and bade him adieu. Ibrahim repaired to the place which Jamila had appointed him and awaited her there till it grew dark, when, behold, she came up, disguised as a bully boy with rounded beard and waist bound with a girdle. In one hand she held a bow and arrows and in the other a bared blade, and she asked him, Art thou Ibrahim, son of Al-Kasib, lord of Egypt? He I am, answered the prince, and she said, What an ne'er-do-well art thou, who comes to debauch the daughters of kings? Come, speak with the Sultan. FN number 334, therewith, quoth Ibrahim, I fell down in a swoon and the sailors died. FN number 335, in their skins for fear, but, when she saw what had betided me, she pulled off her beard and throwing down her sword, and girdled her waist whereupon I knew her for the Lady Jamila and said to her, By Allah, thou hast rent my heart in sunder. FN number 336, adding to the boatmen, hastened the vessel's speed. So they shook out the sail and putting off, fared on with all diligence, nor was it many days ere we made Baghdad, where suddenly we saw a ship lying by the river bank. When her sailors saw us, they cried out to our crew, saying, Ho, such and such an one, we give you joy of your safety. Then they drave their ship against our craft, and I looked, and in the other boat beheld Abu al-Qasim al-Sandalani, who when he saw us exclaimed, "This is what I sought, go ye in God's keeping, as for me, I have a need to be satisfied." Then he turned to me and said, "Praise be Allah for safety. Hast thou accomplished thine errand?" I replied, "Yes." Now Abu al-Qasim had a flam before him, so he brought it near our boat, FN number 337, and when Jamila saw him, she was troubled and her colour changed, but, when he saw her, he said, "Fare ye in Allah's safety. I am bound to Basora on business for the Sultan, but the gift is for him who is present." FN number 338. Then he brought out a box of sweetmeats, wherein was bang, and threw it into our boat, whereupon quoth I to Jamila, "O coolth of mine eyes, eat of this." But she wept and said, "O Ibrahim, wottest thou who that is?" And said I, "Yes, 'tis such an one." Replied she, "He is my first cousin, son of my father's brother FN number 339, who sought me aforetime in marriage of my sire, but I would not accept of him. And now he is gone to Basora, and most like he will tell my father of us." I rejoined, "O my lady, he will not reach Basora, till we are at Mosul." But we knew not what lurked for us in the secret purpose. Then, continued Ibrahim, I ate of the sweetmeat, but hardly had it reached my stomach when I smote the ground with my head, and lay there till near dawn, when I sneezed and the bang issued from my nostrils. With this, I opened my eyes and found myself naked and cast out among ruins. So I buffeted my face and said in myself, "Doubtless this is a trick al-Sandalani hath played me." But I knew not whither I should wend, for I had upon me naught save my bag trousers. FN number 340. However, I rose and walked on a little, till I suddenly espied the chief of police coming towards me, with a posse of men with swords and targes, FN number 341. Whereat I took fright, and seeing a ruined hammam hid myself thee. Presently, my foot stumbled upon something, so I put my hand to it, and it became befouled with blood. I wiped my hand upon my bag trousers, and knowing what had befouled it, and put it out a second time, when it fell upon a corpse whose head came up in my hand. I threw it down, saying, "There is no majesty and there is no might in Allah, the glorious, the great." And I took refuge in one of the corner cabinets of the hammam. Presently the wali stopped at the bath door and said, "Enter this place and search." So 10 of them entered with cressets, and I of my fear retired behind a wall, and looking upon the corpse, saw it to be that of a young lady FN number 342, with a face like the full moon, and her head lay on one side and her body clad in costly raiment on the other. When I saw this, my heart fluttered with affright. Then the chief of police entered and said, "Search the corners of the bath." So they entered the place wherein I was, and one of them seeing me came up pending in hand a knife half a cubit long. When he drew near me, he cried, "Glory be to God, the creator of this fair face. O youth, whence art thou?" Then he took me by the hand and said, "O youth, why slewest thou this woman?" Said I, "By Allah, I slew her not, nor what I who slew her, and I entered not this place but in fear of you." And I told him my case, adding, "Allah upon thee, do me no wrong, for I am in concern for myself." Then he took me and carried me to the wali who, seeing the marks of blood on my hand, said, "This needeth no proof. Strike off his head!" And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 959th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Ibrahim continued, then they carried me before the wali, and he, seeing the bloodstains on my hand, cried, "This needeth no proof. Strike off his head." Now hearing these words, I wept with sore weeping, the tears streaming from my eyes, and recited these 2 couplets FN number 343. We trod the steps that for us were writ, and whose steps are written he needs must dread, and whose death is decreed in one land to be he ne'er shall perish in other's stead. Then I sobbed a single sob and fell a swoon, and the headsman's heart was moved to ruth for me, and he exclaimed, "By Allah, this is no murderer's face." But the chief said, "Smite his neck." So they seated me on the rug of blood and bound my eyes, after which the sworder drew his sword and asking leave of the wali, was about to strike off my head, whilst I cried out, "Alas, my strangerhood!" When lo and behold, I heard a noise of horse coming up and a voice calling aloud, "Leave him! Stay thy hand, O sworder!" Now there was for this a wondrous reason and a marvellous cause, and 'twas thus. Al-Kasib, Wazir of Egypt, had sent his head chamberlain to the Caliph Harun al-Rashid with presents and a letter, saying, "My son hath been missing this year past, and I hear that he is in Baghdad, wherefore I crave of the bounty of the vicegerent of Allah that he make search for tidings of him and do his endeavour to find him and send him back to me with the chamberlain." When the Caliph read the missive, he commanded the chief of police to search out the truth of the matter, and he ceased not to inquire after Ibrahim, till it was told him that he was at Bassora, whereupon he informed the Caliph, who wrote a letter to the viceroy and giving it to the chamberlain of Egypt, bade him repair to Bassora and take with him a company of the wazir's followers. So, of his eagerness to find the son of his lord, the chamberlain set out forthright and happened by the way upon Ibrahim, as he stood on the rug of blood. When the wali saw the chamberlain, he recognized him and alighted to him, and as he asked, "What young man is it and what is his case?" The chief told him how the matter was, and the chamberlain said, and indeed he knew him not for the son of the Sultan FN number 344. Verily this young man hath not the face of one who murdereth. And he bade loose his bonds, so they loosed him, and the chamberlain said, "Bring him to me." And they brought him, but the officer knew him not, his booty being all gone for the horrors he had endured. Then the chamberlain said to him, "O youth, tell me thy case, and how cometh this slain woman with thee?" Ibrahim looked at him, and knowing him, said to him, "Woe to thee! Dost thou not know me? Am I not Ibrahim, son of thy lord? Haply thou art come in quest of me." With this the chamberlain considered him straightly, and knowing him right well, threw himself at his feet, which when the wali saw, his colour changed, and the chamberlain cried to him, "Fie upon thee, O tyrant! Was it thine intent to slay the son of my master Al-Kasib, Wazir of Egypt?" The chief of police kissed his skirt, saying, "O my lord, FN number 345, how should I know him? We found him in this plight and saw the girl lying slain by his side." Rejoined the chamberlain, "Out on thee! Thou art not fit for the office. This is a lad of 15, and he hath not slain a sparrow, so how should he be a murderer? Why didst thou not have patience with him and question him of his case?" Then the chamberlain and the wali cried to the men, "Make search for the young lady's murderer." So they re-entered the bath, and finding him, brought him to the chief of police, who carried him to the caliph and acquainted him with that which had occurred. Al-Rashid bade slay the slayer, and sending for Ibrahim, smiled in his face and said to him, "Tell me thy tale and that which hath betided thee." So he recounted to him his story from first to last, and it was grievous to the caliph, who called Masrur his sworder, and said to him, "Go straightway and fall upon the house of Abu al-Qasim al-Sandalani, and bring me him and the young lady." The eunuch went forth at once, and breaking into the house, found Jamila bound with her own hair and nigh upon death, so he loosed her, and taking the painter, carried them both to the caliph, who marvelled at Jamila's beauty. Then he turned to al-Sandalani and said, "Take him and cut off his hands, wherewith he beat this young lady. Then crucify him and deliver his monies and possessions to Ibrahim." They did his binding, and as they were thus, behold, in came Abu al-Lay's governor of Bassora, the lady Jamila's father, seeking aid of the caliph against Ibrahim bin al-Kasib, Wazir of Egypt, and complaining to him that the youth has taken his daughter. Quoth Al-Rashid, he hath been the means of delivering her from torture and slaughter. Then he sent for Ibrahim, and when he came, he said to Abu Alays, wilt thou not accept of this young man, son of the Sultan of Egypt, as husband to thy daughter? Replied Abu Alays, I hear and I obey Allah and thee, O Commander of the Faithful. Whereupon the Caliph summoned the Qazi and the witnesses and married the young lady to Ibrahim. Furthermore, he gave him all al-Sandalani's wealth and equipped him for his return to his own country, where he abode with Jamila in the utmost of bliss and the most perfect of happiness, till there came to them the destroyer of delights and the sunderer of societies, and glory be to the living who dieth not. They also relate, O auspicious king, a tale anent Abu al-Hasan of Khorasan. FN number 346. The Caliph al-Mu'tazid by Allah FN number 347, was a high-spirited prince and an noble-minded lord. He had in Baghdad 600 wazirs, and of the affairs of the folk naught was hidden from him. He went forth one day, he and Ibn Hamdan, FN number 348, to divert himself with observing his lieges and hearing the latest news of the people, and, being overtaken with the heat of noonday, they turned aside from the main thoroughfare into a little by-street, at the upper end whereof they saw a handsome and high-builded mansion, discoursing of its owner with a tongue of praise. They sat down at the gate to take rest, and presently out came 2 eunuchs as they were moons on their 14th night. Quoth one of them to his fellow, would heaven some guest would seek admission this day. My master will not eat but with guests, and we are come to this hour and I have not yet seen a soul. The Caliph marvelled at their speech and said, this is a proof of the housemaster's liberality. There is no help but that we go into him and note his generosity, and this shall be a means of favour betiding him from us. So he said to the eunuch, ask leave of thy lord for the admission of a company FN number 349, of strangers. For in those days it was the Caliph's wont, whenas he was minded to observe his subjects, to disguise himself in merchant's garb. The eunuch went in and told his master, who rejoiced, and rising, came out to them in person. He was fair of favour and fine of form, and he appeared clad in a tunic of Nishapur FN number 350, silk and a gold-laced mantle, and he dripped with scented waters and wore on his hand a signet ring of rubies. When he saw them, he said to them, welcome and welcome to the lords who favour us with the utmost of favour by their coming. So they entered the house and found it such as would make a man forget family and fatherland, for it was like a piece of paradise. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 960th night, she continued, it hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the Caliph entered the mansion, he and the man with him, they saw it to be such as would make one forget family and fatherland, for it was like a piece of paradise. Within it was a flower garden, full of all kinds of trees, confounding sight, and its dwelling places were furnished with costly furniture. They sat down, and the Caliph fell to gazing at the house and the household gear. Quoth Ibn Hamdan, I looked at the Caliph and saw his countenance change, and being wont to know from his face whether he was amused or uninjured, said to myself, I wonder what hath vexed him. Then they brought a golden basin, and we washed our hands, after which they spread a silken cloth and set thereon a table of rattan. When the covers were taken off the dishes, we saw therein meats rare as the blooms of prime in the season of their utmost scarcity, twofold and single, and the host said, Bismillah, O my lords! By Allah, hunger pricketh me, so favour me by eating of this food, as is the fashion of the noble. Thereupon he began tearing fowls apart and laying them before us, laughing the while and repeating verses and telling stories and talking gaily with pleasant sayings such as sorted with the entertainment. We ate and drank, then removed to another room, which confounded beholders with its beauty and which reeked with exquisite perfumes. Here they brought us a tray of fruits freshly gathered and sweetmeats the finest flavoured, whereat our joys increased and our cares ceased. But with all the Caliph, continued Ibn Hamdan, ceased not to wear a frowning face, and smiled not at that which gladdened all souls, albeit it was his wont to love mirth and merriment, and the putting away of cares, and I knew that he was no envious wight and oppressor. So I said to myself, would heaven I knew what is the cause of his moroseness, and why we cannot dissipate his ill humour. Presently they brought the tray of wine which friends doth conjoin and clarified draughts in flagons of gold and crystal and silver, and the host smote with a rattan wand on the door of an inner chamber, whereupon behold, it opened and out came 3 damsels, high-bosomed virginity, with faces like the sun at the 4th hour of the day, one a lutist, another a harpist, and the third a dancer artiste. Then he set before us dried fruits and confections, and drew between us and the damsels a curtain of brocade, with tassels of silk and rings of gold. The Caliph paid no heed to all this, but said to the host, who knew not who was in his company, Art thou noble? FN number 351, said he, No, my lord, I am but a man of the sons of the merchants, and am known among the folk as Abu al-Hasan Ali, son of Ahmad of Khorasan. Quoth the Caliph, Dost thou know me, O man? And quoth he, By Allah, O my lord, I have no knowledge of either of your honours. Then said I to him, O man, this is the commander of the faithful, I Mutazid by Lagrans and of al-Mutawakkil. FN number 352, whereupon he rose and kissed the ground before the Caliph, trembling for fear of him, and said, O Prince of true believers, I conjure thee, by the virtue of thy pious forbears, and thou have seen in me any shortcomings or lack of good manners in thy presence, do thou forgive me. Replied the Caliph, As for that which thou hast done with us of honouring and hospitality, nothing could have exceeded it, and as for that wherewith I have to reproach thee here, and thou tell me the truth respecting it, and it commend itself to my sense, thou shalt be saved from me, but, an thou tell me not the truth, I will take thee with manifest proof, and punish thee with such punishment as never yet punished any. Quoth the man, Allah forbid that I tell thee a lie. But what is it that thou reproachest to me, O Commander of the Faithful? Quoth the Caliph, Since I entered thy mansion and looked upon its grandeur, I have noted the furniture and vessels therein, nay, even to thy clothes, and behold, on all of them is the name of my grandfather al-Mutawakkil. FN number 353, answered Abu al-Hasan, Yes, O Commander of the Faithful, the Almighty protect thee, truth is thine inner garb and sincerity is thine outer garment, and none may speak otherwise than truly in thy presence. The Caliph bade him be seated and said, Tell us. So he began, Know, O Commander of the Faithful, that my father belonged to the markets of the money changers and druggists and linen drapers, and had in each bazaar a shop, and an agent, and all kinds of goods. Moreover, behind the money changers' shop he had an apartment, where he might be private, appointing the shop for buying and selling. His wealth was beyond count, and to his riches there was none amount, but he had no child other than myself, and he loved me and was tenderly fain of me. When his last hour was at hand, he called me to him and commended my mother to my care, and charged me to fear Almighty Allah. Then he died. May Allah have mercy upon him and continue the Prince of true believers on life. And I gave myself up to pleasure and eating and drinking, and took to myself comrades and intimates. My mother used to forbid me from this and to blame me for it, but I would not hear a word from her, till my money was all gone, when I sold my lands and houses, and naught was left me save the mansion wherein I now dwell, and it was a goodly stead, O Commander of the Faithful. So I said to my mother, I wish to sell the house, but she said, O my son, an thou sell it, thou wilt be dishonoured and wilt have no place wherein to take shelter. Quoth I, 'Tis worth 5,000 dinars, and with 1,000 of its price I will buy me another house and trade with the rest. Apostrophe. Quoth she, Wilt thou sell it to me at that price? And I replied, Yes. Whereupon she went to a coffer and opening it, shook out a porcelain vessel, wherein were 5,000 dinars. When I saw this, meseemed the house was all of gold, and she said to me, O my son, think not that this is of thy father's good. By Allah, O my son, it was of my own father's money, and I have treasured it up against the time of need. For, in thy father's day I was a wealthy woman and had no need of it. I took the money from her, O Prince of True Believers, and fell again to feasting and carousing and merrymaking with my friends, unheeding my mother's words and admonitions, till the 5,000 dinars came to an end, when I said to her, I wish to sell the house. Said she, O my son, I forbade thee from selling it before, of my knowledge that thou hadst need of it, so how wilt thou sell it a second time? Quoth I, be not longsome of speech with me, for I must and will sell it. And quoth she, then sell it to me for 15,000 dinars, on condition that I take charge of thine affairs. So I sold her the house at that price and gave up my affairs into her charge, whereupon she sought out the agents of my father and gave each of them 1,000 dinars, keeping the rest in her own hands and ordering the outgo and the income. Moreover, she gave me money to trade withal and said to me, sit thou in thy father's shop. So I did her bidding, O Commander of the Faithful, and took up my abode in the chamber behind the shop in the market of the money changers, and my friends came and bought of me and I sold to them, whereby I made good cheap and my wealth increased. When my mother saw me in this fair way, she discovered to me that which she had treasured up of jewels and precious stones, pearls, and gold, and I bought back my houses and lands that I had squandered, and my wealth became great as before. I abode thus for some time, and the factors of my father came to me and I gave them stock in trade, and I built me a second chamber behind the shop. One day, as I sat there, according to my custom, O Prince of True Believers, there came up to me a damsel, never saw eyes a fairer than she of favour, and said, is this the private shop of Abu al-Hasan Ali ibn Ahmad al-Khorasani? Answered I, yes, and she asked, where is he? He am I, said I, and indeed my wit was dazed at the excess of her loveliness. She sat down and said to me, bid thy page weigh me out 300 dinars. Accordingly I bade him give her that sum, and he weighed it out to her, and she took it and went away, leaving me stupefied. Quoth my man to me, dost thou know her? And quoth I, no, by Allah. He asked, then why didst thou bid me give her the money? And I answered, by Allah, I knew not what I said, of my amazement at her beauty and loveliness. Then he rose and followed her, without my knowledge, but presently returned, weeping and with the mark of a blow on his face. I inquired of him what ailed him, and he replied, I followed the damsel, to see whither she went, but, when she was aware of me, she turned and dealt me this blow and all but knocked out my eye. After this, a month passed, without her coming, O Commander of the Faithful, and I abode bewildered for love of her, but, at the end of this time, she suddenly appeared again and saluted me, whereat I was like to fly for joy. She asked me how I did, and said to me, haply thou saidest to thyself, what manner of trickstress is this, who hath taken my money and made off? Answered I, by Allah, O my lady, my money and my life are all thy very own. With this she unveiled herself and sat down to rest, with the trinkets and ornaments playing over her face and bosom. Presently, she said to me, weigh me out 300 dinars. Hearkening and obedience, answered I, and weighed out to her the money. She took it and went away, and I said to my servant, follow her. So he followed her, but returned dumbstruck, and some time passed without my seeing her. But, as I was sitting one day, behold, she came up to me, and after talking a while, said to me, weigh me out 500 dinars, for I have need of them. I would have said to her, why should I give thee my money? But my love immense hindered me from utterance. For, O Prince of True Believers, whenever I saw her, I trembled in every joint, and my colour paled, and I forgot what I would have said, and became even as saith the poet. 'Tis naught but this, when a sudden I see her chance I bide, nor a word can say her. So I weighed out for her the 500 ducats, and she took them and went away, whereupon I rose and followed her myself, till she came to the jewel bazaar, where she stopped at a man's shop and took of him a necklace. Then she turned and seeing me, said, "Pay him 500 dinars for me." When the jeweller saw me, he rose to me and made much of me, and I said to him, "Give her the necklace and set down the price to me." He replied, "I hear and obey," and she took it and went away, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 961st night, she pursued, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Abu Hassan the Khorasani thus pursued his tale. So I said to the jeweller, 'Give her the necklace and set down the price to me.' Then she took it and went away, but I followed her, till she came to the Tigris and boarded a boat there, whereupon I signed with my hand to the ground, as who should say, 'I kiss it before thee.' She went off laughing, and I stood watching her, till I saw her land and enter a palace, which when I considered, I knew it for the palace of the Caliph al-Mutawakkil. So I turned back, O Commander of the Faithful, with all the cares in the world fallen on my heart, for she had of me 3,000 dinars, and I said to myself, she hath taken my wealth and ravished my wit, and peradventure I shall lose my life for her love. Then I returned home and told my mother all that had befallen me, and she said, O my son, beware how thou have to do with her after this, or thou art lost. When I went to my shop, my factor in the drug market, who was a very old man, came to me and said, O my lord, how is it that I see thee changed in case and showing marks of chagrin? Tell me what aileth thee. So I told him all that had befallen me with her, and he said, O my son, this is indeed one of the handmaidens of the palace of the Commander of the Faithful, and haply she is the Caliph's favourite concubine. So do thou reckon the money as spent for the sake of Almighty Allah, FN number 354, and occupy thyself no more with her. And she come again, beware lest she have to do with thee, and tell me of this, that I may devise thee some device lest perdition betide thee. Then he fared forth and left me with a flame of fire in my heart. At the end of the month, behold, she came again, and I rejoiced in her with exceeding joy. Quoth she, What ailed thee to follow me? And quoth I, Excess of passion that is in my heart urged me to this, and I wept before her. She wept for ruth of me and said, By Allah, there is not in thy heart aught of love longing, but in my heart is more. Yet how shall I do? By Allah, I have no resource save to see thee thus once a month. Then she gave me a bill, saying, Carry this to such and one of the such a trade who is my agent, and take of him what is named therein. But I replied, I have no need of money, be my wealth and my life thy sacrifice. Quoth she, I will right soon contrive thee a means of access to me, whatever trouble it cost me. Then she farewelled me and fared forth, whilst I repaired to the old druggist and told him what had passed. He went with me to the palace of Al-Mutawakkil, which I knew for that which the damsel had entered, but the sheikh was at a loss for a device. Presently he espied a tailor sitting with his apprentices at work in his shop, opposite the lattice giving upon the river bank, and said to me, Yonder is one by whom thou shalt win thy wish, but first tear thy pocket and go to him and bid him sew it up. When he hath done this, give him 10 dinars. I hear and obey, answered I, and taking with me 2 pieces FN number 355, of Greek brocade, went to the tailor and bade him make them 4 suits, 2 with long-sleeved coats and 2 without. When he had finished cutting them out and sewing them, I gave him to his hire much more than of wont, and he put out his hand to me with the clothes, but I said, Take them for thyself and for those who are with thee. And I fell to sitting with him, and sitting long, I also bespoke of him other clothes, and said to him, Hang them out in front of thy shop, so the folk may see them and buy them. He did as I bade him, And whoso came forth of the caliph's palace and aught of the clothes pleased him, I made him a present thereof, even to the doorkeeper. One day of the days the tailor said to me, O my son, I would have thee tell me the truth of thy case, for thou hast bespoken of me 100 costly suits, each worth a mint of money, and hast given the most of them to the folk. This is no merchant's fashion, for a merchant calleth an account for every dirham. And what can be the sum of thy capital that thou givest these gifts, and what thy gain every year? Tell me the truth of thy case, that I may assist thee to thy desire. Presently adding, I conjure thee by Allah, tell me, art thou not in love? Yes, replied I, and he said, with whom? Quoth I, with one of the handmaids of the caliph's palace, and quoth he, Allah put them to shame. How long shall they seduce the folk? Knowest thou her name? Said I, no, and said he, describe her to me. So I described her to him, and he cried out on it. This is the lieutenant of the Caliph al-Mutawakkil and his pet concubine. But she hath a Mameluke FN number 356, and do thou make friends with him, it may be he shall become the means of thy having access to her. Apostrophe Now as we were talking, behold, out walked the servant in question from the palace, as he were a moon on the 14th night, and, seeing that I had before me the clothes which the tailor had made me, and they were of brocade of all colours, he began to look at them and examine them. Then he came up to me, and I rose and saluted him. He asked, Who art thou? And I answered, I am a man of the merchants. Quoth he, Wilt thou sell these clothes? And quoth I, Yes. So he chose out 5 of them and said to me, How much these 5? Said I, They are a present to thee from me in earnest of friendship between me and thee. At this he rejoiced, and I went home, and fetching a suit embroidered with jewels and jacinths, worth 3,000 dinars, returned therewith and gave it to him. He accepted it, and carrying me into a room within the palace, said to me, What is thy name among the merchants? Said I am a man of them. FN number 357, he continued, Verily I misdoubt me of thine affair. I asked, Why so? And he answered, Because thou hast bestowed on me a costly gift and won my heart therewith, and I make certain that thou art Abu al-Hasan of Khorasan the Shroff. With this I fell a-weeping, O Prince of True Believers, and he said to me, Why dost thou weep? By Allah, she for whom thou weepest is yet more longingly in love with thee than thou with her. And indeed her case with thee is notorious among all the palace women. But what wouldst thou have? Quoth I would have thee succour me in my calamity. So he appointed me for the morrow, and I returned home. As soon as I rose next morning, I betook myself to him and waited in his chamber till he came in and said to me, Know that yesternight when, after having made an end of her service by the Caliph, she returned to her apartment, I related to her all that had passed between me and thee, and she is minded to foregather with thee. So stay with me till the end of the day. Accordingly I stayed with him till dark, when the Mameluke brought me a shirt of golden woven stuff and a suit of the Caliph's apparel, and clothing me therein, incensed me FN number 358, and I became like the commander of the faithful. Then he brought me to a gallery with rows of rooms on either side, and said to me, These are the lodgings of the chief of the slave girls, and when thou passest along the gallery, do thou lay at each door a bean, for 'tis the custom of the Caliph to do this every night. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 962nd night, she resumed, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the Mamelukes said to Abu Hassan, When thou passest along the gallery set down at each door a bean, for 'tis the custom of the Caliph so to do, till thou come to the second passage on thy right hand, when thou wilt see a door with a marble threshold. FN number 359, touch it with thy hand door, and thou wilt count the doors which are so many, and enter the one whose marks are thus and thus. For thy mistress will see thee and take thee in with her. As for thy coming forth, Verily Allah will make it easy to me, though I carry thee out in a chest. Then he left me and returned, whilst I went on, counting the doors and laying at each a bean. When I had reached the middle of the gallery, I heard a great clatter and saw the light of flambeaux coming towards me. As the light drew near me, I looked at it, and behold, the Caliph himself came surrounded by the slave girls carrying waxen lights, and I heard one of the women FN number 360 say to another, "O my sister, have we two caliphs? Verily, the caliph whose perfumes and essences I smelt, hath already passed by my room, and he hath laid the bean at my door, as his wont, and now I see the light of his flambeaux, and here he cometh with them." Replied the other, "Indeed this is a wondrous thing, for disguise himself in the caliph's habit none would dare." Then the light drew near me, whilst I trembled in every limb, and up came an eunuch, crying out to the concubines and saying, "Hither." Whereupon they turned aside to one of the chambers and entered. Then they came out again and walked on till they came to the chamber of my mistress, and I heard the caliph say, "Whose chamber is this?" They answered, "This is the chamber of Shajarat al-Dar." And he said, "Call her." So they called her, and she came out and kissed the feet of the caliph, who said to her, "Wilt thou drink tonight?" Quoth she, "But for thy presence and the looking on thine auspicious countenance, I would not drink, for I incline not to wine this night." Then quoth the commander of the faithful to the eunuch, "Bid the treasurer give her such necklace," and he commanded to enter her chamber. So the waxen lights entered before him, and he followed them into the apartment. At the same moment, behold, there came up a damsel, the lustre of whose face outshone that of the flambe in her hand, and drawing near she said, "Who is this?" Then she laid hold of me, and carrying me into one of the chambers, said to me, "Who art thou?" I kissed the ground before her, saying, "I implore thee by Allah, O my lady, spare my blood and have ruth on me, and commend thyself unto Allah by saving my life." And I wept for fear of death. Quoth she, "Doubtless, thou art a robber," and quoth I, "No, by Allah, I am no robber." "Sayest thou on me the signs of thieves?" Said she, "Tell me the truth of thy case, and I will put thee in safety." So I said, "I am a silly lover and an ignorant, whom passion and my folly have moved to do as thou sayest, so that I am fallen into this slough of despond." Thereat cried she, "Abide here till I come back to thee." And going forth she presently returned with some of her handmaid's clothes, wherein she clad me and bade me follow her. So I followed her till she came to her apartment and commanded me to enter. I went in, and she led me to a couch, whereon was a mighty fine carpet, and said, "Sit down here, no harm shall befall thee." "Art thou not Abu al-Hasan Ali, the Khorasani, the Shroff?" I answered, "Yes," and she rejoined, "Allah spare thy blood, given thou speak truth. And thou be a robber, thou art lost, more by token that thou art dressed in the caliph's habit and incensed with his sense. But, and thou be indeed Abu al-Hasan, thou art safe, and no hurt shall happen to thee, for that thou art the friend of Shajarat al-Dar, who is my sister, and ceaseth never to name thee and tell us how she took of thee money. Yet wast thou not chagrined, and how thou didst follow her to the river bank, and madest sign as thou wouldest kiss the earth in her honour, and her heart is yet more aflame for thee than is thine for her. But how camest thou hither? Was it by her order or without it?" "She hath indeed imperilled thy life." FN number 361. "But what seekest thou in this assignation with her?" I replied, "By Allah, O my lady, 'tis I who have imperilled my own life, and my aim in foregathering with her is but to look on her and hear her pretty speech." She said, "Thou hast spoken well," and I added, "O my lady, Allah is my witness when I declare that my soul prompteth me to no offence against her honour." Cried she, "In this intent may Allah deliver thee. Indeed compassion for thee hath gotten hold upon my heart." Then she called her handmaid and said to her, "Go to Shajarat al-Dar and say to her, Thy sister saluteth thee and biddeth thee to her." So favour her by coming to her this night, according to thy custom, for her breast is straitened. The slave girl went out and presently returning, told her mistress that Shajarat al-Dar said, May Allah bless me with thy long life and make me thy ransom. By Allah, hast thou bidden me to other than this, I had not hesitated, but the caliph's migraine constraineth me and thou knowest my rank with him. But the other said to her damsel, Return to her and say, Needs must thou come to my mistress upon a private matter between thee and her. So the girl went out again and presently returned with the damsel, whose face shone like the full moon. Her sister met her and embraced her, then said she, Ho, Abu al-Hasan, come forth to her and kiss her hands. Now I was in a closet within the apartment, so I walked out, O Commander of the Faithful, and when my mistress saw me, she threw herself upon me and strained me to her bosom, saying, How camest thou in the caliph's clothes and his ornaments and perfumes? Tell me what hath befallen thee. So I related to her all that had befallen me and what I had suffered for a fright and so forth, and she said, Grievous to me is what thou hast endured for my sake, and praise be Allah who hath caused the issue to be safety, and the fulfillment of safety is in thy entering my lodging and that of my sister. Then she carried me to her own apartment, saying to her sister, I have covenanted with him that I will not be united to him unlawfully, but, as he hath risked himself and incurred these perils, I will be earth for his treading and dust to his sandals. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 963rd night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that quoth the damsel to her sister, I have covenanted with him that I will not be united to him unlawfully, but, as he hath risked himself and incurred these perils, I will be earth for his treading and dust to his sandals. Replied her sister, In this intent may Allah deliver him, and my mistress rejoined, Soon shalt thou see how I will do, so I may lawfully foregather with him, and there is no help but that I lavish my heart's blood to devise this. Now as we were in talk, behold, we heard a great noise and turning, saw the caliph making for her chamber, so engrossed was he by the thought of her, whereupon she took me, O Prince of True Believers, and hid me in a souterrain FN number 362, and shut down the trapdoor upon me. Then she went out to meet the caliph, who entered and sat down, whilst she stood between his hands to serve him, and commanded to bring wine. Now the caliph loved a damsel by name Banja, who was the mother of Al-Mu'taz by law FN number 363, but they had fallen out and parted, and in the pride of her beauty and loveliness she would not make peace with him, nor would Al-Mutawakkil, for the dignity of the caliphate and the kingship, make peace with her, neither humble himself to her, albeit his heart was aflame with passion for her, but sought to solace his mind from her with her mates among the slave girls and with going into them in their chambers. Now he loved Shajarat al-Dar's singing, so he bade her sing, when she took the lute and tuning the strings sang these verses. The world tricks I admire betwixt me and her, how, us parted, the world would to me incline. I shunned thee till said they, he knows not love. I sought thee till said they, no patience is mine. Then, O love of her, add to my longing each night, and, O solace, thy comforts for doomsday assign. Soft as silk is her touch, and her low sweet voice twixt all much and all little I draweth the line, and ear and whereof blessed be ye. And they became to man's wit like the working of wine. When the caliph heard these verses, he was pleasured with exceeding pleasure, and I also, O Commander of the Faithful, was pleasured in my hiding place, and but for the bounty of Almighty Allah, I had cried out and we had been disgraced. Then she sang also these couplets. I embrace him, yet after him yearns my soul for his love, but can aught than embrace be nigher? I kiss his lips to assuage my low, but each kiss scars it glow with more flaming fire. 'Tis as though my vitals I thirst unquenched till I see two souls mixed in one entire. The caliph was delighted and said, O Shajarat al-Dar, ask a boon of me. She replied, O Commander of the Faithful, I ask of thee my freedom, for the sake of the reward thou wilt obtain therein. FN number 364, quoth he, thou art free for the love of Allah, whereupon she kissed ground before him. He resumed, take the lute and sing me somewhat on the subject of my slave girl, of whom I am enamored with warmest love. The folk seek my pleasure and I seek hers. So she took the lute and sang these two couplets. My charmer who spellest my piety, FN number 365. On all accounts I'll have thee, or by humble suit which besitteth love, or by force more fitting my sovereignty. The Caliph admired these verses and said, now, take up thy lute and sing me a song setting out my case with 3 damsels who hold the reins of my heart and make rest depart, and they are thyself and that wilful one and another I will not name, who hath not her like. FN number 366. So she took the lute and playing a lively measure, sang these couplets. 3 lovely girls hold my bridle rein and in highest stead my heart overreign. I have none to obey amid all mankind, but obeying them I but win disdain. This is done through the kingship of love, whereby the best of my kingship they made their gain. The Caliph marvelled with exceeding marvel at the aptness of these verses to his case, and his delight inclined him to reconciliation with the recalcitrant damsel. So he went forth and made for her chamber, whither a slave girls preceded him and announced to her the coming of the Caliph. She advanced to meet him and kissed the ground before him. Then she kissed his feet and he was reconciled to her and she was reconciled to him. Such was the case with the Caliph. But as regards Shajarat al-Dar, she came to me rejoicing and said, I am become a free woman by thy blessed coming. Surely Allah will help me in that which I shall contrive, so I may foregather with thee in lawful way. And I said, Alhamdulillah. Now as we were talking, behold her Mameluke eunuch entered and we related to him that which had passed, when he said, Praised be Allah who hath made the affair to end well. And we implore the Almighty to crown his favours with thy safe faring forth the palace. Presently appeared my mistress's sister, whose name was Fatir, and Shajarat al-Dar said to her, O my sister, how shall we do to bring him out of the palace in safety? For indeed Allah hath vouchsafed me manumission and, by the blessing of his coming, I am become a free woman. Quoth Fatir, I see nothing for it but to dress him in woman's gear. So she brought me a suit of women's clothes and clad me therein, and I went out forthwith, O Commander of the Faithful. But, when I came to the midst of the palace, behold, I found the Caliph seated there, with the eunuchs in attendance upon him. When he saw me, he misdoubted of me with exceeding doubt, and said to his suite, Hasten and bring me yonder handmaiden who is faring forth. So they brought me back to him and raised the veil from my face, which when he saw, he knew me and questioned me of my case. I told him the whole truth, hiding naught, and when he heard my story, he pondered my case a while, without stay or delay, and going into Shajarat al-Dar's chamber, said to her, How couldst thou prefer before me one of the sons of the merchants? She kissed ground between his hands and told him her tale from first to last, in accordance with the truth, and he hearing it had compassion upon her and his heart relented to her and he excused her by reason of love and its circumstances. Then he went away and her eunuch came into her and said, Be of good cheer, for, when thy lover was set before the Caliph, he questioned him and he told him that which thou toldest him, word by word. Presently the Caliph returned and calling me before him, said to me, What made thee dare to violate the palace of the Caliphate? I replied, O Commander of the Faithful, 'twas my ignorance and passion and my confidence in thy clemency and generosity that drave me to this. And I wept and kissed the ground before him. Then said he, I pardon you both, and bade me be seated. So I sat down and he sent for the Qazi Ahmad ibn Abi Duwad FN number 367, and married me to her. Then he commanded to make over all that was hers to me and they displayed her to me FN number 368, in her lodging. After 3 days, I went forth and transported all her goods and gear to my own house. So everything thou hast seen, O Commander of the Faithful, in my house, and whereof thou misdoubtest, is of her marriage equipage. After this, she said to me one day, Know that Al-Mutawakkil is a generous man, and I fear lest he remember us with ill mind, or that someone of the envious remind him of us. Wherefore I purpose to do somewhat that may ensure us against this. Quoth I, And what is that? And quoth she, I mean to ask his leave to go the pilgrimage and repent. FN number 369, of singing. I replied, Right is this read thou readest, but, as we were talking, behold, in came a messenger from the Caliph to seek her, for that Al-Mutawakkil loved her singing. So she went with the officer and did her service to the Caliph, who said to her, Sever not thyself from us, FN number 370, and she answered, I hear and I obey. Now it chanced one day, after this, she went to him, he having sent for her, as was his wont, but, before I knew, she came back, with her raiment rent and her eyes full of tears. At this I was alarmed, misdoubting me that he had commanded to seize upon us, and said, Verily we are Allah's, and unto him shall we return. Is Al-Mutawakkil wroth with us? She replied, Where is Al-Mutawakkil? Indeed Al-Mutawakkil's rule is ended and his trace is blotted out. Cried I, Tell me what has happened, and he was seated behind the curtain, drinking, with Al-Fath bin Kakan FN number 371, and Sadaka bin Sadaka, when his son Al-Muntazir fell upon him, with a company of the Turks, FN number 372, and slew him, and merriment was turned to misery and joy to weeping and wailing for annoy. So I fled, I and the slave girl, and Allah saved us. When I heard this, O Commander of the Faithful, I arose forthright and went downstream to Basora, where the news reached me of the falling out of a war between Al-Muntazir and Al-Mustahin Billah, FN number 373, wherefore I was affrighted and transported my wife and all my wealth to Basora. This, then, is my tale, O Prince of True Believers, nor have I added to or taken from it a single syllable. So all that thou seest in my house, bearing the name of thy grandfather Al-Mutawakkil, is of his bounty to us, and the fount of our fortune is from thy noble sources, FN number 374, for indeed ye are people of munificence and a mine of beneficence. The Caliph marvelled at his story and rejoiced therein with joy exceeding, and Abu al-Hasan brought forth to him the lady and the children she had borne him, and they kissed ground before the Caliph, who wondered at their beauty. Then he called for inkcase and paper and wrote Abu al-Hasan a patent of exemption from taxes on his lands and houses for 20 years. Moreover, he rejoiced in him and made him his cup companion, till the world parted them and they took up their abode in the tombs, after having dwelt under the palace domes, and glory be to Allah, the King merciful of doom. And they also tell a tale concerning Kamar al-Zaman and the jeweller's wife. FN number 375. There was once, in time of old, a merchant hight Al-Rahman, whom Allah had blessed with a son and daughter, and for their much beauty and loveliness, he named the girl Bab al-Saber and the boy Kamar al-Zaman. FN number 376. When he saw what Allah had vouchsafed the twain of beauty and loveliness, brilliancy and symmetry, he feared for them the evil eyes. FN number 377, of the spears and the gibing tongues of the jealous and the craft of the crafty and the wiles of the wicked, and shut them up from the folk in the mansion for the space of 14 years, during which time none saw them save their parents and a slave girl who served them. Now their father could recite the Quran, even as Allah sent it down, as also did his wife, wherefore the mother taught her daughter to read and recite it, and the father his son, till both had gotten it by heart. Moreover, the twain learned from their parents writing and reckoning and all manner of knowledge and polite letters, and needed no master. When Kamar al-Zaman came to years of manhood, The wife said to her husband, "How long wilt thou keep thy son Kamar al-Zaman sequestered from the eyes of the folk? Is he a girl or a boy?" He answered, "A boy." Rejoined she, "An he be a boy, why dost thou not carry him to the bazaar and seat him in thy shop, that he may know the folk and they know him, to the intent that it may become notorious among men that he is thy son, and do thou teach him to sell and to buy. Peradventure somewhat may befall thee, so shall the folk know him for thy son, and he shall lay his hand on thy leavings. But, an thou die, as the case now is, and he say to the folk, I am the son of the merchant Abd al-Rahman, verily they will not believe him, but will cry, We have never seen thee, and we knew not that he had a son, wherefore the government will seize thy goods and thy son will be despoiled. In like manner the girl, I mean to make her known among the folk, so maybe some one of her own condition may ask her in marriage, and we will wed her to him and rejoice in her." Quoth he, "I did this of my fear for them from the eyes of the folk." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 964th night, she continued, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the merchant's wife spake to him in such wise, he replied, I did this of my fear for them from the eyes of the folk, and because I love them both, and love is jealous exceedingly, and well saith he who spoke these verses. Of my sight I am jealous for thee, of me, of thyself, of thy stead, of thy destiny, though I shrine thee in eyes by the craze of me in such nearness I should never see, though thou wert by my side all the days of me till doomsday I e'er had enough of thee." Said his wife, "Put thy trust in Allah, for no harm betideth him whom he protecteth, and carry him with thee this very day to the shop." Then she clad the boy in the costliest clothes, and he became a seduction to all who on him cast sight, and an affliction to the heart of each lover wight. His father took him and carried him to the market, whilst all who saw him were ravished with him and accosted him, kissing his hand and saluting him with the salam. Quoth one, "Indeed the sun hath risen in such a place and blazeth in the bazaar," and another, "The rising place of the full moon is in such a quarter," and a third, "The new moon of the festival FN number 378, hath appeared to the creatures of Allah." And they went on to allude to the boy and talk and call down blessings upon him. But his father scolded the folk for following his son to gaze upon him, because he was abashed at their talk, but he could not hinder one of them from talking, so he fell to abusing the boy's mother and cursing her because she had been the cause of his bringing him out. And as he gazed about he still saw the folk crowding upon him behind and before. Then he walked on till he reached his shop, and opening it, sat down and seated his son before him, after which he again looked out and found the thoroughfare blocked with people, for all the passers-by, going and coming, stopped before the shop to stare at that beautiful face and could not leave him, and all the men and women crowded in knots about him, applying to themselves the words of him who said, "Thou madest beauty to spoil man's sprite, and saidst, O my servants, fear my reproof, but lovely thou lovest all loveliness. How, then, shall thy servants refrain from love?" When the merchant Abd al-Rahman saw the folk thus crowding about him and standing in rows, both women and men, to fix eyes upon his son, he was sore ashamed and confounded and knew not what to do. But presently there came up from the end of the bazaar a man of the wandering dervishes, clad in haircloth, the garb of the pious servants of Allah, and seeing Kamar al-Zaman sitting there as he were a branch of ban springing from a mound of saffron, poured forth copious tears and recited these two couplets. "A wand uprising from a sandy knoll, like full moon shining brightest sheen, I saw, and said, What is thy name? Replied he, Lulu. What, asked I, Lily? And he answered, La. FN number 379. Then the dervish fell to walking, now drawing near and now moving away, FN number 380, and wiping his grey hairs with his right hand, whilst the heart of the crowd was cloven asunder for awe of him. When he looked upon the boy, His eyes were dazzled and his wit confounded, and exemplified in him was the saying of the poet. While that fair-faced boy abode in the place, moon of breakfast fate he lit by his face. FN number 381, lo. There came a sheikh with leisurely pace, a reverent trusting to Allah's grace, and ascetic signals his gait displayed. He had studied love both by day and night, and had special knowledge of wrong and right, both for lad and lass had refined his sprite, and his form like toothpick was lean and slight, and old bones with faded skin were o'erlaid. In such arts our sheikh was an Ajami FN number 382, with a Katamite ever in company, in the love of woman, a Platonist he FN number 383, but in either verse to the full degree, and Zainab to him was the same as Zaid. FN number 384, distraught by the fair he adored the fair spring camp wailed, kept ruins bare. FN number 385, dry branch thou hadst deemed him for stress so care, which the morning breeze swayeth here and there, for only the stone is all hardness made. In the law of love he was wondrous wise and wide awake with all-seeing eyes. It's rough and it's smooth he had tried and tries, and hugged back and doe in the self-same guise, and with grey beard and beardless alike he played. FN number 386. Then he came up to the boy and gave him a root FN number 387, of sweet basil, whereupon his father put forth his hand to his pouch and brought out for him some small matter of silver, saying, Take thy portion, O dervish, and wend thy ways. He took the dirhams, but sat down on the masonry bench alongside the shop and opposite the boy and fell to gazing upon him and heaving sigh upon sigh, whilst his tears flowed like springs founting. The folk began to look at him and remark upon him, some saying, All dervishes are lewd fellows, and others some, Verily, this dervish's heart is set on fire for love of this lad. Now when Abd al-Rahman saw this case, he arose and said to the boy, Come, O my son, let us lock up the shop and hie us home, for it booteth not to sell and buy this day, and may Almighty Allah requite thy mother that which she hath done with us, for she was the cause of all this. Then said he, O dervish, rise, that I may shut my shop. So the dervish rose and the merchant shut his shop, and taking his son, walked away. The dervish and the folk followed them, till they reached their place, when the boy went in, and his father, turning to the dervish, said to him, What wouldst thou, O dervish, and why do I see thee weep? He replied, O my lord, I would fain be thy guest this night, for the guest is the guest of Almighty Allah. Quoth the merchant, Welcome to the guest of God, enter, O dervish. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 965th night, she pursued, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the merchant, the father of Kamar al-Zaman, heard the saying of the dervish, I am Allah's guest, he replied, Welcome to the guest of God, enter, O dervish. But he said to himself, An the beggar be enamoured of the boy and sue him for sin, needs must I slay him this very night and bury him secretly. But, and there be no lewdness in him, the guest shall eat his potion. Then he brought him unto a saloon, where he left him with Kamar al-Zaman, after he had said privily to the lad, O my son, sit thou beside the dervish when I am gone out, and sport with him and provoke him to love less, and if he seek of thee lewdness, I who will be watching you from the window overlooking the saloon will come down to him and kill him. So, as soon as Kamar al-Zaman was alone in the room with the dervish, he sat down by his side, and the old man began to look upon him and sigh and weep. Whenever the lad bespake him, he answered him kindly, trembling the while, and would turn to him groaning and crying, and thus he did till supper was brought in, when he fell to eating, with his eyes on the boy, but refrained not from shedding tears. When a fourth part of the night was past and talk was ended and sleep-tide came, Abd al-Rahman said to the lad, O my son, apply thyself to the service of thine uncle the dervish and gainsay him not, and would have gone out, but the dervish cried to him, O my lord, carry thy son with thee, or sleep with us? Answered the merchant, Nay, my son shall lie with thee, haply thy soul may desire somewhat, and he will look to thy want and wait upon thee. Then he went out, leaving them both together, and sat down in an adjoining room which had a window giving upon the saloon. Such was the case with the merchant, but as to the lad, as soon as his sire had left them, he came up to the dervish and began to provoke him and offer himself to him, whereupon he waxed wroth and said, What talk is this, O my son? I take refuge with Allah from Satan the stoned. O my lord, indeed this is a denial of thee which pleaseth thee not. Avaunt from me, O my son. So saying, the dervish arose and sat down at a distance, but the boy followed him and threw himself upon him, saying, Why, O dervish, wilt thou deny thyself the joys of my possession, and I with a heart that loveth thee? Hereupon the dervish's anger redoubled, and he said, An thou refrain not from me, I will summon thy sire and tell him of thy doings. Quoth the lad, My father knoweth my turn for this, and it may not be that he will hinder me, so heal thou my heart. Why dost thou hold off from me? Do I not please thee? Answered the dervish, By Allah, O my son, I will not do this, though I be hewn in pieces with sharp-edged swords. And he repeated the saying of the poet. Indeed my heart loves all the lovely boys as girls, nor am I slow to such delight, but, though I sight them every night and morn, I'm neither of Lot's folk. FN number 388, nor wench white. Then he shed tears and said, Arise, open the door, that I may wend my way, for I will lie no longer in this lodging. Therewith he rose to his feet, but the boy caught hold of him, saying, Look at the fairness of my face, and the cramoisy of my cheeks, and the softness of my sides, and the lusciousness of my lips. Moreover he discovered to him calves that would shame wine and cup carrier. FN number 389, and gazed on him with fixed glance that would baffle enchanter and enchantments, for he was passing of loveliness and full of blandishment. Even as saith of him one of the poets who sang, I can't forget him, since he rose and showed with fair design those calves of legs whose pearly shine make light in nightly gloom. Wonder not in my flesh uprise as though 'twere judgment day, when every shank shall bared be, and that is day of doom. FN number 390. Then the boy displayed to him his bosom, saying, Look at my breasts, which be goodlier than the breasts of maidens, and my lip dews are sweeter than sugar candy. So quit scruple and asceticism, and cast off devoutness and abstinence, and take thy fill of my possession, and enjoy my loveliness. Fear naught, for thou art safe from hurt, and leave this habitude, for 'tis a bad habit. And he went on to discover to him his hidden beauties, striving to turn the reins of his reason with his bendings in graceful guise, whilst the dervish turned away his face and said, I seek refuge with Allah. Have some shame, O my son. FN number 391, This is a forbidden thing I deem, and I will not do it, no, not even in dream. The boy pressed upon him, but the dervish got free from him, and turning towards Mecca addressed himself to his devotions. Now when the boy saw him praying, he left him till he had prayed a 2-bow prayer and saluted. FN number 392, when he would have accosted him again, but the dervish again repeated the intent. FN number 393, and prayed a second 2-bow prayer, and thus he did a third and a fourth and a fifth time. Quoth the lad, What prayers are these? Art thou minded to take flight upon the clouds? Thou lettest slip our delight, whilst thou passest the whole night in the prayer niche. So saying, he threw himself upon the dervish and kissed him between the eyes, but the sheikh said, O my son, put Satan away from thine estate, and take upon the obedience of the compassionate. Quoth the other, And thou do not with me that which I desire, I will call my sire and say to him, The dervish is minded to do lewdness with me. Whereupon he will come into thee and beat thee till thy bones be broken upon thy flesh. All this while Abd al-Rahman was watching with his eyes and hearkening with his ears, and he was certified that there was no frowardness in the dervish, and he said to himself, were he a lewd fellow, he had not stood out against all this importunity. The boy continued to beguile the dervish, and every time he expressed purpose of prayer, he interrupted him, till at last he waxed wroth with passing wrath, and was rough with him and beat him. Kamar al-Zaman wept, and his father came in, and having wiped away his tears and comforted him, said to the dervish, O my brother, since thou art in such case, why didst thou weep and sigh when thou sawest my son? Say me, is there a reason for this? He replied, there is, and Abd al-Rahman pursued, when I saw thee weep at his sight, I deemed evil of thee, and bade the boy do with thee thus, that I might try thee, purposing in myself, if I saw thee sue him for sin, to come in upon thee and kill thee. But, when I saw what thou didst, I knew thee for one of those who are virtuous to the end. Now Allah upon thee, tell me the cause of thy weeping. The dervish sighed and said, O my lord, chafe not a closed FN number 394, wound. But the merchant said, there is no help but thou tell me, and the other began, know thou that I am as dervish who wander in the lands and the countries, and take warning by the display FN number 395, of the Creator of night and day. It chanced that one Friday I entered the city of Basora in the Undern. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 966th night, she resumed, it hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the dervish said to the merchant, know, then, that I a wandering mendicant chanced one Friday to enter the city of Basora in the Undern, and saw the shops open and full of all manner of wares and meat and drink. But the place was deserted, and therein was neither man, nor woman, nor girl, nor boy, nor in the markets and the main streets was the dog or cat, nor sounded sound, nor friend was found. I marvelled at this end, and said to myself, I wonder whither the people of the city be gone with their cats and dogs, and what hath Allah done with them? Now I was an-hungered, so I took hot bread from a baker's oven, and going into the shop of an oilman, spread the bread with clarified butter and honey and ate. Then I entered the shop of a sherbet seller and drank what I would, after which, seeing a coffee shop open, I went in and found the pots on the fire, full of coffee, FN number 396, but there was no one there. So I drank my fill and said, verily, this is a wondrous thing. It seemeth as though death had stricken the people of this city, and they had all died this very hour, or as if they had taken fright at something which baffled them and fled, without having time to shut their shops. Now whilst pondering this matter, lo! I heard a sound of a band of drums beating, whereat I was afraid and hid myself for a while. Then, looking out through a crevice, I saw damsels, like moons, come walking through the market, 2 by 2, with uncovered heads and faces displayed. They were in 40 pairs, thus numbering 80, and in their midst a young lady, riding on a horse that could hardly move his legs, for that which was upon it of silvern trappings and golden and jewelled housings. Her face was wholly unveiled, and she was adorned with the costliest ornaments and clad in the richest of raiment, and about her neck she wore a collar of gems, and on her bosom were necklaces of gold. Her wrists were clasped with bracelets which sparkled like stars, and her ankles with bangles of gold set with precious stones. The slave girls walked before her and behind, and on her right and left, and in front of her was a damsel bearing in baldric a great sword, with grip of emerald and tassels of jewel-encrusted gold. When that young lady came to where I lay hid, she pulled up her horse and said, O damsels, I hear a noise of somewhat within yonder shop, so do ye search it, lest haply there be one hidden there, with intent to enjoy a look at us, whilst we have our faces unveiled. So they searched the shop opposite the coffee house FN number 397, wherein I lay hid, whilst I abode in terror, and presently I saw them come forth with a man, and they said to her, O our lady, we found a man there, and here he is before thee. Quoth she to the damsel with the sword, smite his neck. So she went up to him and struck off his head. Then, leaving the dead man lying on the ground, they passed on. When I saw this, I was affrighted, but my heart was taken with love of the young lady. After an hour or so, the people reappeared and everyone who had a shop entered it, whilst the folk began to come and go about the bazaars and gathered round the slain man, staring at him as a curiosity. Then I crept forth from my hiding place by stealth, and none took note of me, but love of that lady had gotten possession of my heart, and I began to inquire of her privily. None, however, gave me news of her, so I left Bathora, with vitals yearning for her love, and when I came upon this thy son, I saw him to be the likest of all creatures to the young lady, wherefore he reminded me of her, and his sight revived the fire of passion in me and kindled anew in my heart the flames of love-longing and distraction. And such is the cause of my shedding tears. Then he wept with sore weeping till he could no more, and said, O my lord, I conjure thee by Allah, open the door to me, so I may gang my gate. Accordingly Abd al-Rahman opened the door and he went forth. Thus fared it with him, but as regards Kamar al-Zaman, when he heard the dervish's story, his heart was taken with love of the lady and passion gat the mastery of him and raged in him longing and distraction. So, on the morrow, he said to his sire, all the sons of the merchants wander about the world to attain their desire, nor is there one of them but his father provideth for him a stock in trade wherewithal he may travel and traffic for gain. Why, then, O my father, dost thou not outfit me with merchandise, so I may fare with it and find my luck? He replied, O my son, such merchants lack money, so they send their sons to foreign parts for the sake of profit and pecuniary gain and provision of the goods of the world. But I have monies in plenty, nor do I covet more. Why then should I exile thee? Indeed, I cannot brook to be parted from thee an hour, more especially as thou art unique in beauty and loveliness and perfect grace, and I fear for thee. But Kamar al-Zaman said, O my father, nothing will serve but thou must furnish me with merchandise wherewithal to travel, else will I fly from thee at unawares, though without money or merchandise. So, and thou wished to solace my heart, make ready for me a stock in trade, that I may travel and amuse myself by viewing the countries of men. Abd al-Rahman, seeing his son enamoured of travel, acquainted his wife with this, saying, Verily thy son would have me provide him with goods, so he may fare therewith to far regions, albeit travel is travail. FN number 398, quoth she, What is that to displease thee in this? Such is the wont of the sons of the merchants, and they all vie one with other in glorifying globe-trotting and gain. Quoth he, Most of the merchants are poor and seek growth of good, but I have wealth galore. She replied, More of a good thing hurteth not, and, if thou comply not with his wish, I will furnish him with goods of my own monies. Quoth Abd al-Rahman, I fear strangerhood for him, inasmuch as travel is the worst of trouble. But she said, There is no harm in strangerhood for him when it leadeth to gaining good, and, if we consent not, our son will go away and we shall seek him and not find him and be dishonoured among the folk. The merchant accepted his wife's counsel and provided his